Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Hoshiyomi. The history of the Gekkō clan stretches back to the early Warring States period. At their peak, they were a powerful bloodline family, feared for their mastery of swordsmanship and their unique Kekkei Genkai, transparent release, which allowed them to become virtually invisible. In an age when ninjutsu was still in its infancy, the Gekkō were ghost-like warriors who struck from the shadows, their movements unseen and their blades unstoppable. But with the rise of sensory-type jutsu, the clan's greatest strength began to fade. Those without deep mastery over transparent release could be easily detected and ambushed. One by one, their enemies adapted and retaliated. In the face of repeated revenge attacks and growing vulnerabilities, the Gekkō clan declined. Their once renowned sword techniques were gradually lost in the chaos of retreat and defeat. By the time Konoha was founded, the Gekkō clan had dwindled to a shadow of its former self, reduced to a single surviving bloodline. In Konoha year 14, the current head of the clan, Gekkō, was killed on a mission. And with that, the long and proud legacy of the Gekkō name was left to a single surviving child. Konoha year 16 Gekkō compound. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, a small figure was training alone in the yard, carefully swinging a wooden practice sword with all his might. He was just a child 5 or 6 years old with clear eyes, sharp features and short black hair. Though his clothes were simple, they were clean and neat. Every movement he made was focused, disciplined. Despite his young age, his sword form was flawless. Footwork, stance, grip, everything was sharp and precise, like he had been taught by a master. But even so, the effort was clearly draining. Less than 2 hours into his practice, his hands were trembling so badly he could barely hold the sword. Just then, a gentle voice called out from the house. "That's enough for today, Hoshiyomi. Go take a bath and get ready for dinner." It was his mother, Gekkō. Panting, Hoshiyomi paused for a moment, dazed, then suddenly let out a cheer, dropped the wooden sword, and bolted toward the house with a grin on his face, leaving his mother blinking in surprise. "He's rarely this excited. What got into him today?" She shook her head, bent down, and picked up the wooden sword. As she looked at it, her expression softened with pride. Back when Hoshiyomi was just a toddler, Aichi used to worry he had no talent. But now, I think Aichi underestimated him. Just from what I've seen already, maybe, just maybe, he really can restore the Gekkō name. While Ri stood outside, lost in thought, the supposedly calm Hoshiyomi was in the bath, splashing around like he'd just won the lottery. Finally! A whole year in this world and I've finally broken out of novice-level swordsmanship. That's right, Hoshiyomi wasn't originally from this world. A year ago, an accident brought his soul into the Naruto universe, where he awakened in the body of the last heir of the Gekkō clan. Judging by the timeline, he suspected he might be the father of Gekkō, the Konoha swordsman who would one day become a proctor in the Chunin exams. Heir was born around Konoha year 34, and it was currently year 16, so the math lined up. Besides, his cheap old man Aichi had already died before he arrived. No chance of a younger sibling popping up unless something really weird happened. So unless there was a secret neighbor affair, which he strongly doubted, Heir was probably his future son. That said, with Hoshiyomi now in control, Heir likely wouldn't be born, or at least not the same Heir from the original story. Why? Because he came with a transmigrator exclusive cheat code, the Swordheart System. This system absorbed energy from his daily sword training and converted it into experience points. Just like in a game, once his XP hit 100, he would automatically level up, no natural talent required. Each breakthrough also granted him a skill draw, providing techniques based on his current level. His first reward as a novice had been a passive skill called Weapon Mastery, which greatly accelerated his ability to learn any weapon and granted bonus damage when wielding blades. Not bad at all, and definitely the reason he could perform textbook perfect sword forms without a teacher. After unlocking Weapon Mastery, Hoshiyomi trained like crazy for an entire year just to max out novice-level swordsmanship, Now, in his mind's eye, the system interface displayed. Novice Swordsmanship, 0/100. Below that was the ever-annoying system evaluation. Your swordsmanship has reached novice level. You probably won't cut yourself anymore. Congratulations, people might now call you a third-rate amateur. Hoshiyomi was unfazed. He'd already survived worse insults from the system. Back at the novice tier, it had said, "Your skill is only marginally better than a sewer rat's. Do not train with real blades, you will lose fingers. The system cannot help you reattach them." Honestly, it was a good thing he had a chill personality. If some hot-headed gamer from his old world had been dropped in here, the system's creator might have been hunted down by now. Ignoring the sarcastic commentary, Hoshiyomi triggered the skill draw. The glowing screen shimmered, and names began flashing by in rapid succession. His heart pounded. The rotation gradually slowed, and finally stopped on. Secret technique, Shadow Strike. Description: the user temporarily enters a state of invisibility. Upon exiting stealth, they unleash a rapid thrusting strike. As he read the description, Hoshiyomi immediately thought of the transparent release inherited from the Gekkō bloodline. The ability to turn invisible. Could this skill be the system unlocking his Kekkei Genkai early? He was just about to test it out when his mother's voice echoed from outside the bathroom. "Hoshiyomi, dinner's ready." He paused for a moment, then shrugged. There would be time to experiment later. At the dinner table, Ri eyed her son suspiciously. He was practically glowing with joy, which was unusual. "What's gotten into you today?" she asked. Naturally, Hoshiyomi wasn't about to spill the truth about his system or new technique. He simply grinned and said, "Just thought of something that made me happy." Ri tilted her head, then suddenly lit up. "Wait, don't tell me you heard that the Ninja Academy is starting soon." The moment she said Ninja Academy, Hoshiyomi's eyes sparkled even more. So it was that time already? He had passed the entrance assessment 2 weeks ago. Now it was finally about to begin his new life as a ninja. He'd be in the same year as Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. He had been waiting for this moment. It's time to show them what real swordsmanship looks like. Chapter 2, Placement Assessment. Today was the first day of school. Hoshiyomi was woken up early by his mother, who insisted he wear a freshly bought set of new clothes. And to be fair, the old saying "clothes make the man" applied just as well in the shinobi world. Hoshiyomi, already quite handsome, looked even more striking in his new outfit. Admiring himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but smirk and mutter, "Nice. Damn, I look good." Even Sasuke would have to stay quiet seeing this level of charm. After saying goodbye to his mother, Gekkō Hoshiyomi arrived at the Ninja Academy with perfect timing just minutes before the entrance ceremony. The academy in Konoha Year 16 was very different from the one Naruto attended decades later. In Naruto's time, any child of appropriate age could enroll in the 6-year program to learn basic ninja skills. But in this era, resources were limited. The program lasted only 3 years, and each year only admitted 100 students. As a result, the academy population was much smaller. Arriving at the auditorium, Hoshiyomi straightened his clothes and pushed open the large doors with anticipation. Cue dramatic entrance, Gekkō Hoshiyomi shines. Or so he thought. No gasps. No fawning admirers. No envious rivals falling into existential despair. Just dozens of kids grouped up, chatting loudly in their own little circles. Not a single soul noticed him. Oof. Hoshiyomi paused awkwardly, then quietly pulled out a small bench and melted into the background. That middle school anime protagonist energy? Yeah, that wasn't him. Definitely not. After a brief speech from the newly appointed third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, 3 instructors arrived to guide the new students to their assigned classes. In this era, the academy had only 3 first-year classes A, B, and C with placement based strictly on entrance exam scores. But class placements weren't permanent. To keep students sharp and prevent anyone from coasting, the school held a combat reassessment every 3 months. The bottom 10 students in each class would face the top 10 from the class below in a ranked duel win, and you move up. A system built to maximize talent in a resource-scarce era. Hoshiyomi was placed in Class A, led by a stern-looking man named Mitsui Uchijima. But instead of taking them straight to a classroom, Mitsui led the 30 students to the training field. Once they arrived, he cleared his throat and pulled a small box from his coat. Before we begin formal instruction, I want to assess your current skill levels. So we'll start with a basic placement battle. Each of you will draw a number from this box. You'll fight in pairs, and there's a reward for the winner's first pick of your seats in class. Before he even finished, a silver-haired boy dashed up to the box, his face painted in bold colors and his voice loud and cocky. No matter who I face, they'll fall before the might of Jiraiya the Great. I'm going to become the strongest ninja ever, believe it. Everyone turned to look at him, some amused, some rolling their eyes. Even Hoshiyomi couldn't help but smirk and roll his own eyes. Most students in Class A were clearly from prominent clans. Just by glancing around, you could spot second-generation prodigies from famous families. Jiraiya's rough clothes and loud attitude screamed civilian background. He might have been talented, but his theatrics were only painting a target on his back. As each student drew their number, Hoshiyomi casually picked one as well, only to pause when he saw it. Number 27. Which, according to matchups, meant his opponent would be number 4, Jiraiya. Glancing over at the silver-haired boy, who was still sulking from the laughter earlier, Hoshiyomi scratched his head. Well, that's awkward. Do I beat him down or throw the fight and earn some goodwill? Before he could decide, the first match was already over. An Uchiha boy named Iwa had swiftly defeated another student in just 2 moves. Nothing surprising there. The Uchiha clan was a powerhouse, and judging by how the other Uchiha kids orbited around him, Iwa probably held a high rank even within his clan. Hoshiyomi wasn't paying attention to Iwa. He was more focused on what Mitsui-sensei announced next. Match 2, Tsunade vs Kurisu Nakakura. Hoshiyomi's eyes instinctively snapped to the center of the field, where a golden-haired girl with a high ponytail stepped forward. Even at 6, Tsunade was already beautiful porcelain doll features, confident posture. Her presence alone caused a stir among the watching students. Her opponent, Kurisu, stared dumbstruck for a few seconds after the match began. By the time he realized he was supposed to be fighting, Tsunade's fist was already flying. He barely got his arms up in time to block, but she had inherited the raw power of the Senju bloodline. There was no blocking a direct hit. The punch sent Kurisu stumbling back, collapsing onto the ground and clutching his arm in pain, gasping from the impact. Mitsui-sensei shook his head knowingly and declared Tsunade the winner. She tilted her head slightly at her opponent, puzzled by his reaction, but obediently walked back to her spot. Hoshiyomi, watching her tilt her head, nearly short-circuited. She's too cute. I'm dying. Ah, slow. Decision made. Sorry, Jiraiya. Worst case, I'll buy you ramen after class. Brothers before egos. The third match was a close fight between 2 background nobodies, ending only after an extended back-and-forth exchange. Then finally it was time. Match 4, Jiraiya vs Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Hoshiyomi stepped into the field with calm steps and a friendly smile. Jiraiya, still a little annoyed, narrowed his eyes. He'd expected another arrogant elite. But Hoshiyomi spoke first. Let's take it easy. We're classmates from now on, no need to go too hard and ruin the vibe. Mitsui-sensei glanced at Hoshiyomi, visibly surprised. This kid, not bad. Jiraiya's face softened slightly. Alright, that's fair. The moment Mitsui gave the signal, the match began. And despite all his loud behavior earlier, Jiraiya sprang forward in total silence. He wasn't dumb, he knew how to fight smart. Years spent roughhousing on the streets had taught him the importance of initiative. Against someone who might already be using chakra, he needed to control the tempo from the first move. The distance between them was short. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya was already closing in, fist aimed straight at Hoshiyomi's face. Some of the girls in the crowd flinched and covered their eyes. Chapter 3, Can I sit here? When Jiraiya finally moved, all the students who had been laughing at him fell silent. Despite his loud-mouth antics and oversized figure, the so-called civilian wasn't a pushover. Most people had assumed he was a typical heavy hitter, strong but slow. But Jiraiya's true strength was his speed. Blessed with natural talent and sharpened through countless back-alley brawls, his agility far outclassed most kids his age. Even Hoshiyomi was mildly impressed. Not bad. Faster than I expected. But that was all. After a full year of dedicated training, both physical and system-boosted, Hoshiyomi's reflexes were still superior. And Jiraiya's moves, while fast, were far too straightforward. The punch came flying at his face. Hoshiyomi sidestepped effortlessly, then swept Jiraiya's leg while the latter was still mid-swing. Off balance, Jiraiya staggered, and before he could recover, Hoshiyomi's elbow drove into his back. Jiraiya stumbled forward. Without quick intervention, he was going to crash face first into the dirt, possibly bust his nose. Normally, he'd twist his body or break the fall with his hands. But Hoshiyomi was still behind him. He's not going to let me recover, is he? That thought hadn't even finished forming when suddenly he stopped falling. He blinked in confusion. Hoshiyomi had grabbed him by the collar and pulled him upright, wearing a calm, almost amused smile. Jiraiya was stunned. What? He stopped me from falling. He didn't go for the knockout? He's not worried I'll counterattack? Around them, the crowd gasped. Some of the girls squealed. Not only is Hoshiyomi handsome, he's kind, too. I'm done for. He's strong, good-looking, and gentle. I'm in love. Hoshiyomi grinned inwardly, soaking in the praise. This is peak form. Gentlemanly and generous. That's real main character energy. Now Jiraiya's definitely going to be loyal. I'm about to gain a bro, and a fan club. Just as he was basking in his own imagined glory, the sound of tearing cloth echoed through the field. Rib. Jiraiya dropped like a rock, hitting the ground with a loud thud. His nose smashed straight into the dirt. Ow! Hoshiyomi stared in horror at the torn piece of fabric still in his hand. Wait! That wasn't supposed to happen. He hadn't accounted for how cheap Jiraiya's clothes were. The crowd froze. The atmosphere went from admiration to awkward silence. Even the girls who were moments away from forming a Hoshiyomi support squad began to hesitate. Wait, was that actually kind of careless? I dunno. Uchiha Iwa might be cooler after all. And then, like the chime of a silver bell, a laugh rang out. Tsunade, standing among the crowd, couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter. That was all it took. The other students started cracking up too, their laughter echoing across the training field. Even Mitsui-sensei cracked a smile. Jiraiya, face down and clutching his nose, blushed bright red from a mix of embarrassment and impact. Hoshiyomi finally snapped out of it and tossed the torn cloth aside. He quickly helped Jiraiya up. My bad. I'll buy you a new shirt after school, deal? Jiraiya, ever the easygoing type, waved it off. Nah, it's fine. Not your fault. I lost this match. But next time I'm winning. Mitsui-sensei stepped forward and officially declared the result before calling up the next match. As Hoshiyomi walked off the field, he casually started chatting with Jiraiya, who responded with equal ease. Just like that, the two hit it off. The rest of the placement matches were fairly uneventful, mostly wild brawls between students throwing sloppy punches with no technique. Hoshiyomi barely paid attention. That is, until the final match. Hitaki Sakumo vs a Hyuga boy named Hyuga Ken. This fight had actual weight. Unlike the earlier chaos, Ken had already learned to use the gentle fist, and even without his Byakugan, his strikes were sharp and impressive, drawing the attention of everyone watching. But across from him stood Hitaki Sakumo, the boy who would one day become the legendary White Fang of the Leaf. Against Ken's flurry of attacks, Sakumo didn't even draw chakra. He just weaved and dodged through every blow with calm, deliberate movements, then ended the fight in just a few exchanges without even drawing the short blade on his back. Jiraiya leaned over, eyes sparkling. So, what do you think? Will Hyuga Ken be stronger after awakening his Byakugan, or will Sakumo stay ahead? I think Ken only lost because his Byakugan hasn't activated yet. Hoshiyomi gave a vague response, but his focus was locked on Sakumo and the sword on his back. I want to fight him. Right now, if I could. But this was still a placement exam. He'd have to wait for a real training exercise before he could truly test himself against Sakumo. As if sensing his gaze, Sakumo looked toward him. Their eyes met for a brief moment. Hoshiyomi smiled and casually pointed at Sakumo's back, specifically, at his sword. Sakumo blinked, glanced back at the blade, then turned silently and walked away into the crowd. With the final match concluded, the placement test came to an end. Mitsui-sensei led the students into the classroom and, as promised, allowed the top 15 performers to choose their seats in order. Uchiha Iwa strutted in first, sitting dead center like the main character of his own story. Tsunade entered next. She paused for a moment at the door, then made her way to the back row by the window and sat down. Iwa watched her, debating whether to invite her to sit beside him. But, she was from the Gekkō Clan. That alone was enough to make him grit his teeth and stay quiet. The next student, the background extra from match 3, made the rookie mistake of trying to sit next to Tsunade. She promptly shooed him away. Embarrassed, the boy shuffled off to the far corner near the back door. Hoshiyomi shook his head as he watched. Amateur. You can't just rush a girl like that. Of course she'll reject you. When his turn came, Hoshiyomi didn't hesitate. He walked straight to the desk in front of Tsunade's. This spot's strategic. Hoshiyomi had his own theory from years of school life. Sitting in front of a girl gave you proximity without making her feel defensive like sitting right beside her might. It also gave you freedom to turn and talk, and let her observe you naturally. If you're impressive, she'll notice on her own. Wearing a confident smile, he glanced back at Tsunade and politely asked. Mind if I sit here? Chapter 4, Shocking. Orochimaru is at the bottom of the class. Tsunade, who had been slumped over her desk battling with her bangs, looked up at Hoshiyomi. After a brief pause, she nodded without hesitation. The academy wasn't exclusive to the Gekkō Clan, after all, and Tsunade wasn't some prideful ice princess. As long as it wasn't a desk-sharing seat, she didn't really care who sat nearby so long as the person wasn't annoying. With her approval, Hoshiyomi sat down, organized his things, and calmly turned his gaze out the window. He didn't try to strike up a conversation with Tsunade. He wasn't here to flirt. He just wanted to befriend the future legendary Sunin, and that didn't require rushing anything. Besides, school life wasn't the same as a street-side encounter. When you saw someone every day, there was no need to push the pace. Forcing a conversation too early could actually leave a bad first impression. He'd rather wait for a natural moment, something they both cared about, to start building a connection. Students continued to trickle into the classroom. Tsunade's seatmate turned out to be a girl named Kazematsu Yako. They had been side by side during the placement test too. From what Hoshiyomi had observed, there was an odd dynamic between the two, almost like a master and attendant. Given what he remembered from Boruto, where a girl named Kazematsu Mogi from the same family had wood-style abilities. Hoshiyomi suspected there was more to the story between the Kazematsu family and the Senju. He was just starting to ponder the connection when a loud voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Hey, Hoshiyomi! What are you thinking about over there?" Jiraiya's booming voice nearly made him jump. Turning to glare, Hoshiyomi muttered. "Could you not yell like that?" Jiraiya scratched the back of his head with a sheepish Naruto-style grin. Sorry. Just thought I'd come sit with you since you didn't have a seatmate." The truth? Most of the clan kids didn't want anything to do with him, and he wasn't interested in dealing with their arrogance either. With few other options, Hoshiyomi was his best bet. Hoshiyomi didn't call him out, he just shrugged and casually kept the conversation going. But as they chatted, something started to feel off. He looked around at the now full classroom, then turned to Jiraiya and asked. "Hey! Did you hear anyone named Orochimaru during the placement matches?" Jiraiya blinked. "Orochimaru? Nah. Don't think I heard that name." Hoshiyomi frowned. That didn't make sense. If everyone was placed by exam results, there was no way Orochimaru wouldn't be here. Could his arrival have changed the timeline that drastically? Or, was this not the real Naruto world at all? What if this is a parallel version? He shook the thought off and said. "Didn't you mention you've got friends in Class B and C? Can you ask around and see if Orochimaru is in one of those classes?" Jiraiya still didn't get why Hoshiyomi was so interested in this mystery kid, but he pounded his chest and grinned. "Leave it to me. If he's anywhere in the academy, I'll track him down." Hoshiyomi spent the entire first lesson distracted, lost in thought about Orochimaru. If this world really was different, then what should he do next? As soon as class ended, he sent Jiraiya to investigate. When his friend returned, his expression was full of contempt. "Man, you got all worked up for nothing. I thought this Orochimaru guy was some big shot. Turns out he's a total loser." "What?" Hoshiyomi's brain almost short-circuited. He clearly remembered that line as Orochimaru's description of Jiraiya, not the other way around. "Wait, what do you mean?" Jiraiya shrugged. "I couldn't find him in B class. But one of my guys in Class C said Orochimaru's way at the bottom. He was nearly dead last on the placement test, just barely above some guy named Might Do." "What?" Hoshiyomi stared, stunned. This couldn't be right. He even asked Jiraiya if there might have been a mix-up in names. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. "If you're so curious, why not go check for yourself?" As soon as the final bell rang, Hoshiyomi dragged Jiraiya to the C-class door. Pretending to wait for someone, the two of them casually peeked inside. It didn't take long. In the far corner of the room sat a pale-skinned boy, with long black hair, purple-tinted eyelids, and a slender frame that looked like a strong wind might knock him over. There was no mistaking it. "That's Orochimaru." Jiraiya nudged him. "Wanna go in for a closer look?" Hoshiyomi shook his head. "No need. Let's go." Inside the nearly empty classroom, Orochimaru was silently packing up his things. The bruises and scrapes on his face showed clear evidence of his poor showing during the test. Suddenly, he paused, sensing something. He turned to glance at the door. But outside, the hallway was packed with noisy students all rushing home. No one seemed to notice the pale boy standing there. He frowned, shook his head, and told himself he was just imagining it. Slinging his bag over one shoulder, Orochimaru walked off alone. No one noticed the look in his eyes. Buried deep behind those heavy lids was a quiet, smoldering resentment. Outside the school gates, Jiraiya was still giving Hoshiyomi a weird look. "You were all hyped to find this Orochimaru kid. But now that you've seen him, you're just leaving? Don't tell me, you've got a crush on him or something." He leaned in dramatically, eyes wide in mock horror. "Hoshiyomi! I've uncovered the truth. Naturally, that earned him a punch in the arm. Hoshiyomi rolled his eyes. I just heard he was some kind of genius. I was curious, that's all. Jiraiya snorted. Yeah, right. Like a genius would end up in Class C. But Hoshiyomi only gave him a mysterious smile. You never know. Maybe we'll see one soon. He stood up and stretched. Anyway, let's go. I owe you a shirt, remember? That got Jiraiya's attention. Seriously, I told you it's fine. But Hoshiyomi wasn't having it. He grabbed Jiraiya by the collar. Nope. I said I'd buy it, and I will. And after that, ramen. We'll call it a celebration for meeting each other. Without waiting for a reply, he dragged Jiraiya off toward Konoha's shopping district. They ducked into a small clothing store, where Hoshiyomi ignored Jiraiya's whining and picked out a shirt that closely matched the one he'd torn earlier. He paid without giving him a chance to object, stuffed the clothes into Jiraiya's arms, and leaned in. In a low voice, he whispered. Hold on to that. Act natural. We're being followed. Chapter 5, A Fight with the Follower. Jiraiya jolted at the warning, instinctively turning to look behind them only for Hoshiyomi to stop him. Don't look. You'll tip him off. Let's duck into that alley up ahead and ambush him. I want to see what he's after. Hoshiyomi wasn't worried. He and Jiraiya were just two first-year academy kids, poor, unknown, and with no real enemies. What kind of threat could they have attracted? And besides, this was the Hidden Leaf Village. If anything suspicious happened, a single shout would summon patrol shinobi within seconds. So, the two of them walked casually laughing and chatting into a narrow alley nearby. The person following them took the bait and trailed them in. At the alley's corner, Jiraiya crouched behind the wall, gripping a broken brick. As the follower's shadow crept closer, Jiraiya suddenly lunged, swinging the brick toward the stranger's head. The boy reacted fast, shock flashing across his face, but his response was faster. With a swift twist, he struck Jiraiya's wrist with a short stick he'd been carrying behind his back. The blow forced Jiraiya to drop the brick with a yelp. In the same motion, the boy spun the stick in his hand and jabbed it toward Jiraiya's stomach. But he froze just before contact, eyes widening as he seemed to recognize Jiraiya's face. He pulled the attack, and the stick tapped Jiraiya's gut with minimal force, doing little more than making him wince. Both Hoshiyomi and Jiraiya now had a clear look at the would-be attacker. It was none other than their classmate Hatake Sakumo. Jiraiya hissed in pain, crouching on the ground and glaring at him. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you following us? Sakumo ignored the outburst. His eyes stayed locked on Hoshiyomi as he pointed his sheathed white fang blade at him. Where's your sword? Jiraiya's jaw dropped. What sword? Are you insane? Hoshiyomi doesn't even have a weapon on him. Hoshiyomi scratched his nose, slightly embarrassed. He realized now that Sakumo must have misinterpreted his earlier gesture during the placement exam as some kind of challenge. Still, it played right into his hands. Hoshiyomi calmly helped Jiraiya to his feet, then turned to Sakumo. Jiraiya's not wrong, I didn't bring a sword to school. But if you want to spar, come to my place. We can fight in my courtyard. Sakumo hesitated for a second, then nodded. He could feel it, something about Hoshiyomi matched the same sharp, focused feeling he had. He hadn't met a peer like that before. And so, the ramen plans were scrapped. Instead, Hoshiyomi led both of them back to his house. Once there, he went straight to his father's old weapon collection, selected a short shinobi blade, and strapped it to his waist. Then he turned to Sakumo. Let's begin. Jiraiya looked between them, suddenly pale. Wait, you're both actually using real blades. You're gonna get seriously hurt. Can't you just use wooden swords or something? Sakumo said nothing. He simply drew White Fang, his signature blade, eyes calm and unwavering. Jiraiya turned to Hoshiyomi, desperate. "Come on, are you seriously going along with this?" Hoshiyomi gave him a reassuring grin. "Relax. We've sparred before, we know our limits." "Limits? He stabbed me earlier, remember?" Sakumo spoke up at last, voice flat. "That was to teach you a lesson." Before Jiraiya could even respond, Sakumo charged. Hoshiyomi's eyes lit up. So he was holding back during the test after all. He didn't draw immediately. Instead, he planted his feet, watching carefully, hand on his hilt, ready. Sakumo's approach was swift, faster than any student Hoshiyomi had faced. In a blur of movement, the silver arc of White Fang came slicing through the air. Hoshiyomi drew at the last second, parrying with a sharp clang as steel met steel. Jiraiya, watching from the side, stood frozen, speechless. He had thought his own speed was top tier for their age group. But now, seeing these two clash, he realized how laughable that belief was. "If either of them had gone at me like that, I'd be dead." He didn't speak. He just watched, wide-eyed, soaking in every movement. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo clashed, separated, then clashed again, both now fully alert. They could see it in each other's eyes, surprise, followed by pure excitement. This wasn't a casual spar. This was a true test between two rising swordsmen. Steel rang out again and again as blades collided in rapid succession. They weren't using ninjutsu or hand-to-hand strikes, this was pure kenjutsu. Sakumo tried multiple times to close the distance and press his advantage in close quarters, where White Fang's shorter build gave him speed and control. But Hoshiyomi wouldn't allow it. His control over distance was exceptional. Every time Sakumo moved in, Hoshiyomi responded with a counter and created space again. Still, Sakumo was no easy opponent. In terms of pure technique, they were evenly matched. But when it came to physical conditioning, Sakumo had the edge. He had been training since early childhood, while Hoshiyomi had only had 1 year of intense practice since arriving in this world. Though Sakumo's blows hadn't landed yet, his strength and experience were showing. And he was getting more excited with each exchange. "I've never fought anyone this tough before." With a sharp exhale, Sakumo suddenly surged forward, channeling chakra into his movement. His blade shot forward like lightning, aimed straight at Hoshiyomi's throat. Hoshiyomi's instincts screamed. He barely managed to block it with the flat of his blade. But Sakumo wasn't finished. While locking blades with one hand, he struck with the other, landing a solid punch into Hoshiyomi's shoulder. Pain shot through Hoshiyomi's arm. He staggered back, grip faltering. Sakumo pounced, now fully in close range. Blade after blade came crashing down in relentless waves. Hoshiyomi tried to recover, but the pain in his arm dulled his reactions. He was forced into retreat, barely deflecting Sakumo's strikes. "If I don't break this combo now, I'm done in 3 hits." Watching Sakumo's unrelenting assault, something stirred in Hoshiyomi. "I'm a transmigrator. I have a system. There's no way I'm losing the very first real fight of this life. If I want to win, it's time to go all in." Chapter 6, Secret Technique Shadow Strike. The big move Hoshiyomi had in mind was, of course, his newly acquired skill, Secret Technique, Shadow Strike. He didn't have time to hesitate. Sakumo's White Fang was closing in fast, his defense was about to break, and defeat felt imminent. With a clenched jaw, Hoshiyomi activated the technique. In that instant, his chakra surged on its own, coursing through his body. The sensation was unlike anything he had felt before, tingling, electric, almost intoxicating. His whole body buzzed with a strange new awareness. It wasn't a boost to vision or speed, it was something deeper. It was like his very skin could now feel the world around it. He could sense the temperature and humidity of the air, detect even the tiniest fluctuations, and his body adjusted instinctively. As Hoshiyomi marveled at this strange transformation, both Sakumo and Jiraiya, watching from afar, wore identical expressions of disbelief. Jiraiya's eyes bulged wide. Wait, what? Where's Hoshiyomi? He was right there just a second ago. How'd he vanish? Even Sakumo, usually calm and composed, was stunned. No matter how skilled someone was, they shouldn't be able to completely vanish in an instant. Not even a high-level substitution jutsu could erase someone so cleanly without a trace. Is this genjutsu? But it couldn't be. If it were an illusion, Jiraiya would be unaffected unless even Jiraiya is part of the illusion. That thought made Sakumo's blood run cold. Was he created just to mislead me? Is this all part of some elaborate trap? Immediately, Sakumo pulled back and readied a defensive stance, holding White Fang tightly in front of him. He began disrupting his own chakra flow, trying to forcefully dispel the illusion. But nothing changed. Panic began to creep in. He was brilliant, yes, but still just a 6-year-old. This technique was far beyond anything he'd ever encountered. His palms grew slick with sweat. The sticky sensation only made his grip on the blade more unsteady. But no matter how he tried to brace himself, Hoshiyomi didn't attack. He wasn't waiting in ambush, he was experimenting. Completely oblivious to Sakumo's paranoid spiral, Hoshiyomi was still lost in wonder, watching their reactions from invisibility and studying the subtle changes in his body from different angles. From his own perspective, he looked like he was coated in shifting shadow, faint, blurry, semi-transparent. He could see through his own hands, which fascinated him. If it weren't for the chakra drain, I could do this all day. But the moment he checked his reserves, his heart skipped a beat. Already lost more than half, in under 2 minutes? Time to finish this. He moved quietly, slipping behind Sakumo, whose attention was still scanning the opposite direction. But Hoshiyomi didn't strike immediately. He could have ended the match with a stealth attack, but this was a sparring match, not a real battle. If Sakumo panicked and misreacted, someone could get seriously hurt. He had no intention of being labeled a dangerous student or worse, getting blacklisted by the Leaf before his career even began. So, instead of attacking, he released the invisibility to give Sakumo a warning. The moment his form reappeared behind Sakumo, Jiraiya screamed in surprise, and Sakumo's instincts flared. He spun on his heel at top speed only to find Hoshiyomi's blade already at his throat. A flash of steel like a lightning bolt. He never even saw it coming. But Hoshiyomi didn't press the blade in. He simply gave a small nod, then sheathed his weapon. Sakumo stood frozen. Then, after a long pause, he bowed deeply and muttered, "I lost." Jiraiya, being Jiraiya, immediately exploded with excitement. No way Hoshiyomi actually beat Sakumo. That's insane. Sakumo kept his head low, face unreadable. But his clenched fists said everything. He wasn't calm, not at all. Hoshiyomi noticed and subtly motioned to Jiraiya to ease up. Then he stepped forward and offered Sakumo a hand. "You're already strong. If I hadn't used my bloodline ability, you would have won." That caught them both off guard. Sakumo lifted his head, eyes narrowed. So it wasn't genjutsu, it was a bloodline limit? Jiraiya, naturally, couldn't contain his curiosity. Wait, you have a Kekkei Genkai. What is it? What can it do?" Hoshiyomi, who had already decided to be honest with his future comrades, answered. "It's called Transparent Release. Nothing as flashy as the Sharingan or Byakugan. It just lets me go invisible for a short time." Jiraiya's jaw dropped, eyes sparkling. He clapped Hoshiyomi on the back with stars in his eyes. "Invisible? Are you kidding me? That's amazing. Way better than those dumb eye powers. If I had that, I'd be unstoppable. I could ha. He trailed off into a very obvious fantasy, face slowly shifting into the expression of a teenage pervert lost in his own world. Hoshiyomi didn't need the Sharingan to know what he was imagining. Sakumo, on the other hand, finally seemed to relax a bit. So he has a bloodline power, it wasn't just me being weak. But he still clenched his jaw and muttered quietly. A loss is a loss. Even without the bloodline, I couldn't have stopped that final strike. Hoshiyomi winced internally. Come on, man. I literally just said I cheated. Don't be so damn hard on yourself. No wonder you ended up suicidal in canon, ease up a little, bro. Still, before he could say anything else, Hoshiyomi felt something strange stir inside him. He glanced at his system window. Novice Swordsmanship, 5/100. Wait, that was 0 before. Did fighting Sakumo just give me EXP? Eyes wide with realization, Hoshiyomi looked at the downcast boy in front of him and smiled. So sparring really does give me experience, interesting. Chapter 7, More guesses about the system. The moment the idea hit him, Hoshiyomi ignored Jiraiya and Sakumo completely and dove into his system interface. Hidden away in a corner he'd always overlooked, he found a combat log he hadn't paid attention to before. And at the very bottom beneath a long list of entries like Trained Swordsmanship, +1 EXP was a new line. Cross-rank combat opponent, Hitaki Sakumo +5 EXP. Seeing that line, Hoshiyomi's grin nearly split his face. It used to take me 3 to 5 days of grinding just to earn 1 point. And I just got 5. If that's how it worked, then if I spar with Sakumo every day, won't I reach Sword Saint level in no time? His eyes lit up. Without hesitation, Hoshiyomi slung an arm around Sakumo's shoulder and gave him a beaming smile. Hey, don't feel so down, Sakumo. Winning or losing isn't the point. As shinobi, we shouldn't obsess over the result of a single match, we should focus on what we gain, right? We both learned something from today's match, yeah? That's the real purpose of sparring, to grow. Let's keep going. If we spar every day for the next 3 years, we'll definitely become stronger together. Sakumo stared at him, stunned by the sudden wave of warmth. Everything Hoshiyomi said made sense, but for some reason, his enthusiastic grin gave him chills. Sakumo nodded slowly, his expression awkward as he tried to step back from the overfamiliar arm still wrapped around his shoulder. Hoshiyomi, satisfied with the agreement, finally let go, smiling like he'd just signed a lifetime contract. From now on, Sakumo isn't just a classmate. He's my personal EXP farm. Just then, the front door creaked open. Hoshiyomi's mother, Rigek, stepped inside, back from her hospital shift. She blinked in surprise at the sight of 2 unfamiliar boys standing in the courtyard with her son. Hoshiyomi? Who are these 2? Hoshiyomi ran over to help with the groceries and said cheerfully. Hey, Mom! Let me introduce you. This is Hitaki Sakumo, and that's Jiraiya. They're my new classmates and my new friends. Jiraiya and Sakumo quickly caught on and bowed politely. Good evening, ma'am. Sorry to intrude. Ri could hardly believe what she was hearing. Her son had made friends? The academy is already paying off. A warm smile spread across her face. That's wonderful. Don't just stand around out here, come inside. She was so thrilled that Hoshiyomi had finally brought someone home that she went all out preparing dinner, pulling off a full spread of homemade dishes that were as delicious as they were beautifully presented. Jiraiya practically buried his face in his bowl, while even the usually reserved Sakumo couldn't help but devour everything in sight. After dinner, Ri even offered to let them stay the night, but both boys politely declined. As she waved them off with a cheerful "come over anytime," Ri closed the door behind her, then suddenly pulled her son into a tight hug. Hoshiyomi, I'm so happy you made friends. Keep it up, okay? Make lots and lots of good friends. She paused, then added with a teasing smile. And if you happen to find a girlfriend, that'd be even better. Hoshiyomi rolled his eyes. Don't you think it's a little early for your 6-year-old son to be dating? But Ri didn't miss a beat. Not at all. I met your father when I was about your age. And he proposed at 16. You're even more handsome than he was. Girls are going to love you. If you fall for someone, bring her home so I can meet her, okay? Actually, even if it's more than one girl, that's fine too. As long as they're all sweet and kind, I don't mind a few girlfriends. The future of the Gekkō clan might depend on you, you know. Hoshiyomi was speechless. Later that night, lying on his bed, Hoshiyomi didn't immediately return to training. Instead, he opened his system interface again, staring at the combat log. Today proved two things. First, he realized something important: brute force training wasn't the system's preferred method of growth. Until now, he'd been practicing solo at home like a shut-in, assuming the system only rewarded physical repetition. But now, thinking back on all the anime and novels from his previous life, almost no one becomes strong just from grinding alone. They grow through battle. Maybe that was the system's real design, not just training with a sword but challenging stronger opponents and gaining experience through real combat. The +5 EXP from sparring with Sakumo made sense now. Sakumo already had at least genin level strength, and Hoshiyomi, though stronger than most of his peers, was maybe on par with a 4th or 5th year academy student at best. So defeating someone above my rank was what earned that EXP. Fighting stronger opponents and learning through battle, that might be how the system truly functioned. The second thing Hoshiyomi noticed was subtler, but no less important: from now on, he needed to always carry a sword and fight with it during any kind of combat. Because now that he thought about it, he had gained EXP from fighting Sakumo, but not from sparring with Jiraiya. Even in games, you still get 1 EXP for beating a level 1 monster as a level 100 character, so why did I get nothing from Jiraiya? Then it hit him. I didn't use a sword in that fight. The system must have considered it irrelevant to sword training. Which meant if he wanted to grow faster, he had to be like Sakumo, never without a blade, and always using it in combat. With that decision made, Hoshiyomi leapt out of bed and ran downstairs to his late father's study. After digging through a few shelves, he found 2 items: a wooden practice sword suited to his height and a small, elegant dagger. The dagger was just slightly longer than a butter knife, but far sharper, perfect for emergencies. The wooden sword, on the other hand, would be ideal for sparring at school, where real weapons weren't allowed. He placed both beside his school bag. And with his mind set on his next experiment, Hoshiyomi began preparing for the next stage of his training. Chapter 8, Practicing Transparent Release. Hoshiyomi's next goal was obvious: test the transparent release ability. He'd long suspected that the system may have helped him awaken a bloodline limit ahead of time. Now that he finally had the time, it was the perfect opportunity to put that theory to the test. He began trying to activate invisibility without relying on the skill's secret technique, Shadow Strike. He stood still in his room, muttering incantations, cycling through hand signs, doing everything he could think of, but nothing happened. Alright, guess I need to use the skill first to get a sense of how it works. With that thought, he activated Shadow Strike. Instantly, the same strange sensation returned. His chakra flowed on its own, spreading through every part of his body. This time, though, he stayed focused. Instead of marveling at the tingling, electric feeling like he had before, he concentrated entirely on memorizing the chakra flow path. And since he wasn't moving, chakra consumption was noticeably lower. He managed to maintain the state for a full 7 or 8 minutes before his reserves began to dip dangerously. When the skill ended, Hoshiyomi rested for a while. Once he'd recovered a decent amount of chakra, he tried to manually recreate the path he had just memorized. He started from his abdomen, guiding chakra outward from his core. There. That tingling sensation again. But it didn't last. As soon as his chakra left the core and moved outward, the flow lost direction. He couldn't recall the exact route, and the technique broke down. Frustrated, he started over. One more time. He activated Shadow Strike again. But this time, he was smarter. Realizing memory alone wouldn't be enough, he grabbed a chakra circulation diagram from his desk and began tracing the flow step by step. Carefully cross-referencing the sensation in his body with the chart, he noted down the exact path of the chakra as it flowed. By the time he was done, he had successfully mapped out the whole route just as the last of his chakra was about to run dry. He collapsed onto his bed, panting. His head was spinning. No wonder Kakashi would pass out for days when his chakra ran out. This sucks. This time, he had to rest much longer. It took over 2 hours for his chakra to regenerate to a usable level. But once it did, he was ready to try again. Attempt number 3. He moved cautiously now, following the chakra map precisely, bit by bit. Sure enough, that tingling sensation returned. It was working. But, it still wasn't a full success. He looked down at his hands. They were shrouded in a faint layer of shadow. Not true invisibility. It was uneven, inconsistent. Some areas were darker, others barely covered. He shuffled over to the mirror and examined himself. Sure enough, his reflection looked like a blurry patchwork of camouflage, not true transparency. He looked more like a human mosaic than a ghost. This might fool someone at long range, but anyone with decent eyesight could still spot me up close. Clearly, the issue was his lack of chakra control. Whether it was ninjutsu, genjutsu, or a bloodline limit, none of it worked properly without fine chakra manipulation. The only reason Shadow Strike worked so perfectly before was thanks to the system's automatic control. Until he mastered basics like tree walking or water walking, his manual transparent release would stay stuck at mosaic level. Still, it had its uses. The chakra path he was training was good practice, and high-frequency chakra usage was known to increase overall chakra capacity. Hoshiyomi made a mental note of everything he'd learned. But soon, the fatigue caught up to him. After a few yawns, he gave in, pulled up the blanket, and drifted off to sleep. After burning through so much chakra multiple times in one night, it was no surprise his body was completely drained. He needed rest. The next morning, exhausted from the night before, Hoshiyomi overslept and was, unsurprisingly, late for class. Teacher Mitsui didn't look too pleased when he arrived, but since it was only the second day, he simply told Hoshiyomi to be more careful next time and waved him inside. Still, his eyes lingered on something else, the wooden sword strapped to Hoshiyomi's back, and the dagger tucked into his gear pouch. As a responsible teacher, Mitsui made it his business to learn about his students. He knew both Hoshiyomi's and Sakumo's fathers had been famed swordsmen in their day. So instead of scolding him, he simply warned him not to hurt anyone by accident and encouraged him to keep training hard. "You've got potential," he seemed to say. "Mitsui-sensei, you might be on your way to becoming my favorite teacher," Hoshiyomi thought with a smirk. He slipped into class through the back door, trying to stay low-key. But between his striking face and the sword on his back, there was no way he went unnoticed. The girls were clearly drawn to his looks, while the boys stared curiously at the weapon. A few bold classmates near him even asked about it directly. Hoshiyomi casually explained that his mother had asked him to begin training in the family's sword style, nothing dramatic. But before he could finish, a few sarcastic voices cut in. "If you just wanted to show off, just say so. Why blame your mom?" "Exactly. Trying to act like you're not copying Sakumo, hey? Yeah? Then why don't you go spar with Uchiha Iwa or Sakumo and see how that ends?" The three standouts from yesterday's placement test, Hoshiyomi, Uchiha Iwa, and Hotaki Sakumo, had already drawn plenty of attention, especially from the girls. Naturally, that didn't sit well with the other boys in class, most of whom came from prestigious clans and were used to being the center of attention. But here at the academy, those three stood out while the rest were ignored. Bitterness followed. Iwa had the Uchiha prestige. Sakumo was strong and stoic. Hoshiyomi? He seemed like the easiest target. He was calm, didn't fight back verbally, and didn't flaunt anything. That made him the easiest outlet for their jealousy. Their comments drew scowls from a few girls nearby, and even Jiraiya looked ready to launch into a full-on shouting match. After spending the evening with Hoshiyomi and getting Ri's full hospitality, Jiraiya had already decided, this guy's my best friend now. Even Sakumo furrowed his brow at the scene. He didn't say anything. Hoshiyomi didn't seem bothered, but he made sure to memorize the faces of the loudest hecklers. As for Hoshiyomi, he couldn't care less. He was mentally in his late 20s. What did he care about some jealous kids throwing a tantrum? You want to trash talk? I've met real trolls. Compared to the sarcasm of my system and the toxic lobbies I've seen online, this is nothing. He gently nudged Jiraiya back into his seat, calmly set down his sword, and took his place like nothing happened. There was a certain aura to him now, composed, distant, untouchable. A few more girls squealed quietly. Even Tsunade, sitting behind him, glanced up from her desk and studied him curiously. He really didn't react. Even she, just a child, found herself interested. The hecklers, meanwhile, were fuming. Their jabs had only made Hoshiyomi look cooler. Ugh! So annoying! Chapter 9, I want to learn that. The previous day's classes had been mostly introductions, but now the real lessons were beginning. Barely 15 minutes into the first lecture, Hoshiyomi was already starting to fidget, not because he was bad at school, but because the teacher was just too long-winded. Shinobi Academy instructors were used to teaching 6-year-olds. Since children that age couldn't grasp concepts on the first try, everything had to be repeated again and again, and again. That approach was perfectly reasonable for actual 6-year-olds. But for someone with an adult's mindset like Hoshiyomi, it was mental torture. To him, only the first 5 minutes of the class contained useful information. The rest? 40 minutes of repetitive examples and slow explanations. It's like listening to someone explain 1 + 1 = 2 for 40 minutes when you already know the entire multiplication table. So, instead of listening, Hoshiyomi reached into his gear pouch and pulled out his dagger, spinning it quietly beneath the desk. It was a habit he'd developed in this life, a subtle form of training. Not only did it improve his finger dexterity, but he even earned a small amount of sword EXP from it. The idea had come from a theory he'd once read in a novel from his previous life. True masters are as comfortable with a blade as they are with their own hands. They don't fear the weapon because it's become an extension of themselves. Only when someone reached that level could their swordsmanship be called truly advanced. That concept had left a deep impression on his chibi younger self. Even now, after reincarnating, he hadn't let go of that ideal. After a long day of sword practice, when his muscles were sore and stiff, he'd use his downtime to quietly practice spinning the dagger, turning it with ease thanks to the weapon mastery skill and a full year of training. Hoshiyomi thought he was being subtle. But what he didn't realize was that Tsunade, seated just behind him, had a perfect view of everything. She, too, was struggling to stay focused. Everything the teacher was saying, Grandma Mito had taught her already and better. Bored out of her mind, Tsunade's golden eyes wandered across the room, looking for something, anything entertaining. Over there, that Inyazuka girl is secretly petting her puppy again. Might go say hi after class, that dog's pretty cute. Akimichi's eyes already snacking again. How does he eat so much and still move? I'd be too full to even walk. Hoshiyomi's zoning out again. Boring, no, wait. What's he doing? She squinted, craning her neck. Then she saw it. Whoa! The small, elegant dagger in Hoshiyomi's hand spun like magic, flipping and twirling between his fingers with practiced grace. That looks awesome. It reminded her of how slick she looked when shaking dice at the gambling table. There was a flair to it, a confident rhythm. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. If he can do that, so can I. After all, she was Tsunade, granddaughter of Hashirama himself, the undisputed heir to the Senju clan's gambling legacy. She'd been practicing since she was 3. By age 5, she was already sneaking into casinos like a pro. A little dagger spinning? No problem. Except she didn't have a dagger. She scanned the room. The closest thing that resembled a blade was the pencil in Yako's hand. It'll have to do. Without warning, Tsunade snatched the pencil right out of Yako's hand. Hey! Yako gave her a look of wide-eyed distress but didn't protest. How could she? Arguing with Princess Tsunade was like challenging a thunderstorm. Tsunade gripped the pencil confidently, mimicking Hoshiyomi's movements. All right, watch and learn. And then, clatter. The pencil flipped once, slipped from her fingers, and hit the floor with a faint clunk, rolling away like it was mocking her. Tsunade stared. You dare defy me? Eyebrow twitching, she reached for Yako again. The poor girl sighed, half resigned, half pitiful, and silently handed over another pencil. Again, Tsunade tried. Drop. Clunk. Roll. Then again. Drop. Clunk. Roll. 4 tries later, pencils littered the floor like fallen soldiers. Tsunade's face twitched with growing fury. On her 5th attempt, the pencil snapped in half with a crack. Yako let out a whimper. That was the last one. I know. Tsunade snapped, causing Yako to flinch so hard she nearly cried. I'll pick them up, she offered quickly, already bending down. But Tsunade caught her by the wrist and gently pulled her back. Yako, come on. I've told you we're friends, not master and servant. You don't have to be scared of me. Be but. No buts. And no crying. Yako sniffled, wiping her eyes. Tsunade finally cracked a smile and pinched her friend's cheek. That's better. We'll pick up the pencils later. First. She turned toward Hoshiyomi. Time to deal with you. In her mind, the chain of blame was perfectly logical. Yako cried because Tsunade got mad. Tsunade got mad because she couldn't spin the pencil. She tried spinning the pencil because Hoshiyomi made it look so cool. Clearly, all of this was Hoshiyomi's fault. Time to make him pay. Yako, of course, was completely confused. How is this his fault again? But she wasn't about to argue. Not with Princess Tsunade. Tsunade marched over, puffed up like an angry cat, and jabbed Hoshiyomi in the back. Startled, Hoshiyomi flinched, causing the dagger to fall from his hands. Reflexes sharp as ever, he caught it mid-air, smoothly returned it to his gear pouch, and turned with a frown. But when he saw her pouty cheeks and furrowed brows, half his irritation melted on the spot. Seriously? That face is almost criminally cute. Tsunade stared him down with a scowl and jabbed a finger toward the dagger just barely visible in his pouch. I want to learn that. Chapter 10, Do you dare to bet with me? Hoshiyomi couldn't help but smile at Tsunade's adorably determined expression. Feeling playful, he decided to tease her a little. He put on an air of mystery and asked, Did you see all of it just now? Tsunade nodded eagerly, her big eyes sparkling. Hoshiyomi picked up the pen on his desk and started twirling it smoothly. Wanna learn this? Tsunade leaned forward, completely captivated by the motion. Her usual tough girl act vanished in an instant. Her head bobbed up and down with unfiltered excitement. But just as she was fully hooked, Hoshiyomi suddenly stopped and said, Too bad I don't feel like teaching it. You. Tsunade's bright expression froze. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. She clenched her small fists in frustration. No one had ever dared refuse her like that. Her first impulse was to punch his smug little face, but she stopped herself. If she got into a fight at school, Grandma Mito would definitely hear about it, and that meant another round of long, boring lectures about restraint and public image. Ugh. Fine. If fists are off the table, I'll outtweet him instead. Her eyes gleamed. A second later, she looked up and smirked. Ah, I get it. You're just afraid I'll get better than you, hey? Well then, wanna bet? I'll learn it in 3 days. And I'll be better at it than you. The moment Hoshiyomi heard that classic Tsunade setup, he nearly burst out laughing. Everyone knows betting with Tsunade is the best investment in the world. He tilted his head playfully. Okay then. But what do I get if you lose? Tsunade thought for a moment and declared, if I lose, I'll grant you one request. But it can't be anything weird. If I win, you owe me the same. Hoshiyomi hadn't expected her to go that far. He was only teasing. But now that she was putting something on the table, how could he refuse? This is the perfect opportunity to squeeze some value out of her. Right now, Tsunade wasn't the broken-down gambler from the future. She was the only heir to the mighty Senju clan, and essentially a walking treasury of top-tier jutsu resources. Hoshiyomi wasn't after money. What he wanted was access specifically, to something like the Shadow Clone Jutsu. He'd been itching for it for ages. Technically a B-rank technique, but its utility? Definitely S-rank. Plus, he had a theory. If he trained with a Shadow Clone, would the system give him double EXP? If that worked, his growth would skyrocket. No way he was letting this chance slip. Just as the bet was sealed, the bell rang to signal the end of class. As the teacher stepped out, the classroom immediately turned noisy and chaotic. Students broke into their little social cliques, and without even trying, Hoshiyomi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Yako had become a group of 4. Hoshiyomi turned in his seat, now facing Tsunade directly as he began demonstrating the basics of pen twirling. Technically, pen spinning and dagger spinning were pretty different, but Tsunade didn't care. She just thought it looked cool, so he wasn't about to overcomplicate things. Jiraiya and Yako both leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity and admiration, practically glowing with stars. Hoshiyomi slowly demonstrated 2 basic moves, then sped them up and merged them into a fluid sequence. Tsunade and Jiraiya were openly impressed. His little display even attracted the attention of nearby students. Though they were all new classmates and still shy, most started craning their necks or pricking up their ears to sneak a better look. Tsunade kept watching intently, her mind saying, "Got it. I've memorized everything." But when she tried it herself, her hands said nope, not happening. Pouting, she crossed her arms. Back when Grandma Mito taught her hand seals, it was always hands-on, so maybe that's what she needed. Humph. You just showing off by yourself doesn't help, Tsunade huffed. When Grandma Mito teaches me, she guides my hands step by step. You should do the same. Yako nearly jumped out of her seat. You can't, she whispered nervously. My mom said holding hands with a boy can make you have babies. Tsunade rolled her eyes and replied confidently, that's just something adults say to scare kids. Doctors hold hands with patients all the time, and nobody gets pregnant. Grandma Mito told me only people who like each other and sleep together can make babies. Then, before anyone could stop her, she grabbed Hoshiyomi's hand and placed it on hers, holding it up for Yako to see. See? Totally fine. Jiraiya, meanwhile, looked like he was about to explode with jealousy. If we're experimenting, why is she not grabbing my hand? But Hoshiyomi wasn't complaining. Tsunade's little hand was soft, warm, and surprisingly plush. He obediently helped guide her through the motion, their hands intertwined. From across the room, the reaction was instant chaos. The girls. Tsunade's move is genius, if only I'd asked him first, maybe I could be holding his hand right now. The boys. TCH lucky bastard. Why does he get to hold Tsunade's hand? He's not even that good looking. I'm better looking than him. Wait for the next combat assessment. I'm gonna wipe that smug grin off his face. More than a few jealous little boys were quietly clenching their fists, practically seething. Even Uchiha Iwa, seated near the center, frowned deeply. He'd long since given up trying to win Tsunade over. He was smart enough to know their clans were rivals, but just because he wasn't pursuing her didn't mean anyone else had permission to. And now this punk was trying to overshadow him? Not on my watch. He narrowed his eyes. A warning needed to be issued soon. Back at Hoshiyomi's desk, the growing commotion finally started reaching their ears. Tsunade glanced at him, a flicker of regret passing through her expression. After one final demonstration, she quickly let go of his hand and stood up. Come on, Yako. I need the bathroom. And with that, she dragged her friend out of the room, diffusing the building tension. Hoshiyomi, meanwhile, just chuckled to himself. He wasn't trying to show off, but if these jealous punks wanted to paint a target on him, he wasn't about to back down. You want to throw shade? Try surviving the lightning. Chapter 11, The Fake Prodigy Hoshiyomi Gekk. The sharp ring of the end of day bell echoed through the classroom, music to the ears of every student at the academy. Backpacks were hoisted, friends grabbed each other by the arms, and the class surged toward the door like a mini stampede. Even Jiraiya was tugging Hoshiyomi's sleeve, eager to be the first one out, as if escaping the classroom a few seconds earlier were a grand victory. Tsunade and Yako had already packed their bags and stood hand in hand. Just before leaving, Tsunade turned back and stuck out her tongue at Hoshiyomi. You'd better get ready, I'm going to beat you. With that, she yanked Yako along and dashed out the door. Hoshiyomi chuckled to himself at her little act. So this is what the future badass Lady Hokage looked like as a kid, just a tiny tsundere in pigtails. He packed his things slowly, unaware that several students had turned their eyes toward him. Uchiha Iwa and 3 other Uchiha clan kids exchanged a glance before swaggering out of the classroom together, arms slung around each other. Sakumo noticed, but said nothing. He quietly followed after them. By the time Hoshiyomi finished securing the wooden sword on his back, he looked around and blinked. Hey? Where's Sakumo? I thought we were training together. Jiraiya shrugged. He got tired of waiting for your slowpoke ass. Probably waiting by the school gate. Come on already, if you dawdle any longer, the sun will be down. The two walked out and had barely rounded the stairwell when 4 familiar figures came strutting up to meet them: Uchiha Iwa and his little entourage. The 3 lackeys wore smug, mocking grins. Iwa, meanwhile, stared down Hoshiyomi with a sneer. You've been acting real cocky these past 2 days, he said coldly. Trying to steal my spotlight, hey? Hoshiyomi blinked, unimpressed. Wow! Is this actually happening? Is this the Uchiha clan's signature technique, random schoolyard confrontation no jutsu? Watching Iwa spew edgy dialogue like a knockoff villain made Hoshiyomi feel like he was trapped in some cringy middle school drama. He nearly broke into laughter imagining Iwa in one of those over-the-top TikTok Dark Lord parodies. You dare challenge the Rock King, Master of Mayhem? No. He needed to stop this mental nonsense before it spiraled further. Iwa saw the stifled laughter on Hoshiyomi's face and went red with rage. Is he mocking me? He's mocking me, isn't he? You little punk! Iwa snapped, reaching out to grab Hoshiyomi's collar. But before he could land a finger, a figure dropped from above and caught his wrist in mid-air. Sakumo. He'd been keeping an eye on the situation from above, and now that things were escalating, he stepped in without hesitation. If it's a fight you want, Sakumo said flatly, tightening his grip, then bring it. Iwa froze. You're siding with Hoshiyomi? You're going against me? Against the Uchiha? Sakumo's voice remained cold and steady. Don't throw your clan name around. You haven't even awakened your Sharingan. You don't speak for the Uchiha. Iwa's expression twisted in fury. This damn Sakumo! But he knew he couldn't do anything about it. As much as he hated to admit it, Sakumo was stronger than him, actually. And he wasn't stupid. He glanced at the three boys behind him, then at Hoshiyomi and Jiraiya. If this turned into a real fight, Sakumo would keep him busy, and his flunkies would get steamrolled by those two. He'd be outnumbered and outmatched. He gritted his teeth, then hissed, "Fine. Enjoy it while it lasts. In 2 months, during the combat exam, I'll expose you for what you are a poser. Not even Sakumo will save you then." With a final glare, he snapped his fingers and stormed off with his crew. The trio left behind exchanged glances. After a beat of silence, Jiraiya blinked and muttered, "Wait, that's it? They're leaving? I thought we were gonna brawl." Sakumo shot him a look that could melt steel. He wasn't about to entertain that kind of idiocy. Hoshiyomi finally snapped out of his mental spiral. He'd spent the entire exchange trying to force Lord of the Rock memes out of his head. "I don't need that kind of trauma in my brain." "Whatever," he said quickly. "Let's just go train." Meanwhile, at the Senju compound, Tsunade had just finished her training under Grandma Mito. Now back in her room, she pulled out a pencil and set it carefully on her desk. She hadn't forgotten the bet. Not for a second. She couldn't wait to see the look on Hoshiyomi's face when she beat him. Determined, she tried spinning the pencil again, and again. But before she could get far, a quiet voice spoke up behind her. "Tsuna-chan, what are you doing?" She flinched, startled, and scrambled to hide the pencil behind her back. "And nothing. Grandma, I finished all my training already." Tsunade both adored and feared Mito Uzumaki. The elderly matriarch was usually gentle, but the moment training was involved, she turned into a strict taskmaster. As Mito often said, "You're Hashirama's granddaughter. You carry his legacy. You must be strong enough to protect Konoha." Mito chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. "I know you finished. I'm just curious, what's with the pencil? Did one of your teachers assign this?" She'd actually been watching Tsunade for a while. At first, she assumed it was just some childish game, but the more she observed, the more she noticed its hidden value. Spinning a pencil wasn't just play. It required fine motor control, keen eyesight, and subtle mastery of timing and balance. All of which were essential traits for a shinobi. Not enough on their own, of course, but every elite ninja she'd known had excelled at these exact details. Whoever taught Tsunade this game was no ordinary person. So she had to ask. But Tsunade's answer surprised her. "Oh, it wasn't a teacher. Hoshiyomi showed me. We made a bet 3 days, and I'll be better than him." Chapter 12, Mito's interest. MMH? Hoshiyomi? Who's that? From Tsunade's tone, Mito could already tell this wasn't one of the academy teachers, which only made her more curious. Had she been wrong in assuming this pen spinning was some kind of instructional method? Was it just a random game a child invented? Hearing Grandma Mito ask about Hoshiyomi, Tsunade perked up with enthusiasm. She launched into a choppy, rapid-fire recounting of the past 2 days, her first impressions, the bet, Hoshiyomi's skill with the pen. The usual scatterbrained way a child explains things, but Mito understood enough. Gekkō Hoshiyomi. I can't say I'm familiar with that family name. But from Tsunade's story, this boy did seem interesting. Intrigued, Mito gave a soft clap. In the next instant, an ANBU wearing a beast-themed mask appeared silently before her. Without turning her head, Mito said calmly, "Look into a boy named Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Bring me everything you can find." The masked ANBU bowed respectfully before vanishing into the thick greenery of the Senju compound. This wasn't unusual. In truth, Uzumaki Mito was still the true authority behind the Hokage's title. Officially, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the chair, but most of the actual decisions still passed through Mito's hands. He was a Hokage in name, she was the one pulling the strings. Once she gave the order, Mito turned back to Tsunade, smiling as she gently pinched her cheek. "So, do you really want to beat this Hoshiyomi boy?" Tsunade's big eyes lit up then dimmed just as quickly. "Of course I do. But no matter how I try, I just can't seem to get it." Mito chuckled at the girl's frustration. She lifted Tsunade onto her lap, just as she had when teaching her hand seals, and took the pencil gently from her small hand. She gave it a few slow spins, gradually increasing speed, until the pencil was dancing skillfully across her fingers. Tsunade's eyes sparkled. "Yes. That's it. That's exactly how he spins it, Grandma, teach me." Mito smiled, then softly said, "Be patient. You're not failing because your fingers aren't nimble, it's because you haven't learned to control your strength." She paused before continuing, "You inherited Hashirama's natural strength from birth. That's your blessing but also your obstacle. You're too strong, and because of that, you can't fine-tune your control." Mito had originally intended to wait until Tsunade was older to begin chakra control training, but this pen trick? It was perfect. A playful way to introduce the basics. "And this will also be how you beat Hoshiyomi." Tsunade blinked. "Chakra control, for pen spinning." Mito raised a finger. "Tell me, Tsuna, can you balance a pencil on your fingertip?" Tsunade tilted her head. "Of course not." "Wrong. You can if you use just a bit of chakra and very delicate control." As she spoke, Mito focused her chakra into her fingertip. A gentle blue glow shimmered there. Then she placed the pencil upright on her finger. It stood perfectly balanced. No matter how she moved her hand, the pencil didn't wobble an inch. Tsunade's jaw dropped in awe. Then Mito lowered the pencil and gave her granddaughter a flick on the forehead. "Try it. Once you can balance a pencil this way, using chakra to control the pen while spinning will be simple." With that, she left the room. But the moment the door closed behind her, Mito's gentle grandmotherly aura vanished. What replaced it was the imposing pressure of Konoha's true matriarch. The ANBU was already waiting outside. Even beneath his mask, sweat was beginning to bead on his skin. Mito took the file from his hands, motioned for him to leave, and opened it slowly. On the first page was a photo of Gekkō Hoshiyomi, followed by his academy records. A faint, intrigued smile played at the corner of Mito's lips. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing outside Konoha, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo were both catching their breath after a long sparring session. Hoshiyomi gulped down water from a canteen, glanced at his system log, and smiled. 3 more experience points. You really are a freak, you know that? If I didn't have my bloodline limit, I wouldn't stand a chance. Sakumo simply wiped down his blade. There's still a long way to go. Hoshiyomi shook his head. You're seriously no fun, man. You never act like a kid. Off to the side, Jiraiya opened his eyes from a chakra refinement exercise. Whew! Man, thank the sage for your notes, Hoshiyomi. If I didn't have those, I'd probably still be flailing around trying to extract chakra. Unlike the other two, Jiraiya had started from scratch. Today was the first time he'd successfully refined chakra. But thanks to his ridiculous stamina and innate talent, catching up to the class wouldn't be a problem. Seeing that everyone was about done for the day, Hoshiyomi grinned. Since this is our first training session together, how about we go finally try that ramen IOU? Truthfully, he just wanted an excuse to check out the newly opened ramen shop. It had popped up 2 days ago and looked suspiciously familiar. It was called Toki Ramen and its location and name left little doubt in Hoshiyomi's mind. It has to be the predecessor to Ichiraku Ramen. At the mere mention of ramen, both Sakumo's and Jiraiya's stomachs growled in unison. They didn't hesitate, straight to Toki Ramen they went. As soon as they pushed through the curtain, a delicious aroma hit them like a wave. Unable to contain himself, Hoshiyomi shouted toward the kitchen. 3 large bowls of ramen, please. Coming right up. A cheerful voice called back. A burly uncle disappeared into the kitchen. While they waited, Hoshiyomi took a good look around. The decor was simpler than the Ichiraku ramen he remembered, but that was to be expected. It was still early days. Before long, the chef returned carrying 3 steaming bowls of ramen. Here you go. 3 large bowls, enjoy. At the same time, a friendly woman carrying a baby on her back handed them chopsticks and condiments. We're still celebrating our grand opening, so everything is 40% off. If you like the food, come visit again. Hoshiyomi nodded gratefully, then asked with genuine curiosity. Auntie, how old's your baby? What's his name? She smiled. This baby's name is Toki, he's only 7 months old. We named this place after him. Author's note. This chapter gave a bit more spotlight to Mito because frankly, a legend like her deserves far more attention than the original manga ever gave. As for Tsunade's pen spinning technique, let's just say those who know. Also, the idea of Mito holding actual power in Konoha during this period feels completely reasonable, and in later chapters, I'll explore this more from Hoshiyomi's perspective as he gradually uncovers the hidden workings of the village. Chapter 13, You're definitely going to lose. Humph. As soon as Hoshiyomi walked into the classroom that morning, he sensed something was off. From the moment he stepped inside, he kept hearing a strange sound nearby. Humph. What the hell is that? Is someone laughing? Suspicious, Hoshiyomi scanned his surroundings. It didn't take him long to identify the source. It was Tsunade. The little gremlin had been standing behind him, humming weirdly and giggling under her breath like a villain in a cartoon. Seeing she'd finally been noticed, Tsunade dramatically struck a pose, one hand on her hip and the other covering half her face. Think Caesar Zeppeli from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Foolish Hoshiyomi, do you know what day it is today? Looking at Tsunade's peaked Shuyunobiha performance, Hoshiyomi's first instinct was to grab a camera. His second instinct? What's with this girl today? Did she eat something weird for breakfast? When Hoshiyomi just stared at her like she'd lost her mind and didn't respond, Tsunade finally dropped the act. Apparently sensing she may have gone a little overboard, she stomped her foot in frustration. Ugh! Idiot! You big dummy! Our bet! Today's the day we settle it. Only then did Hoshiyomi remember what she was talking about. He'd honestly thought Tsunade had just been messing around and would have forgotten by now. But from the look on her face, she'd been taking this seriously. That piqued his interest. He looked at her, curious. All right then, show me. Let's see how far you've come. Tsunade let out a proud humph and carefully pulled out a fancy mechanical pencil from her bag. Then, right in front of Hoshiyomi, she began her performance. Her very first move looked like it was about to send the pencil flying straight into someone's face, but to his surprise, it didn't. The pencil wobbled midair, then miraculously spun back into her fingers. That caught Hoshiyomi's attention. He focused and finally saw what was happening. Tsunade was using chakra to control the pencil. Thanks to her chakra manipulation, she was able to recover even failed spins and make near misses look like daring tricks. Sure, her technique lacked the effortless elegance of Hoshiyomi's own performance, but the added unpredictability gave it a kind of thrilling, wild energy. After 2 full minutes of controlled chaos, Tsunade finished her routine and looked up with a smug grin. Well? Bet you can't do that. To be honest, she was right. Hoshiyomi's chakra control was still barely passable. He couldn't even properly manage his transparent release without burning through chakra like an amateur. Pulling off moves like Tsunade's, with pinpoint manipulation mid-spin? Yeah, no way. Crap, he thought. This world really doesn't obey Newton, hey. Which meant not only was he going to lose the bet, but he'd also owe Tsunade a favor. And worst of all, no shadow clone technique for him. Feeling cornered, Hoshiyomi tried to weasel out of it. Technically speaking, your technique wasn't as smooth as mine, right? So you could say we're kind of even. How about we just call it a tie? But Tsunade wasn't having it. She wrinkled her nose and crossed her arms. Don't try to back out. I already told Grandma Mito about our bet. She's even agreed to be our judge. After school, you're coming with me to the Senju compound for a formal showdown. Her voice dropped an octave. And if you try to chicken out, I'll tell Grandma to spank you. Hoshiyomi was speechless. Mito-sama, is this really how you spend your twilight years? Not enough to have the 9 tails in your belly, you gotta mediate playground bets now too? But the moment he imagined trying to defy Mito Uzumaki, wielder of adamantine sealing chains, he abandoned all hope. Hard pass. Getting your butt whipped by adamantine sealing chains isn't exactly a flex I want on my resume. Although, wouldn't that be kind of legendary? Dude, I once tanked Mito's chakra chains. What did you ever do? No. Stop. What are you even thinking? Shaking those stupid thoughts out of his head, Hoshiyomi sighed in resignation. Fine. If he lost, he lost. It's just one favor. It's not like Tsunade was going to make him sign over his kidneys. With that grim acceptance, he slumped into his seat and braced himself for the long, slow agony of class. As soon as the final bell rang, Hoshiyomi yanked Jiraiya by the sleeve and bolted for the gate. If he moved fast enough, maybe he could slip away before Tsunade caught him. But fate had other plans. Stop. Mito-sama has summoned you. Standing at the gate was an ANBU operative wearing a cat-faced mask. Damn it, Mito, you really posted someone at the door? Knowing he had no way out, Hoshiyomi sighed and waved off Jiraiya and Sakumo, then followed the masked shinobi toward the Senju compound like a condemned man being marched to the gallows. Behind him, Tsunade skipped along, humming a little tune. Though Hoshiyomi had known where the Senju lived, this was his first time inside the compound. As they walked through the winding paths shaded by thick greenery, one thought kept floating in his head. Man, I bet the mosquitoes here in summer are brutal. After what felt like forever, they finally reached a spacious courtyard. In the center was a beautiful woman tending to a patch of vibrant flowers. Even from a distance, Hoshiyomi could tell, those are not cheap. Before he could admire the scenery any further, Tsunade dropped her bag and ran over, throwing herself into the woman's arms. Grandma! I'm back! And that's when it hit him. Wait! That's Mito Uzumaki! The woman looked barely 30. No wrinkles. Not even a hint of grey. But when she turned around with Tsunade in her arms, Hoshiyomi immediately recognized the legendary Kunoichi. She had Kushina's face, only more graceful, colder, more regal. Mito's gaze fell on Hoshiyomi. As she studied him, her fingers brushed against Tsunade's hair, but her mind was elsewhere. With a subtle pull, she activated a sliver of the 9 tails chakra, enough to let her sense Hoshiyomi's intentions. As the first Jinkraki of the 9 tails, Mito had refined her perception beyond compare. She could read malice like a scent on the wind. Moments later, her eyes softened slightly. No ill intent. Good. Then, she gave Hoshiyomi a gentle smile and said, well then, since you're here, let's settle this bet properly. Chapter 14, Mito's Gift. I'll go first. Me first. Tsunade's eyes lit up the moment she heard the word bet. Without hesitation, she grabbed a pencil from her bag and jumped into her performance. Her technique hadn't changed much since that morning, but Mito watched with clear delight. To think Tsunade's chakra control was already so refined at her age. If she kept progressing like this, she might truly master that technique someday. If she succeeded, not only would Tsunade have no trouble protecting herself in the future, she might even be able to win that fated wager. Once Tsunade's spinning demonstration ended, it was Hoshiyomi's turn. He glanced at Mito, whose expression was unreadable, and hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to take a gamble. On the way here, he'd thought a lot about the reason behind her sudden invitation. Mito wasn't some doddering elder with too much time on her hands. If she asked him to come, there had to be more to it than just watching children twirl pencils. Perhaps something about his technique had piqued her interest. Perhaps she'd even been inspired. If that was the case, then this might be a rare opportunity, a chance to make a lasting impression on someone as powerful and influential as Mito Uzumaki. Thinking this through, Hoshiyomi stood up and gave her a polite bow. "Please excuse me. I'll do my best." But instead of taking the pencil from Tsunade, he reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out his dagger. An Anbu nearby tensed immediately, almost stepping forward to restrain him, but Mito raised her hand slightly to stop him. Hoshiyomi began his demonstration. If he was going to leave an impression, he had to go all out. The dagger in his hands spun and danced with breathtaking precision, weaving through his fingers like a silver butterfly. Even Tsunade was stunned. The Anbu next to them stared wide-eyed. This wasn't child's play anymore. That dagger wasn't a toy. One slip, and a finger could be gone. Even he wouldn't dare attempt such a stunt. Yet this 6-year-old moved without the slightest hint of fear or hesitation, as if he'd been training since the womb. Mito watched in silence, eyes sharp. The moment Hoshiyomi began, she knew, this wasn't some innocent childhood game. No 6-year-old, not even the sage of 6 paths, could have devised such a refined training method. It had to be a family secret. Tsunade must have only learned a simplified version, which explained Hoshiyomi's initial refusal to teach her more. So, it really was a Gekkō Clan technique that inspired her, and if that was the case, this boy was owed a proper reward. Hoshiyomi ended his performance with a little flourish, wearing an expression that practically said, "Impressed, yet." Mito clapped lightly. That was a splendid display. But Tsunade quickly jumped in, panicked. "No. Don't clap. Grandma, he's cheating. He only taught me 2 of those moves. You can't let him win. If you do, I won't talk to you anymore." Mito let out a small sigh and rubbed her forehead. All right, you win." She turned to Hoshiyomi with an apologetic smile and said gently, "Tsunade's only been learning for 3 days, and she already mastered 2 techniques. Pretty impressive, right?" She gave him a meaningful look, the kind that said, "Do me this favor, just this once." Hoshiyomi paused, then gave a little sigh and put on a disappointed face. "All right, fine. We'll say she won. But she's not allowed to ask for anything too outrageous, all right?" Kids were easy to please. The moment Tsunade heard she'd won, she burst into giggles, curling up in Mito's lap and laughing her heart out. Mito gave her nose a playful pinch. "That's enough. Go work on your training. I need to speak with Hoshiyomi alone." Tsunade didn't ask why. Still basking in her victory, she skipped out of the courtyard without another word. Once she was gone, Mito turned back to Hoshiyomi with a warm smile. "Come on in, let's talk." Hoshiyomi's heart skipped. This was it, he could feel something good was coming. He followed her into the house with a mixture of excitement and nerves. Inside, Mito poured him a cup of tea, which he respectfully received with both hands. "Thank you, Lady Mito." "No need to be so formal," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "You're about the same age as Tsunade. Just call me Grandma Mito, like she does." Hoshiyomi immediately latched onto that with enthusiasm. Yes, Grandma Mito, he said cheerfully, eager to make a good impression. After a sip of tea, Mito spoke again. That little trick you did earlier, it's a Gekkō Clan technique, isn't it? A clever one, too. It sharpens vision, improves finger dexterity, and teaches fine control. Very unique. Hoshiyomi blinked but nodded slowly. He didn't confirm or deny it. He simply waited to see where she was going with this. Tsunade's a bright girl, Mito continued. But Hashirama spoiled her too much. She's clever, but too willful. And then she asks to learn another clan's secrets like it's nothing. She smiled knowingly. Still, meeting you might have been a blessing in disguise. Grandma Mito, about the way she spins her pencil. Mito raised a hand. That was me. I taught her that. You see, I've been troubled by her lack of fine chakra control. But your technique gave me the breakthrough I needed. She didn't hide anything. Thanks to you, I discovered that Tsunade's chakra control is far more advanced than I realized. I owe you a great deal. Hoshiyomi's mind immediately went to Tsunade's monstrous strength in the future. So I accidentally helped unlock her path to super strength? And now Mito was thanking him? This was it. This was his chance. He quickly straightened up and said humbly, You're too kind, Grandma Mito. I was only playing around with Tsunade. I never imagined it would actually be helpful to her. Mito reached out and patted his head affectionately. Well, helpful or not, you still shared a clan secret. That deserves something in return. I don't believe in taking advantage of children, especially good ones. She stood up and walked over to a nearby cabinet. As she opened it, Hoshiyomi's eyes widened. Even though it was just a glimpse, he was sure that massive scroll inside, wasn't that the forbidden sealing scroll. Mito pulled out a few smaller scrolls and returned to the table. She laid them down gently, then picked up one larger scroll and handed it to Hoshiyomi. I know the Gekkō Clan is known for its swordsmanship. This is a compilation of Tobirama's sword techniques. Think of it as a gift, a thank you for helping Tsunade. She then gestured to the smaller scrolls. And here are a few of Tobirama's B-rank jutsu. Practical ones. You may choose one of them to keep as a gift from me to you. Hoshiyomi's eyes quickly scanned the titles and there it was. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, The Disappearance of the Senju. Upon returning home, Hoshiyomi Gekkō stared at the two scrolls in his hands, deep in thought. He couldn't believe these were merely tokens of exchange or simple gifts. Even the affluent Senju clan wouldn't be so extravagantly generous without reason. This seemed less like an exchange and more like an investment. Trading Tobirama's swordsmanship insights in exchange for his goodwill or perhaps even allegiance towards Mito and Tsunade. But why would Mito go to such lengths? Gekkō keenly sensed that this was undoubtedly connected to the mass disappearance of the Senju clan members. To uncover the truth, he immediately delved into his adoptive father's study upon returning home. After some searching, he finally found notes left by his adoptive father, detailing how the first Hokage had integrated some clan members into the civilian population. In these notes, his adoptive father praised this strategy, calling it the most brilliant decision made by the first Hokage after founding Konoha. There were two ingenious aspects to this plan. First, it effectively restrained other clans and gradually elevated the concept of the village above that of individual clans. Initially, Konoha was a coalition of several major clans, which continued to attract civilians, eventually forming the true Konoha. However, this structure had a hidden risk. While the major clans had united during peacetime, there was no guarantee of their unwavering loyalty. So, how could they prevent other clans from rebelling or defecting from Konoha? The solution was simple: the Senju clan integrated their members among the civilians, building homes around other clans' territories. Any suspicious activity would be immediately noticed. If a clan attempted to rebel, even a seemingly ordinary neighbor could report them, leading the Senju to unite with other clans to suppress the threat. Resistance was futile. Moreover, by continuously influencing those around them, telling them that their clan was part of Konoha, over decades, even their descendants would proudly identify as Konoha's own. This sense of belonging naturally elevated the village's concept above that of individual clans. Over time, while someone might still boast about their clan's superiority within the village, outside of Konoha, everyone would identify simply as Konoha shinobi. The second aspect was breaking the monopoly of the major clans over the ninja profession. Konoha's foundation relied on a strong and obedient ninja force. If ninjas remained under the exclusive control of clans, the village's stability would be at risk if a clan left or became too dominant. To prevent such scenarios, civilian ninjas were essential. Without clan-based training, civilian ninjas would rely entirely on the village for their development, fostering deep gratitude and loyalty, and resentment towards the dominance of bloodline clans. These civilian ninjas would become the core force resisting clan monopolies and the backbone of Konoha's peace. But where would these civilian ninjas come from? From the Senju clan. By integrating some Senju members into the civilian population and encouraging intermarriage, their talented offspring would have the opportunity to become ninjas. Furthermore, if the leading Senju clan actively married civilians, other clans would at least follow suit in appearance. This approach would produce a new generation of civilian ninjas. Then, through the Ninja Academy, these civilian ninjas could be trained alongside clan descendants, all indoctrinated with the will of fire. This dual strategy of indoctrination and training civilian ninjas was highly effective. However, recalling the desolate Senju district, Gekkō felt that the reality starkly contrasted with his adoptive father's records. The current state of the Senju district didn't reflect a partial integration. It was as if everything had been sacrificed. While integrating some clan members into the village was a sound strategy, assimilating the entire clan seemed excessively foolish. Hashirama, with his straightforward nature, might have made such a decision, but Tobirama would never have allowed his brother to make such a reckless choice. Even as a transmigrator, Gekkō couldn't discern the truth behind these events. Meanwhile, in the Senju district, Mito was also reflecting on the events of the past 2 years. In fact, Gekkō's adoptive father's records were accurate, but significant changes occurred afterward. Under normal circumstances, as long as Hashirama and Tobirama remained in power, the Senju clan could have successfully implemented this plan, transforming Konoha into a unified entity. Even if no future Senju members rose to prominence, this plan, combined with a large number of civilian ninjas, would have ensured Konoha's long-term peace. But fate had other plans. Shortly after the plan's initiation, Madara returned, controlling the Nine Tails. The battle between Hashirama and Madara at the Valley of the End left Hashirama gravely injured. He only had a few years left to spend with Tsunade before passing away. Following Hashirama's death, other ninja villages instigated the First Great Ninja War. Most of Hashirama's loyal subordinates perished in this war. Even Tobirama died during peace negotiations, sacrificing himself to protect his team. With both Hashirama and Tobirama gone, the previously favorable situation deteriorated rapidly. Ambitious individuals within the village began to stir, and with ongoing battles at the front lines, Konoha faced threats both internally and externally. Tobirama had appointed Hiruzen Sarutobi as his successor, who might one day become a capable Hokage. But at that time, he was still too young. If not for Mito's presence behind the scenes, Konoha might have been divided by those ambitious individuals. In this context, the once brilliant plan became a shackle for the Senju clan. Originally, they could have used their hidden strength to deter these ambitious individuals. But now, with their members dispersed, recalling them wasn't easy. It wasn't that the integrated Senju members were unwilling to return, but doing so would affect the perceptions of other clans. This form of surveillance had always been tacitly accepted. However, during wartime, suddenly recalling all members would raise suspicions. Such a rash move would play right into the hands of those ambitious individuals. If they seized the opportunity to incite other clans to rebel, Hashirama's lifelong efforts in establishing Konoha would be in vain. To prevent this, Mito took a desperate gamble. Chapter 16, High-Stakes Gamble. Mito's strategy was straightforward yet unconventional. Instead of recalling the Senju clan members who had integrated into civilian life, she dispersed them even further, leaving only Hashirama's sole bloodline Tsunade as the final hope. On one hand, with Senju members spread throughout Konoha, they formed an intricate network, making it nearly impossible for ambitious individuals to act without detection, akin to an ancient secret police force. On the other hand, this approach minimized risk. By blending the Senju clan seamlessly with the villagers, even if her plans failed and both she and Tsunade were killed by enemies, the Senju bloodline would persist. In this way, the Senju would become the lifeblood nourishing Konoha's great tree, eternally protecting the village in a different form. This plan was a high-stakes gamble, hinging entirely on Tsunade. If Tsunade failed, falling victim to assassination, war, or missions, the Senju bloodline might survive, but the name Senju would vanish from history. However, if Tsunade grew strong enough, everything would change. She didn't need to reach the legendary levels of Hashirama or Tobirama, achieving the strength of an average kage would suffice for the Senju to rise again through her. Mito planned to find trustworthy companions for Tsunade during her growth to ensure her safety. Before her own death, she would also secure a new Jinkriki for Tsunade's use. Additionally, she made a pact with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Until Hiruzen firmly established his position, Mito would fully support him, helping to eliminate obstacles. In return, Hiruzen agreed to become Tsunade's teacher after her graduation, guiding her through the most perilous phase. Once Tsunade reached a certain level of independence, Mito would officially retire, allowing the third Hokage to fully assume his role. If all went according to plan, Tsunade, backed by powerful ninja allies, wielding the power of a tailed beast, and possessing kage-level strength, would be fully capable of succeeding Hiruzen as the fourth Hokage. At that point, as Hokage and head of the Senju clan, Tsunade's call would naturally bring back the dispersed clan members, leading to the Senju's revival. This was a gamble on the entire Senju clan's fate, but Mito had no regrets. Win or lose, she would have protected Konoha, the village she and Hashirama loved dearly. No matter what, she wouldn't allow Konoha to perish before her, even if it meant sacrificing the Senju clan and her own life. Because this was Hashirama's lifelong dream, a peaceful land free from war. To always support and protect the one she loved, and his dream that was Uzumaki Mito's ninja way. Gently tucking the blanket around the sleeping Tsunade, Mito picked up the pencil Tsunade had left nearby. As she twirled the pencil in her hand, her thoughts drifted to the interesting boy from that afternoon. Gekkō Hoshiyomi, could this child become Tsunade's right-hand man in the future? Over a month had passed since the start of the school term. The students were gradually adapting to school life, making friends, and learning various ninja skills. Even Jiraiya had managed to produce a wobbly clone. Examining the misshapen clone beside him, Jiraiya sighed in relief. At least it resembled a human now, unlike the bizarre forms he had created earlier. Instructor Mitsui, while marking attendance, commented, "Jiraiya, 50 points. Not bad. You've made significant progress since last week. Keep it up, I believe you can do even better." Mitsui wasn't mocking Jiraiya, he genuinely admired this child from a civilian background. Jiraiya's grades were average, but considering he lacked any pre-academy training, his performance was commendable. A civilian child with no resources, keeping pace and even surpassing some clan heirs in Class A, was a notable achievement. Jiraiya beamed at the praise, thanked the teacher, and returned to his seat beside Hoshiyomi. Seeing Jiraiya's happiness, Hoshiyomi encouraged him. "Great job, Jiraiya. You're already ahead of many clan kids in class." "Grateful," Jiraiya replied. It's all thanks to the notes you lent me. Without them, I'd still be struggling to keep up. Hoshiyomi smiled. That's what brothers are for. At that moment, Tsunade, sitting behind them, playfully smacked Jiraiya's shoulder. And what about me? I lent you my notes too. Why no thanks for me? Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's expectant face and winced. Her notes? Really? He had naively thought that Tsunade's proficiency in the clone technique meant she had some secret tips. Eagerly, he borrowed her notes, only to find. Step 1, Hand Signs. Step 2, Channel Chakra. Step 3, Poof. Clone appears. The memory made Jiraiya's teeth ache. He forced a smile. Thanks, you, brute. At the word brute, a vein popped on Tsunade's forehead. She cracked her knuckles and, smiling sweetly, asked. What did you just say? Jiraiya swallowed hard but couldn't resist. Come on, am I wrong? Look at you now. If that's not brute behavior, what is? Naturally, he received a thorough beating from Tsunade. Hoshiyomi shook his head at the sight of Jiraiya's exaggerated grimaces. Why provoke Tsunade unnecessarily? But then Tsunade turned her attention to him. Hoshiyomi, do you think Jiraiya's right? Cold sweat broke out on Hoshiyomi's forehead. Unlike Jiraiya, he couldn't take a beating. Yet, lying felt wrong. As he pondered whether to sacrifice himself for honesty, Instructor Mitsui intervened. All right, everyone, that concludes today's clone test. Before class ends, a reminder, next week is the bi-monthly combat assessment. I hope you're all preparing, especially those with lower rankings. I'd like to continue seeing all your faces in class. Tsunade, distracted by the announcement, turned her attention away, allowing Hoshiyomi to breathe a sigh of relief. His thoughts drifted to the upcoming combat assessment. Perhaps that person would join their class next week. Chapter 17, Recent Progress. Shortly after Mitsui-sensei finished discussing the upcoming assessments, the school bell rang right on time. The students began packing up to head home. Unlike usual, the atmosphere was subdued. Instead of the typical chatter, most quietly gathered their belongings and left the classroom in small groups. Having studied together for over a month, these 6-year-olds had formed strong bonds. The sudden announcement that some would be leaving the class next week left everyone feeling uneasy. Those with average abilities, fearing elimination, were particularly anxious. They understood that leaving Class A meant stepping away from the elite group and possibly facing disappointment from their parents. Even those confident in their standing worried about their new friends. If their close companions were moved to Class B, would their friendships fade away? Hoshiyomi finished packing and was about to stand when he noticed Jiraiya still sitting, looking lost in thought. Understanding his friend's concern, Hoshiyomi patted his head reassuringly. Don't worry, he said. With your current skills, you'll definitely stay in Class A. Jiraiya clung to Hoshiyomi like a lifeline. Really? Are you sure? Though Jiraiya often acted carefree, he harbored insecurities. Missing out on early education had left him feeling behind, especially with the upcoming combat assessments. He had finally become friends with Hoshiyomi and Sakumo and didn't want to be separated from them. Hoshiyomi playfully nudged his arm. Look at you, you're built like you've been on steroids. Just based on physical strength, you're ahead of many in our class. And since the assessment focuses on combat, not written tests, you'll be fine. At that moment, Sakumo approached and added, you may not be a match for me, but you're not getting eliminated. Jiraiya, feeling more at ease, sprang up, ready to challenge Sakumo. Get lost. I might not surpass Hoshiyomi, but one day, I'll have you under my foot. Seeing Jiraiya back to his spirited self, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo exchanged amused glances. After school, the trio engaged in their usual taijutsu sparring before heading home. Upon returning, Hoshiyomi found his mother still at work. Instead of rushing out to train, he sat down to reflect on his progress over the past month. He had made significant strides in weaponry, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship. In weapon throwing, Hoshiyomi had always placed great importance. He believed that in the early stages of a shinobi's journey, precise shuriken techniques combined with creativity could lead to remarkable outcomes. Moreover, the flashy shuriken techniques of Sasuke and Itachi in the original series had always captivated him, inspiring him to learn. After all, while strength is temporary, style is eternal. With the aid of his weapon mastery skill, Hoshiyomi quickly grasped various throwing techniques. It's no surprise that his proficiency in weapon throwing improved rapidly. Now, he could take down fast-moving small animals with a kunai. Over the past month and a half, he and his friends often feasted on the game he caught. With continued effort, he believed that in 2 years, he could master advanced techniques like curved shuriken throws. In ninjutsu, Hoshiyomi had fully mastered the basic 3 techniques. He also effortlessly learned the shadow clone jutsu he acquired from Mito. While not particularly challenging, he mastered the shadow clone jutsu in just a few days. The first task he assigned his shadow clone was to train in swordsmanship alongside him. After several trials, he discovered that training with shadow clones did provide additional experience, but only up to a limit. Only 2 clones could offer extra experience. This meant he could achieve a maximum of triple experience. Even if he summoned 100 clones, the experience gained would be the same as training with 2. Currently, due to his young age and limited stamina, he could only maintain 1 shadow clone during regular training sessions. Attempting to use 2 clones had previously left him bedridden for 2 days. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to train with 2 clones until he was at least 12. Until then, pushing beyond his limits would only harm him. Most importantly, his swordsmanship had seen remarkable improvement over the past month. Daily sparring with Sakumo, combined with the experience boost from shadow clones, accelerated his progress. In just a month and a half, his experience points had reached Novice Swordsmanship 70/100. At this rate, he anticipated breaking through to Intermediate Swordsmanship shortly after the class assessments. Considering these 3 skills, Hoshiyomi could now exhibit combat strength nearing that of a Chunin in short battles. However, his physical endurance remained a limitation. In prolonged fights, especially those exceeding 3 minutes, his performance could drop below that of a genin. Addressing his stamina was crucial, but this could only improve with age and leveling up. To reach true Chunin level strength in the short term, he needed to achieve intermediate swordsmanship, which would enhance both his physical attributes and chakra reserves. He estimated that upon reaching intermediate swordsmanship, his physical condition would match that of an average genin. With genin-level stamina combined with his skills, he could confidently face a Chunin. If the skills unlocked at the intermediate level were powerful enough, and paired with his yin release techniques, he might even challenge a special Jonin. Chapter 18, The Prophet and the Chnibiu. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was finally the start of the combat evaluation. As usual, Hoshiyomi packed up his wooden sword and kunai, and under Ri's gentle nagging, made his way toward the ninja academy. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he could feel the difference in atmosphere. It was nothing like the usual mornings. Tension and excitement buzzed in the air. Students with lower grades wore strained expressions, confiding their anxiety to anyone who would listen, hoping for a bit of reassurance. Those who weren't in danger of being eliminated were busy discussing who might place first, who might be dropped, and what kind of opponent they should aim for. Of course, not everyone was so uptight. The young brats from the Uchiha clan still had that same smug air about them, like the heavens are first, the earth is second, and I'm third. Uchiha Iwa, in particular, struck a provocative pose the moment Hoshiyomi walked in. Hoshiyomi really didn't feel like giving the guy any attention. He was a walking cliché, and just looking at him made embarrassing imaginary cutscenes play out in Hoshiyomi's head. But his indifference only seemed to further enrage Iwa, who slammed a hand on his desk and stood up, pointing at Hoshiyomi for all to see. "Hitaki Sakumo won't be around to protect you this time," Iwa growled. "Let's see if you can still act so calm once we're on the battlefield." Hoshiyomi sighed internally. "Why did I end up being targeted by a walking cringe generator? If you're going to be this aggressive, then don't blame me for showing off a little." With that thought, he turned slowly to face Iwa and said in a calm voice. "Your next line will be, 'I'm going to expose you for the fraud you are, right here in front of everyone.'" As soon as the words left his mouth, Iwa shouted. "I'm going to expose you for the fraud you are, right here in front of everyone." The classroom erupted. Everyone had already been watching the standoff, but now they were truly stunned. Hoshiyomi had predicted Iwa's exact words down to the syllable. How the hell did he do that? Iwa's face twisted in disbelief. What the hell? How did he know what I was going to say? Still stunned, Hoshiyomi looked him dead in the eye and added. "Your next line is, how the hell did you know what I was going to say? How the hell did you?" Iwa clamped both hands over his mouth before he could finish, his face going bright red from sheer embarrassment. That feeling of being completely seen through it was unbearable. Iwa didn't dare speak anymore, terrified that every word would fall right into Hoshiyomi's hands. He sat down heavily, face like he'd just swallowed a fly, silently cursing Hoshiyomi and swearing he'd make him suffer during the match. Hoshiyomi held back a smirk. That JoJo-style next-line prediction trick really works wonders on these overly dramatic types. Not only does it interrupt their attempt to act cool, it lets you steal the spotlight in the process. Genius! All around the room, students were whispering excitedly about how Hoshiyomi had pulled it off. The girls, in particular, had stars in their eyes. A good-looking, calm, and skilled guy like him? Where are you going to find someone like that again? The boys, meanwhile, were fired up with admiration. "Sensei, teach me how to be that cool." Nearby, even Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others crowded in curiously, asking how he did it. Hoshiyomi just waved it off casually. "It's not that I have some special power. He's just that easy to read. If only I could swap my Swordheart system for that guy's pretend no jutsu system," Hoshiyomi mused. "I'd be raking in EXP points left and right, sigh, if only." Just as the classroom was buzzing with excitement, their homeroom teacher, Mitsui-sensei, strolled in at a leisurely pace. He pushed open the door only to find a completely unexpected scene. He'd thought the students would be a nervous wreck by now, eagerly waiting for him to deliver some soul-soothing motivational speech. Instead, they were practically throwing a party, chatting excitedly about Hoshiyomi vs Uchiha Iwa. What is with kids these days? Mitsui thought with a dumbfounded expression. Do none of them care about their exam? Ahem, Mitsui coughed, getting their attention. Everyone, come with me to the training field. The combat evaluation is about to begin. Since no one seemed to need emotional support, Mitsui gave up and moved things right along. Once all the students arrived at the training grounds, the evaluation officially began. Of course, this wasn't anything as intense or elaborate as the Chunin exams. It was more like the practical test they took at the beginning of the semester. Ultimately, the grading came down to the teacher's judgment. Mitsui-sensei had already formed a rough ranking based on the students' performance in class. Now it was just a matter of adjusting those rankings based on combat results. If two evenly matched students fought, the winner would get bonus points, the loser would be docked. If a weaker student challenged a stronger one bravely, that earned points. But if a strong student deliberately picked on weaker opponents, that was grounds for penalties. The match order was based on the class number given at the start of term. Which meant, first up, Uchiha Iwa. Iwa didn't push through the crowd when his name was called. Instead, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, drawing curious glances from everyone. Then, with a quick run up, he charged up the trunk of a large tree, kicked off about halfway, flipped forward through the air, and landed dramatically in the center of the battlefield. The entire class was speechless. Most were amazed that he could pull off such a flashy move. Mitsui-sensei and Hoshiyomi, however, looked like they'd been hit by lightning. "Bro! It's just an entrance. Was all that really necessary? And what's with that 'I'm the child of destiny' expression on your face? Don't you feel even a little bit embarrassed?" In the crowd, Hoshiyomi smacked his forehead with a sigh. This kid's beyond saving. If Chinabia was a real illness, he'd be terminal. Mitsui struggled to keep a straight face. He raised his clipboard to cover his mouth and, after a long pause, managed to speak calmly. "So, Iwa-kun, have you decided who you want to fight? Keep in mind, if you deliberately pick a much weaker opponent, you'll lose points." Iwa dropped his dramatic pose and adopted an expression of noble arrogance. "Sensei, I choose Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Go ahead and deduct my points." Chapter 19, Battle against Uchiha Iwa. Uchiha Iwa's sudden challenge nearly made Hoshiyomi pull a muscle. This guy really had improved since their last verbal skirmish. So now he's bold enough to come at me directly, hey? Trying to deduct my points just to prove a point? This is basically a sneak attack disguised as righteous indignation. What a pain. Mitsui-sensei wiped the sweat from his brow and cleared his throat. "You and Hoshiyomi are ranked quite close," he said. "Challenging him won't result in a penalty. Hoshiyomi, do you accept? Remember, everyone has the right to refuse one challenge during the exam." It was clear Mitsui-sensei had picked up on the friction between the two. He subtly shot Hoshiyomi a look, hoping he might let this whole thing go before it escalated. But Hoshiyomi wasn't one to back down. After being provoked by Iwa 3 times already, there was no way he'd hand the guy a peaceful exit. He calmly stepped forward through the crowd, eyes focused. "I accept," he said. Mitsui-sensei gave up trying to mediate. These two are going to clash no matter what. He simply tensed his muscles slightly, ready to intervene if things got out of hand. Both boys entered the sparring field. Each received 6 practice kunao non-bladed for safety and then stood facing each other, performing the seal of confrontation as required. The moment the seal was completed, Iwa launched his assault. Despite holding a grudge against Hoshiyomi for a long time, Iwa didn't let his anger cloud his judgment. He wasn't foolish enough to charge straight at someone still holding a bukin, especially not someone with Hoshiyomi's reputation. Instead, he reached into his pouch and flung 3 kunao in a triangular formation. They sliced through the air in perfect coordination, locking down Hoshiyomi's movement. Classic beginner-level Uchiha Shurikenjutsu. Whether Hoshiyomi dodged left, right, or stayed still, at least one kunao would make contact. The crowd held their breath. Could Hoshiyomi really dodge that? But Hoshiyomi remained calm. 2 months of training against Hitaki Sakumo had sharpened his reflexes considerably. He'd parried Sakumo's real sword strikes at close range. What were a few kunao compared to that? He stood motionless. Then, just as the center kunao entered his strike range, he swung. Clang! The bukin smacked the kunao mid-air, redirecting it off course. A perfect deflection. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Some classmates who had thought Hoshiyomi only carried a wooden sword to look cool were now wide-eyed in disbelief. He wasn't bluffing. He actually knows how to use that thing. With the center kunao knocked off trajectory, the remaining 2 naturally missed their mark. But that didn't mean Hoshiyomi was out of danger. Iwa had already closed the distance, leaping forward with chakra-enhanced speed and thrusting a kunao straight toward Hoshiyomi's face. Mitsui-sensei frowned deeply. Such a vicious move for a 6-year-old. This kid's temperament is seriously problematic. I'll have to speak with his family later. Hoshiyomi's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't panic. He took half a step back, avoiding the thrust, then flipped his bukin upward, striking Iwa squarely on the wrist. Clack! Iwa yelped and dropped his kunao. Still, he wasn't done. Mid-air, he twisted his body and aimed an elbow strike at Hoshiyomi's chest. But Hoshiyomi sidestepped cleanly and drove the hilt of his bukin into Iwa's back. Whump! The impact sent Iwa's sprawling face first into the dirt. The dull thud made several students wince. Hoshiyomi looked down at him, then backed off. He hit the ground hard. No need to keep pushing. We're only 6, after all. No one needs to leave this field in pieces. But just as Hoshiyomi relaxed, Iwa made his move. Taking advantage of the moment, Iwa reached out for one of the kunao that had been knocked away earlier. At the same time, his other hand slipped into his pouch. Dual-wielding now, he hurled one kunao immediately, then sprang up with surprising speed, flipping the second kunao into a reverse grip and charging again. The spectators cried out in shock. Despicable! Jiraiya shouted, jumping to his feet. That's a sneak attack. Even Mitsui-sensei's gaze darkened. His fingers quietly began forming a seal. If Hoshiyomi can't dodge this, I'll have to stop the fight. Hoshiyomi barely managed to evade the incoming kunao, but Iwa was already upon him. He's too close. Students in the crowd clenched their fists. Some covered their eyes, unable to watch. Jiraiya and Sakumo looked like they were ready to jump into the ring themselves. Even Tsunade, watching from a distance, was fuming. This Uchiha creep! I want to pound him into the dirt. Iwa, on the other hand, was grinning like a madman. He drove the blunt kunao straight toward Hoshiyomi's stomach. It wouldn't cut him, sure, but it'd leave bruises that would last for weeks. Serves him right. All that smug posing ends now. Victory belongs to Uchiha Iwa. That pretty boy poser should be screaming at my feet. With a gleeful snarl, Iwa thrust the kunao forward. Thud! The blade sank into a chunk of wood. A cloud of smoke popped. The Hoshiyomi in front of him exploded into a wooden log. Substitution jutsu. Iwa froze, stunned. Behind him, the real Hoshiyomi appeared soundlessly. This time, he didn't hold back. With a precise, chakra-augmented kick, he slammed his foot into Iwa's backside. Boom! Iwa was sent flying from the sparring field and skidded along the dirt for several meters before coming to a painful stop. Mitsui-sensei didn't move immediately. He simply declared in a calm, clear voice. Uchiha Iwa has left the arena. Winner, Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Only then did he stroll over to help Iwa up. He turned to Hoshiyomi. Come on, he said, let's perform the seal of reconciliation. No matter what happened today, I want this grudge to end here. Chapter 20, Orochimaru, Against All Expectations. Gekkō Hoshiyomi still listened to Instructor Mitsui. He walked over to Uchiha Iwa, crouched down, and extended his index and middle fingers. Uchiha Iwa glared up at Hoshiyomi with the kind of look that said he wanted to tear him apart. But with Instructor Mitsui standing right there, he didn't dare act out. Reluctantly, he reached out and completed the reconciliation seal with Hoshiyomi. As soon as the seal was done, Iwa didn't want to stay a second longer. The imagined jeers from his classmates were almost enough to make him wish the ground would swallow him whole. He struggled to his feet with Mitsui's help and quickly had a fellow clansman support him toward the infirmary. The boy helping him Uchiha hesitated as they walked. Iwa, you saw that guy's strength. We're no match for him. And he's got Jiraiya and Sakumo on his side. There's no chance of catching him alone. We're all classmates. This kind of feud isn't going to help anyone. Honestly, I think we should just drop it and treat him like he doesn't exist from now on." Wai meant well, but his words only poured fuel on Iwa's fire. Iwa had already forgotten that he was the one who started the conflict with Hoshiyomi in the first place. Ignoring the pain in his rear, Iwa shoved Wai to the ground and roared, "If you're scared, then get lost. I don't need you. I'll deal with Gekkō Hoshiyomi myself. After the way he humiliated me today, you're telling me to just let it go? Listen up. As long as he's in Class A, I won't be. And if I'm in Class A, he won't be. You useless cowards can stay out of it, I've got other ways. My grandfather is the Uchiha clan's third elder, and my uncle's a deputy captain in the Konoha military police. That bastard might be acting tough now at school, but just wait until after class. I swear I'll make him regret it. I won't stop until he transfers out of Class A." With that, he stomped off toward the infirmary without even glancing at Wai, who was still on the ground. Wai clenched his fists as he watched Iwa limp away, frustration simmering inside him. He had genuinely tried to keep things from escalating, yet Iwa had responded by shoving him aside like garbage. Deeply disappointed, Wai sighed. Still, as a fellow clansman, he didn't want to see Iwa bring disaster on himself. Since he couldn't talk sense into him, he decided to go speak with Gekkō Hoshiyomi directly. He didn't bother chasing after Iwa. Brushing the dirt off his clothes, he returned to the training grounds. As he passed behind Hoshiyomi, careful to remain unnoticed by the other Uchiha, he whispered, "Uchiha was planning to have his uncle from the military police target you. Watch your back." Without waiting for a reply, Wai walked off and melted back into the crowd. Hoshiyomi glanced after him, quietly committing his face to memory. Compared to Iwa, that guy was actually kind of likable. Still, Hoshiyomi didn't take the warning too seriously. He was all too familiar with this call in the grown ups when you lose tactic. Even if Iwa's relatives did show up at school, Hoshiyomi had the moral high ground here. And trying to cause trouble outside school wouldn't be so easy either. The Uchiha clan was obsessed with reputation, and they prided themselves on their aloof dignity. They wouldn't risk tarnishing their image by sending an adult to rough up a student. At most, they might use their influence in the military police to put some pressure on him. But as long as Hoshiyomi behaved himself, they wouldn't find an easy excuse. Shaking off those thoughts, Hoshiyomi refocused on the combat assessments. Just then, it was Jiraiya's turn. A classmate with mediocre grades had evidently underestimated him and boldly challenged him to a match. Jiraiya didn't refuse. The match began. There wasn't much to say about the fight. The challenger had hoped to pin Jiraiya down with kunai throws, but he hadn't expected Jiraiya's speed. Once the kunai were spent, the boy had nothing left. After a brief chase, Jiraiya caught up and beat him down with a flurry of punches, forcing a quick surrender. With that, Jiraiya's win brought the Class A assessments to a close. Instructor Mitsui then called out the names of 10 unlucky students they'd be facing the top 10 from Class B in a second round of rankings. The rest of the class was free to go home. As soon as he said that, more than half the students rushed off. Nothing was more exciting than being let out early. Hoshiyomi had planned to train with Sakumo and Jiraiya, but just as he was about to leave, the teachers from classes B and C arrived with their top 10 students. Among them stood Orochimaru. Hoshiyomi's interest was piqued. He tugged on Jiraiya and Sakumo's sleeves, motioning for them to stay. He was curious just how much had Orochimaru improved over the past 2 months. What happened next took everyone by surprise. Originally, the second round was meant to begin with the bottom 10 of Class A versus the top 10 of Class B. But before the teachers could speak, Orochimaru stepped forward hesitantly. He bowed to the 3 homeroom instructors from Classes A, B, and C, then asked, "Sensei, if I can defeat Class A's 10th ranked student directly, may I transfer into Class A?" His question stunned the 3 teachers. Even Jiraiya and Sakumo turned to look. Jiraiya jabbed Hoshiyomi with an elbow. Hey, isn't that the Orochimaru you were talking about? Did this guy not get enough sleep? He wants to challenge the 10th ranked kid from our class. Hoshiyomi looked at Orochimaru's resolute eyes and just smirked. Don't underestimate him. He might be stronger than you. Sakumo nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, I don't think he's an ordinary guy. Maybe he really can back it up. Jiraiya frowned, clearly annoyed that his friends were siding with Orochimaru. He scoffed, no way. I still remember this guy being dead last in Class C when the semester started. If he jumped from the bottom of Class C to Class A in just 2 months, wouldn't that make him stronger than even you, Sakumo? It wasn't just Jiraiya, even the teachers from classes A and B seemed skeptical. No one could tell whether Orochimaru was truly confident or just full of himself. Sure, his homeroom teacher had said he rose from last place to the top of Class C in 2 months. But making the leap all the way to Class A? That seemed too much. Still, before the teachers could decide, the 10th ranked student in Class A blushed with fury and shouted, Sensei, I accept his challenge. I'll show this arrogant fool the gap between us. Chapter 21, Orochimaru's Advancement Match. The 10th lowest ranked student in Class A was a chubby boy named Semasaru. He looked at Orochimaru with open hostility, clearly offended by the situation. Back home, he was always praised as a prodigy. Sure, he'd been at the bottom of Class A since enrolling, but even so, being challenged by some random guy from Class C? Unacceptable. So what if he got crushed in ranked matches? Against scrubs like this, he was still a living legend. Trying to step over him for a promotion? Not a chance. Driven by pride, Sa quickly agreed to the challenge. As for how embarrassing it'd be if he lost? Please, he didn't believe for a second that he would. After exchanging a look, Instructor Mitsui and the other 2 teachers turned to Orochimaru and said, Since Sa has agreed, you 2 can go ahead and spar. If you win, we'll allow you to advance straight to Class A. But if you lose, you'll stay in Class C, you won't even move up to B. That's the consequence for underestimating others. Are you okay with those terms? Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He nodded firmly. I accept. That's fair. The 3 instructors examined the 2 boys and gave the nod. Since you're both ready, begin when you're set. At the teacher's signal, Orochimaru and Sa each stepped forward to retrieve a practice kunai, then walked to opposite ends of the sparring arena. Unlike the others who doubted Orochimaru, Hoshiyomi had a hunch. He knew Orochimaru wasn't the type to fight without a plan. So he watched his every move carefully. That's when he noticed something odd. Orochimaru seemed dissatisfied with the practice kunai. He spent an unusual amount of time examining the weapons, rubbing his fingers along their edges before finally choosing one. Then, without warning, he grabbed 5 more at once. Hoshiyomi suspected Orochimaru had done something to the kunai, but he was too far away to see exactly what. After both participants completed the traditional seal of confrontation, the match officially began. Sa clearly didn't take Orochimaru seriously. He didn't even bother using chakra. He just charged forward like a bulldozer, muttering under his breath. How dare you look down on me, Sa the Great! I'll show you what real strength looks like. Facing him, Orochimaru seemed flustered. He froze for a moment, then hastily threw a kunai. Whether from nerves or something else, his throw was pitiful, off-target and weak. Sa didn't even bother dodging. The kunai brushed past him and landed limply on the ground. Seeing this, Sa burst out laughing. You challenged me with that kind of skill? I actually thought you were strong or something. Let me teach you how to throw a kunai properly. As he said this, he continued to advance, pulling a kunai from his pouch and hurling it at Orochimaru. His aim was much better, and the weapon whistled through the air with power. Orochimaru's face went pale. He dodged at the last second, barely avoiding the kunai. But his troubles weren't over. Se was closing the distance fast. Seeing Orochimaru within reach, Se grinned and swung his fist. Orochimaru, clearly panicked, rolled across the ground to dodge. It wasn't graceful, but it worked. It looked like this was his first time facing someone so aggressive. His confidence collapsed. He didn't even try to counterattack, just scrambled away in a chaotic mess. The crowd couldn't help laughing at Orochimaru's clumsy performance. The whole arena was filled with a cheerful, mocking atmosphere. Jiraiya laughed so hard he doubled over, struggling to breathe. Ah ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. This is the so-called genius you were hyping up? You said he was stronger than me? Give me a break. He's a total joke. That cool-headed act earlier? All fake. But when he turned to Sakumo and Hoshiyomi, he was surprised to find neither of them laughing. Instead, they were looking at him like he was the fool. Hoshiyomi patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, expression serious. Just watch. And learn. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was still being chased around by Set, looking absolutely helpless. He didn't even have the courage to fight back. He just kept running in circles, occasionally throwing a wildly inaccurate kunai. Even the one that was close enough to land was easily swatted aside by Set. At first, Set was cautious, wondering if this was some kind of trap. But after chasing Orochimaru around 3 times, he let his guard down. Yeah, this guy's no threat. He's just bad. Feeling triumphant, Se began to toy with Orochimaru, like a cat playing with a mouse. Listening to the jeers from the crowd and seeing Orochimaru fleeing in panic, Se felt like his old self again, the prodigy everyone once admired. Look at that loser. He's so pathetic, he won't even turn around to fight. Just running and running. Wait, did he just trip? On flat ground? Unbelievable. I wanted to draw it out a little longer, but if he's gonna fall on his own, I guess I'll just end it here. Se picked up the pace, charging in for the final blow. Seeing this, Hoshiyomi shook his head. It's over. Jiraiya nodded. Yeah, it's over. That Orochimaru guy is. Halfway through his sentence, he froze in shock. Because right then thud, Se suddenly tripped and slammed into the ground. And Orochimaru, who had been rolling around moments ago, calmly stood up. In one hand, he held a kunai. In the other something bundled around his fingers. Jiraiya squinted. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Orochimaru was gripping a fine steel wire, coiled around his hand. Thanks to the sunlight, they could now see the wire stretching from Orochimaru's hand all the way to Se's leg. The wire was looped tightly around his shin and the other end was connected to one of the kunai Orochimaru had thrown earlier. Se had finally realized he'd walked right into a trap. He scrambled to free himself. But Orochimaru's speed was nothing like before. In a flash, he closed the distance, kunai pointed directly at Se's throat. Game over. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. Let's be friends. The outcome was decided. The 3 instructors exchanged glances before announcing, winner, Orochimaru. Jiraiya's jaw practically hit the floor. The sudden reversal had caught him completely off guard. While he had a vague idea of what Orochimaru had done, it was still hard to wrap his head around it. He actually... Hoshiyomi couldn't help but chuckle to himself at Jiraiya's reaction. Picking up where he left off, he explained. He set a simple trap using ninja wire and kunai. First, he threw a kunai to mislead his opponent, but that was just a diversion. He secretly deployed the wire at the same time. If you looked closely, you'd notice that during his evasive maneuvers, he kept circling around Set. That was to lay enough wire around him. Once Set was caught in the setup, Orochimaru pretended to fall. That motion covered up his reach for the kunai. Then, by pulling both ends of the wire, he tripped Set. Se fell right into the trap. Jiraiya, who'd been completely in the dark just moments ago, now suddenly understood. "You really know your stuff," he blurted out, clearly impressed. He no longer looked down on Orochimaru. In fact, he was beginning to respect him. Hearing that, "I'm thinking I should definitely get on this guy's good side. Smart people like him, better to be friends than enemies." On the other side of the training ground, Sa was still on the ground, finally recovering from the shock of defeat. He glared at Orochimaru standing before him and gave him a shove, shouting, "You were tricking me the whole time. That wasn't fair." Then he turned to the three instructors. "Sensei, in terms of raw ability, I'm just as strong as he is. The only reason I lost is because he kept misleading me. If I had another chance..." He didn't get to finish. Mitsui-sensei cut him off sharply. "That's enough, Set. Don't make excuses. A loss is a loss. Reading your opponent's intentions is just as important a skill for a shinobi as strength, and Orochimaru did it better than you. Besides, weren't you watching when Hoshiyomi fought Uchiha Iwa earlier? Your situation wasn't any different. But how did Hoshiyomi handle it and how did you? I hope you reflect on that. Not just you. All of you." Mitsui-sensei turned to address the rest of the students. "I hope you've learned something from today's battle. You should be grateful you're learning this lesson here. Out there, you'll face situations far more deceptive and deadly. And when that day comes, if you can remember this moment, it might just save your life." Sa lowered his head in frustration. He knew Mitsui-sensei was right. No matter how he looked at it, a loss was a loss, there was no changing that. The chubby boy gave a deep bow to Mitsui-sensei, then turned and left in silence. Orochimaru had taught him a valuable lesson, but the price had been steep. After the lecture, Mitsui-sensei turned to Orochimaru and nodded. "As promised, you're officially transferred to Class A. Make sure you don't show up to the wrong classroom next week." Orochimaru gave a small bow of gratitude, then turned to leave the academy grounds. Behind him, his fists clenched tightly. His lips trembled as he fought the urge to cry. "Mom, Dad, did you see that? I'm not a failure. I made it into Class A." Thinking back on his journey from being dead last in Class C to finally climbing his way into Class A, no one could understand the hardship he'd endured. His eyes blinked rapidly, just about to tear up when suddenly, someone patted him on the back. Startled, he wiped his eyes and turned around. Standing behind him were three boys around his age, all smiling at him. The one who'd patted him was none other than Jiraiya. After saying he wanted to be friends, he'd dragged Hoshiyomi and Sakumo over with him. With his usual bluntness, Jiraiya said, "Hey! That fight back there? Awesome! You almost outshined the great Jiraiya. I like you. Wanna be friends with this future legend?" Orochimaru, eyes still a little red, looked Jiraiya up and down. For a moment, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Before he could react, the black-haired boy beside Jiraiya stepped forward and said, "Hey there, Orochimaru. The three of us are your new classmates. I'm Gekkō Hoshiyomi, this idiot is Jiraiya, and the quiet one over there is Hatake Sakumo. Looking forward to working with you." Compared to Jiraiya's confusing antics, Hoshiyomi's introduction was way more normal. Orochimaru finally realized they weren't mocking him. These three really wanted to be friends. Just hearing the word friends stirred something in him again. Because back in Class C, as the lowest-ranked student, everyone had looked down on him. No one had ever taken him seriously. His efforts had been met with only ridicule. He'd never had a single friend. Now, suddenly, three boys were reaching out to him. It almost made him cry all over again. Jiraiya, seeing Orochimaru's teary eyes, was baffled. Tilting his head, he leaned in and asked, "Whoa, what's with the waterworks? We just said we wanna be friends. No big deal. I mean, we're like the cool kids in Class A. People line up just to talk to us. At that moment, Sakumo, who'd been silent this whole time, finally spoke up. Hoshiyomi and I, not you. That's Sakumo for you, always the straight shooter. Jiraiya's face turned beet red. He turned to Sakumo with an exasperated scowl. Come on, man, can you not throw me under the bus in front of our new friend? You're making me look bad. Orochimaru, who was just about to cry again, found himself distracted and the tears didn't come. Since he couldn't cry now, he figured he might as well stop trying. He sniffled, then raised his head and gave the three a proper introduction. My name is Orochimaru. I'm 6 years old. Starting today, I'll be your classmate. Please take care of me. Jiraiya waved a hand dismissively. Ugh, so boring. That's your self-introduction? Come on, you've got no flair at all. Watch how I do it. With that, Jiraiya turned his back to them and adjusted the paint on his face, making it look even more ridiculous. He didn't seem to notice. Striking a dramatic pose, he bent forward, neck stretched long, eyes wide like saucers. With one hand in front and the other behind, he raised his left leg into a half circle before stomping it down with a loud clack from his wooden sandals. Then, as if there were theme music playing behind him, he declared. Yahoo! I am the mighty Jiraiya the Gallant. Please treat me kindly. The over-the-top performance had Hoshiyomi and Sakumo both take 3 steps back to distance themselves from him. Orochimaru stood there stunned for a long moment, then quietly walked around Jiraiya and said to Hoshiyomi. You were right. He really is an idiot. Chapter 23, Encounter with Spies. With Hoshiyomi, a reincarnated otherworlder, and the ever-clownish Jiraiya around, Orochimaru quickly loosened up. Right now, he was still just a 6-year-old kid, nothing like the cold, unreachable figure he would become in the future. Thanks to Hoshiyomi's guidance, a few words were enough to get him talking. What's worth mentioning is that Orochimaru, who was still somewhat reserved when talking to Hoshiyomi, was already trading jabs with Jiraiya like they'd been rivals for years. After chatting for a while outside the academy gates, Sakumo started getting antsy. He was the type who got uncomfortable if he wasn't training. Hoshiyomi noticed immediately. He gave Sakumo a subtle look to stay calm, then turned to Orochimaru and said. We're about to start our daily training. Want to come with us, Orochimaru? Orochimaru hesitated. The pace of things today felt too fast, it was a little unsettling for him. Jiraiya's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Having Orochimaru join their training was a great idea. Up until now, it had always been just the 3 of them, and he'd always been the one getting beaten up. Now, with someone who was even greener than him, didn't that mean he could enjoy being the one dishing it out for once? Grinning, Jiraiya threw an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder and said. Come on, let's go train. I'll show you what the great Jiraiya-sama is capable of. And don't go thinking you're hot stuff just because you beat that Sei guy. Compared to me, Sei's like an ant versus an elephant. You get me? Orochimaru scoffed, brushing off Jiraiya's arm. Fine. I'm curious to see just how strong you really are, idiot. Watching the usually aloof Orochimaru get pulled in so easily, Hoshiyomi couldn't help but think, the power of bromance. Their usual training spot was a quiet stream near the edge of the village, a place rarely visited. As the group arrived and began warming up, a sharp whistle suddenly echoed from upstream. Jiraiya blinked. What was that? Some kind of animal? Sakumo shook his head. No. That was a signal whistle. Someone's up there. Orochimaru frowned. Isn't it normal for people to be in the village? Hoshiyomi explained, we've been training here for 2 months and never encountered anyone. That whistle's out of place. Jiraiya's curiosity flared. Let's check it out. Who knows, maybe there's a beautiful woman bathing upstream. He flashed his trademark pervy grin. The others groaned. Orochimaru deadpanned. Idiot! Who whistles that loud while bathing, trying to attract an audience? Still, the odd sound had piqued everyone's curiosity. It wasn't normal for anyone to be up there, especially not after 2 months of silence. The four of them quietly moved into the dense forest, heading upstream. 5 minutes earlier, upstream, a scruffy man dressed like a beggar was rummaging around. Finding a crooked tree with a marked trunk, his eyes lit up. He placed his fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp, clear whistle. Rustling followed. A second man, dressed like a merchant, emerged from the woods. He quickly smacked the beggar's hand. "Why the hell are you whistling? Trying to advertise we're here?" The beggar grinned, unfazed. "It's been over a year since I've seen anyone from the village. Got excited seeing you. By the way, Aki-san, are the sakura blooming back home?" Aki rolled his eyes. "If they're blooming in Konoha, of course they are in Iwagakure. Cut the small talk, are you sure this place is safe?" The beggar Enrui patted his chest. "Totally. I've been scouting this spot for months. Usually, no one comes near here. Only recently did a few kids 5 or 6 years old start showing up after class to play ninja for a bit. But school's not out for another hour. We're good. These Konoha brats are soft. No discipline. No drive. Compared to us Iwanin, they're weaklings. One day, we'll be the strongest in the ninja world." Aki wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. "Enough nonsense. The longer we stay, the higher the risk. Just give me the intel you've gathered over the past year." Enrui immediately grew serious. Just as he was about to speak, Aki's expression shifted. He snarled. "Who's there?" He drew a kunao and flung it into the trees. Thunk! The kunao embedded itself in a tree, landing right beside Jiraiya. He nearly screamed, but Hoshiyomi clamped a hand over his mouth. Still, a faint sound escaped. That tiny slip confirmed Aki's suspicion. He and Enrui exchanged a look, then bolted into the woods. Sometimes fate just works in strange ways. Enrui had moved up the meeting by an hour, thinking it would be safe. But that just so happened to coincide with the Academy's sparring exam ending early. Even with the group's delay at the gates, they'd still arrived earlier than usual. Both sides had stumbled into each other. Hoshiyomi's group had overheard enough to know these were IWA spies, and the spies had discovered them. With danger bearing down fast, Hoshiyomi's mind raced for a solution. After weighing their options, he realized backup was their only hope. The Senju clan compound wasn't far, just 10 minutes away at full speed. If he rushed, he could bring Uzumaki Mito back in time. In the stunned silence of his teammates, Hoshiyomi performed a shadow clone jutsu. He locked eyes with the clone. In unison, they activated their secret technique, assault. The clone immediately bolted. Right before vanishing, Hoshiyomi whispered to the others. "Don't blow my cover. I'll try to take one of them out from the shadows. That might give us a chance." Chapter 24, Chapter 24 Ambushing Ichnin. Orochimaru flinched when Hoshiyomi suddenly vanished. He was about to ask what happened when Sakumo cut him off. Glancing at Orochimaru, Sakumo said in a low voice, "That's Hoshiyomi's Kekkei Genkai. I'll explain later, focus on the two enemies ahead." Meanwhile, Hoshiyomi had already circled around to take cover behind a large tree. His voice came quietly through the communicator. "These two are Iwagakure shinobi. If they stay together, I'll never get a clean shot at either of them. You need to split them up. Once we engage, Sakumo will hold one off. You two use the chance to run, but don't go too far, just lead them in circles until we come back to back you up. Whatever happens, don't do anything reckless." After finishing, Hoshiyomi fell silent. He focused entirely on suppressing his chakra signature, minimizing his presence as much as possible. As Anrui and Aki pushed through the shrubs ahead, they found Sakumo and the others nervously standing their ground. The IWA shinobi relaxed slightly at the sight, relieved and a little amused. Fortunately, they weren't facing proper Konoha shinobi. If they were, they'd have to worry about reinforcements arriving. But against 3 brats? Nothing to fear. One was a Chunin, the other a Genin. Taking out a few kids without causing too much noise? Easy. If they couldn't even handle that, they might as well smash their heads into a rock and be done with it. Seeing the relaxed expressions on the 2 IWA nin, Hoshiyomi let out a mental sigh of relief. Good, they didn't seem to be sensory types. He'd gambled right. In his opinion, if either of them had sensory abilities, they wouldn't be assigned to such a risky mission. Although the first great ninja war was nearing its end, it wasn't over yet. Sensory nin were worth their weight in gold during this period. Most of them were stationed on the front lines, treated like treasure. No one would risk them on a spy mission. That was the foundation of his plan, and step 1 had just succeeded. Now, it was up to Sakumo and the others to play their part. Sakumo didn't hesitate. He shoved Jiraiya and Orochimaru forward and shouted, "Run! Get the Konoha police force! I'll hold them off!" Jiraiya and Orochimaru snapped to attention like they'd just woken from a dream. They scrambled away in a panic, tripping over themselves as they fled. Anrui laughed. "Hey Aki, did you hear that? The little brat actually thinks he can hold us off by himself. Must have hit his head." Aki shot him a glance but didn't respond. Still, there was clear contempt in his expression as he patted Anrui on the back of the head. "Don't waste time. If those 2 kids really do run into reinforcements, we're screwed. I'll handle this one, go take care of the other 2. Make it quick. And don't forget to bring the bodies back so we can stage the scene. We'll talk about the intel after these brats are dealt with." Anrui didn't dare argue. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and reluctantly followed after the retreating pair. Sakumo tried to intercept, but Aki formed a seal and shouted, "Earth release, Earth-style wall." A barrier of stone rose behind Sakumo, blocking his path and cutting off pursuit. He had no choice but to abandon the chase. Hoshiyomi grinned silently. For someone who always acted cold and aloof, Sakumo really knew how to sell it. He'd almost fooled Hoshiyomi too. Jokes aside, Hoshiyomi drew his kunao and began creeping closer to Aki. Aki, recently promoted to Chunin, was a solid fighter despite his new rank. After cutting off Sakumo's path, he drew a kunao and lunged forward. His speed and strength far exceeded Sakumo's expectations. With the wall at his back, Sakumo had nowhere to run and could only meet the attack with his white fang blade. The weapons clashed with a sharp clang. Aki looked completely at ease, while Sakumo's arm trembled from the force. He instantly realized, "I can't beat him head-on. I'll have to rely on Hoshiyomi's ambush." Resolving himself, Sakumo dodged sideways, putting distance between them, then flung 2 shuriken. Aki knocked them aside effortlessly, eyeing the tiny nick on his kunao with interest. "Nice blade. Didn't expect to walk away with a souvenir today." He charged again, unaware that Hoshiyomi had already closed the gap behind him. The second stage of his secret technique shinobi art, ambush, was ready. From Sakumo's angle, he could see a faint shimmer moving through the sunset, the barely visible outline of Hoshiyomi closing in. The sight filled Sakumo with renewed determination. He shouted, gathering chakra in his legs, and slammed into the ground, launching himself into the air. Aki sneered. "Idiot! Jumping during a fight? You'll regret that." In the air, there was no footing. One solid counter, and it'd be over. Aki raised his head and his kunao, aiming to end it. But before he could even lift his arm fully, a sharp wind roared behind him. "Impossible, someone's behind me." Panic gripped him as he tried to turn and block, but it was already too late. A gleaming blade pierced through his back, exiting cleanly through his chest. His eyes widened in shock. So fast! He tried to turn and glimpse the attacker's face. But Sakumo was already falling from the air. His white fang blade sliced cleanly across Aki's throat, silencing him forever. Even in death, Aki never saw his killer's face. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo locked eyes, stunned. Hnin dead, just like that. They both flinched at the dull thud of the body hitting the ground. Their hearts were racing, breath short and ragged, the adrenaline still surging through their veins. Sakumo regained his composure first. Gripping his blade tightly, he said, "There's still one more. We need to help Jiraiya and Orochimaru." Hoshiyomi snapped back to focus. "You're right, and we don't know what's happened to them yet." Without sparing a glance at the corpse, the two of them sprinted off at full speed toward the direction the others had fled. Chapter 25, Taking Down Anrui. After following the direction where Orochimaru and Jiraiya had gone, the path suddenly split into two. Sakumo frowned at the sight. He glanced at Hoshiyomi and asked, "Should we split up?" "Let's take a closer look first," Hoshiyomi said as he stepped forward to examine the two paths carefully. Sure enough, at the entrance to one of the paths, he spotted a small arrow carved by a kunao. When Hoshiyomi saw the carved arrow, he smiled. That kind of foresight was definitely Orochimaru's doing. Jiraiya was too careless to have thought of it. "This way," he said, pulling Sakumo down the path. After just a few minutes, the distant sounds of Jiraiya's loud wailing echoed through the forest. Exchanging a glance, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo rushed forward. It didn't take long before they saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya, but they were in rough shape. Both were covered in tiny cuts from brushing past thorny vegetation while escaping. Anrui stood before them, looking smug and taunting. "What's wrong? Why aren't you running anymore?" Panting heavily, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were starting to lose hope. After all this time, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo still hadn't caught up. Maybe they'd already been taken out. The thought filled Jiraiya with despair. Was their four-man squad from the academy going to die before they even made a name for themselves? No. No matter what, he, Jiraiya, had to go out swinging. Grimly determined, Jiraiya fished out his last kunao and yelled at Anrui, "You bastard, I'll take you down with me." Then, like a charging bull, he shut his eyes and rushed at Anrui. The latter sneered and easily sidestepped Jiraiya's reckless charge, then gave him a hard kick in the rear. Jiraiya hit the ground face first, his kunao flying from his hand. As he scrambled for it, Anrui walked up, grinning viciously, and stomped on Jiraiya's chest. He picked up the kunao and toyed with it, then said with mock contemplation, "So, should I stab you in the throat, or the heart?" Jiraiya didn't reply. Instead, he spat a mouthful of saliva right into Anrui's face. Then he shouted over his shoulder, "You idiot! What are you standing there for? Run!" But Orochimaru didn't budge. He clenched his fists. This was one of the few friends he had. How could he abandon him? But what could he do? He didn't even have a kunao. Close combat was out of the question. The only thing he had was the steel wire he'd brought earlier. Looking at the coil of wire, Orochimaru remembered a vague idea for a jutsu he'd been mulling over, launching wire infused with chakra to restrain the enemy. No time like now to test it. He quickly unwound the wire from his arm, calculated the distance, and tied a small stone to the front as a weight. Then, gambling everything, he hurled it. If this worked, he would call the jutsu, hidden shadow wire technique. Fortunately, Orochimaru's aim was precise. The weighted wire flew cleanly over Anrui's arm. Orochimaru immediately channeled chakra into the steel threads and snapped his wrist back. The wire moved just as he intended, wrapping tightly around Anrui's right arm, the one holding the kunao. With both hands gripping the line, Orochimaru threw himself backward, yanking the wire taut. Anrui, caught off guard, instinctively shifted, pulling his hand away. They struggled for dominance, Orochimaru gritting his teeth as he held his ground. Anrui, realizing what was happening, tried to cut the wire with his free hand. But Jiraiya wasn't about to give him that chance. In a burst of strength, Jiraiya grabbed Anrui's foot and pushed with everything he had. Surprisingly, it worked. He shoved Anrui's foot off his chest and scrambled free. Now unrestrained, Jiraiya rose and delivered a rocket headbutt straight into Anrui's chin. "Time for a taste of my rocket headbutt, you bastard!" The sudden blow dazed Anrui, and the pain made him drop the kunai from his hand. Furious and humiliated, Anrui and Uegakuregenin was losing it. To think 2 Konoha brats had made him look so pathetic. If Aki ever found out, he'd never hear the end of it. Roaring in rage, Anrui abandoned the wire and punched Jiraiya square in the face. The punch was brutal. Jiraiya flew backward, 2 teeth flying from his mouth. He crashed to the ground, knocked out cold. Anrui turned, retrieved the kunai, and severed the steel wire. Then, with a murderous glint in his eyes, he slowly walked toward Orochimaru. "You 2 little brats actually managed to make me look this bad. I'll admit, you've got some talent as shinobi. But it ends here. Not even the Sage of 6 Paths could save you now. You hear me?" Just as he was shouting those words, a figure emerged silently from the forest. With a mocking smirk, the boy said, "Not even the Sage of 6 Paths could save them? You've got a big mouth." Anrui froze, kunai mid-swing. He stared, wide-eyed. "You're, that brat from earlier. You're supposed to be dead. How are you still alive? Don't tell me, you killed Aki? Just you, alone? That's impossible." While Anrui stood there in shock, a flash of silver light swept past his vision. Then his hand, the one holding the kunai, was suddenly flying through the air. That's my hand." Hoshiyomi appeared at his side without a sound. He winked at the stunned Anrui. "Not alone," he said. "I'm still here." The intense pain finally hit, and Anrui screamed in agony, howling like a slaughtered pig. No way! This is impossible! Who the hell are you?" From a distance, Sakumo shook his head. He hadn't expected this Uegakuregenin to be so weak once pressured. Drawing White Fang, Sakumo dashed in, preparing to end Anrui in one strike. But just then, a blur of motion shot out from the trees. A shadowy figure appeared beside Hoshiyomi in an instant, as if teleporting. Before anyone could react, the newcomer delivered a sharp chop to Anrui's neck, knocking him out cold. Only after Anrui hit the ground did Hoshiyomi notice the symbol on the man's back. The Uchiha Clan crest. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Uchiha Hokushin. Upon seeing the Uchiha Clan crest, Hoshiyomi frowned slightly. He had clearly sent his shadow clone to seek help from Mito Uzumaki, so why was the Konoha military police force here instead? Just as Hoshiyomi was puzzling over this, the lightning-fast Uchiha youth nearby suddenly took notice of him. After scanning him with a glance, the man smiled and said, "So this one's the original body? No wonder the one I met earlier felt a little off. For such a young kid to already master shadow clones, you're pretty impressive." Hoshiyomi was slightly taken aback as he studied the man. An Uchiha being this easygoing? Since the Uchiha seemed approachable, Hoshiyomi didn't hide anything. He nodded politely and asked with curiosity, "Were you the one my shadow clone brought back for help? I originally told him to get an elder I know." "How did?" That was the drawback of shadow clones, there was no real-time memory sharing. The original could only receive the clone's memories after it was dispelled or dismissed. So Hoshiyomi had no idea what had happened along the way. The Uchiha, noticing Hoshiyomi's confusion, took the initiative to explain. "I'm Uchiha Hokushin, squad leader in the military police force for this sector. Your shadow clone ran into me while seeking help. When I heard there were enemy spies involved, I rushed right over. By the way, why is there only one body at the scene? Weren't there supposed to be two? Did you take out the other one too? He asked it half-jokingly. He didn't really think 4 first-year academy kids could take down 2 Iwagakure spies. But before he could finish the thought, Sakumo stepped up and calmly said, "The other one's dead too. His body's upstream, by the creek." Hokushin blinked in surprise. Was this some kind of joke? Were Konoha's kids really this fierce now? Or had Iwa really fallen that far? Still not fully convinced, he asked them to wait and jogged upstream. Not long after, he returned carrying the corpse of the second enemy. He had searched the body and found the ninja ID concealed inside the lining of the man's clothing. It clearly stated, Iwagakure. Hokushin looked from the 2 corpses, both in terrible shape, to the 4 kids, none of them even 120 centimeters tall. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming. This was ridiculous. First-year academy students taking down Chunin as a group? What were they going to do once they actually graduated? Challenge the Hokage. Hokushin's attitude toward the 4 of them immediately changed. If these kids had truly managed this feat, then the Hokage had to be informed. He had to make sure the village properly nurtured this kind of talent. They couldn't let these gems go to waste. His older brother, Uchiha Kagami, had always taught him. If you want the village to respect you, you have to treat its people like your own family. That's the best way for the Uchiha to overcome prejudice. Hokushin had always taken his brother's words to heart. Now that Kagami was gone, he felt it was his duty to carry on that legacy, to set an example, and to help more Uchiha believe in that vision. And these 4 kids would be the first step. Part of it, of course, was about treating them with warmth and ensuring they received the support they deserved. After all, any family would nurture its child prodigies. But he also had a small selfish thought. If he could bring these 4 some well-deserved recognition, and they received better training and resources, then maybe, just maybe, they'd remember who helped them early on. And if they eventually became elite Genin, then perhaps they could put in a good word for the Uchiha clan, help change the perception the village held toward them. If that day came, it wouldn't just be a small personal success for Uchiha Hokushin. It would be a giant step toward the Uchiha clan shedding its stigma. If he could stay true to this path, then maybe, one day, the Uchiha would stand proudly alongside the Senju as a clan equally respected in Konoha. Eyes gleaming with resolve, Hokushin grabbed Hoshiyomi's arm and said warmly, "Hey, little guy, I'll need you to come with me for a bit. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just need you to stop by the police HQ to give an official statement. Once that's done, I can submit it with a recommendation for a school-wide commendation. What you did protected the village's interests. You're little heroes, you shouldn't stay in the shadows." Even Hoshiyomi was caught off guard by that speech, and Sakumo, normally ice-cold, stared at Hokushin like he was seeing a ghost. Was this guy really from the Uchiha clan? More like a Senju disguised in an Uchiha uniform. Off to the side, Jiraiya mumbled through a bruised mouth. "Hey, old man. You sure you're a real Uchiha? I thought all Uchiha were." It's worth noting that Anrui's punch earlier had knocked out 2 of Jiraiya's front teeth. Now he whistled every time he spoke, making him look even more ridiculous. Thankfully, he was still in the middle of losing his baby teeth, so they'd grow back. Otherwise, his future cool guy image might have been doomed. Hokushin just chuckled and finished Jiraiya's thought. "All cold and arrogant, right? You're not wrong. A lot of Uchiha are like that. But I'm not one of them. And I owe that to my brother, Uchiha Kagami. My brother and I have always dreamed of slowly changing that, of shifting how the village sees us, and how we see the village. That's our goal." Earlier, Hoshiyomi had worried that Hokushin might be up to something, maybe trying to lure them into the Uchiha district for some dark scheme. but hearing that name Uchiha Kagami completely eased his concerns. No way, this guy's a bad person. In fact, he might just be one of those overly sincere, slightly silly good guys. Still, even if Hokushin meant well, caution was necessary. After a moment of thought, Hoshiyomi pointed to Jiraiya and said, "Hokushin and I can go with you to give the statement, but we don't all have to go, right? Besides, Jiraiya and the others are injured. How about this, Sakumo and I go with you, and you let Orochimaru and Jiraiya head to the hospital? They can check on their injuries and let our families know we're safe." Chapter 27, Chapter 27. You, the Rock King, are out of control. Hoshiyomi's request was perfectly reasonable, and Uchiha Hokushin had no reason to refuse it. Before leaving, however, Hoshiyomi pulled Jiraiya aside with a secretive expression and whispered, "If we enter the Uchiha district, there's a chance that Uchiha Iwa might cause trouble. You and Orochimaru head straight toward the Senju district. My shadow clone should be on the way. If you run into him, send him to find me in the Uchiha district. The Senju clan will probably help you get your injuries treated, too. After that, make sure to tell my mom I'm safe. Don't forget, okay?" Jiraiya gave a goofy grin, flashing his two missing front teeth. Puffing out his chest, he thumped it proudly and said, "Leave it to me. Mission accepted." Then, without waiting for a reply, he grabbed a bewildered Orochimaru and dashed off like a whirlwind. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo exchanged glances, then turned to Hokushin. "We're ready, Hokushin Naizen. Let's go." Konoha Police Force Headquarters Vice Captain's Office. Uchiha Iwa was sniffling and whining to his uncle, Uchiha Yama, spinning a dramatic tale about how terribly he'd been wronged by Gekkō Hoshiyomi. Uchiha Yama looked bored and irritated, absent-mindedly digging at his ear. To be honest, he had little patience for his nephew's constant complaining. Sure, the kid had passable talent, but his personality had been completely spoiled by his overindulgent mother. Yama didn't need much brain power to guess what had really happened. This brat had probably gotten too cocky at the academy, picked a fight, and then got smacked down by someone stronger. Still, it wasn't something he could ignore. His sister's husband had died young, leaving Uchiha Iwa as her only child and her entire world. Normally, that wouldn't concern Yama too much, but their father doted on his sister even more than she doted on her son. That meant, in terms of family hierarchy, even he, the vice captain of the police force, ranked below this whiny brat. If he didn't at least pretend to help, he'd never hear the end of it at home. His sister and their old man would probably flip the house upside down. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. He waved his hand impatiently and snapped. All right. I'll look into it. But this is the police force, not the ANBU. We don't just grab people because you say so. At most, I'll assign a couple guys to keep an eye on this Hoshiyomi kid. If he slips up, we'll bring him in and you can give him a piece of your mind. But that's it. And let me tell you something, if you really want to deal with someone, then get stronger. Beat them fair and square. Stop running to me every time things don't go your way. You're a damn Uchiha, act like one, and stop sneaking around like a little snake. It's embarrassing. Uchiha Iwa's face lit up the moment his uncle agreed. He grinned and said, "Thanks, uncle. You're the best." As for the rest of that lecture, he let it go in one ear and out the other. Swaggering like he owned the place, Iwa pushed open the office door only to stop dead in his tracks. He rubbed his eyes. No way. Was he hallucinating? Had he really just seen Gekkō Hoshiyomi and Hotaki Sakumo walk into the Konoha Police HQ? It couldn't be anyone else. He would recognize that smug face anywhere, even if it turned to ash. Worse yet, the guy was annoyingly better looking than he was. Iwa's heart surged with excitement. He quickly memorized which room they entered, then spun around and bolted back into his uncle's office, shouting, Uncle! 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 Uchiha Yama's face scrunched in frustration. He slammed the table and barked. What is it now? You trying to summon ghosts or something? It's the middle of the day, quit yelling like that. Iwa didn't care. He was practically glowing with joy. This was fate. Destiny. This was what people meant when they said, just as you feel sleepy, someone hands you a pillow. In that moment, Uchiha Iwa felt like he had reached the peak of his life. No, he was the protagonist of this world. Uchiha Iwa, the eternal god. Hoshiyomi. That damn Hoshiyomi actually walked in. And even that annoying Sakumo is with him. Uchiha Yama raised a brow. Seriously? That troublemaker got himself hauled in. I told you that guy's bad news. Iwa declared triumphantly. Yama didn't think much of it. Anyone brought to the station usually wasn't innocent. And if the kid really was guilty of something, then letting his nephew teach him a lesson seemed harmless enough. He waved a hand. Fine. Go. But don't overdo it. And stop bothering me. Iwa, thrilled beyond words, strutted off like a peacock. On the way, he grabbed 3 of his uncle's most trusted subordinates to come along. Then, with a dramatic kick, he barged into the room where Hoshiyomi was waiting. He pointed straight at him and burst into an obnoxious laugh, the kind that made your ears hurt. Ha 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 ha. Gekkō Hoshiyomi. I was just wondering how I'd get you in here, and look at that, you walked in all by yourself. Today, I'll show you what happens when a mountain dragon crosses paths with a tiger descending the hill. This is Konoha, you don't call the shots here. Oh no. Not this. Not again. The cringe was unbearable. As Hoshiyomi watched the over-the-top performance from Uchiha Iwa, he could barely hold back from saying, "Sensei, please stop monologuing." But just then, he stiffened. A sudden rush of memories poured into his mind. His shadow clone had been dispelled. After sorting through the information, Hoshiyomi realized that Jiraiya and Orochimaru had already reunited with his clone and successfully delivered the message to Mito Uzumaki. Even more surprising, Mito had dispatched a shadow clone of her own, accompanied by 2 ANBU, and they were already en route to his location. He was honestly a bit stunned. Mito's personal attention? That was a big deal. But on second thought, it made sense. Given how generously she had trained and guided him, it was clear that she had a vested interest in nurturing new talent. Maybe she had taken notice of Sakumo and the others as well. With Mito's clone about to arrive, Hoshiyomi glanced at the strutting, overconfident Iwa and thought, this guy is about to have a very bad day. Which meant, time to turn up the pressure. As he processed the clone's memories, Uchiha Hokushin, standing to the side, frowned deeply. He'd heard plenty about Uchiha Iwa's reputation and none of it good. He stepped forward and warned. Uchiha Iwa, I'm telling you, this situation isn't what you think it is. These kids aren't people you can mess with. Iwa, still oblivious to the looming storm, gave Hokushin a smug glance and sneered. What's not what I think? This is the police HQ, everything here is exactly how I want it to be. And don't call me a stray horse with no reins. I'm telling you, no matter the reason, those 2 little punks are going down. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Action. Uchiha Hokushin spoke anxiously. You have no idea who those 2 are. But before he could finish, Uchiha Iwa suddenly turned to his uncle's 3 subordinates and ordered. Take him out. Don't let him interrupt my performance. The 3 subordinates exchanged a glance, then escorted Hokushin out of the room. As they did, one of them said casually, "Geez, Hokushin, why are you so worked up over a couple of kids? It's just a scuffle. Kids fight all the time, they're not going to kill each other." A little discipline never hurt anyone. Exactly. Is it really worth offending Vice Captain Yama over something so minor? Hokushin was just about to struggle free until he caught Gekkō Hoshiyomi winking at him. He froze. Was the kid telling him not to interfere? Come to think of it, that made sense. These two had taken down a Chunin and even dealt with an Iwa Nin spy. Why would they be afraid of someone like Uchiha Iwa? If anything, leaving Iwa alone with them might backfire on him. Realizing this, Hokushin stopped resisting. He was now more curious than worried, curious to see what Hoshiyomi had planned. Once outside, one of the three subordinates asked, puzzled. Hokushin, what exactly did those kids do? And why are you defending them? Hokushin rolled his eyes. Who said they did anything wrong? They uncovered and captured a spy from Iwagakure. I brought them in to take their statements. That left the three of them stunned. What? They're not in trouble? They were debriefing? They took down a spy. One of them muttered in frustration. Why didn't you say that earlier? This whole thing's a huge misunderstanding now. I did say it twice. Hokushin snapped. Each time, Iwa cut me off. What was I supposed to do? The subordinates thought about it for a moment. He had a point. But there wasn't time to dwell on that. Now they all rushed to open the door and stop Uchiha Iwa. But before they could, two ANBU agents appeared silently in front of them, raising a hand to block their path. From behind them, Uchiha Yama's voice echoed, gradually drawing nearer. Lady Mito, please hear me out. This is all a misunderstanding. 3 minutes earlier inside the room, Uchiha Iwa closed the door and began laughing in that forced, arrogant way again. Hoshiyomi sighed. All right, enough. Just say what you came to do already. Iwa dropped the grin and spoke through gritted teeth. You embarrassed me at the academy today. Now it's time to return the favor tenfold. This kid's shinobi phase was seriously out of control. Hoshiyomi looked at him like he was an idiot and said seriously. I'm warning you, if you lay a hand on me, you'll regret it. But Iwa clearly didn't care. His fists were clenched and he lunged at Hoshiyomi, aiming for his stomach. Sigh. If that's how you want to play it, don't blame me for going full drama king. Iwa was still limping from the kick Hoshiyomi gave him earlier that day, which made his movements painfully slow and easy to read. The moment Iwa swung, Hoshiyomi dramatically flung himself backward, letting out a pained gasp. He clutched his stomach, fell to the floor, and began rolling around, groaning in agony. He even added 2 theatrical dry heaves for good measure. To someone watching, it looked like Iwa had hit him with Tsunade's monstrous strength. Even Hitaki Sakumo was stunned. What kind of jutsu is this? The punch hadn't even landed. Iwa himself was dumbfounded. Wait, am I really that strong? Did I just unlock long-range chakra strikes? Just then, the door burst open. Uchiha Yama stormed in, flanked by Hokushin and the other 3 subordinates. Right behind them were 2 ANBU and a striking woman with a commanding presence, Uzumaki Mito. They all saw the same scene. Hoshiyomi writhing on the floor in pain. Iwa staring at his fist in disbelief. Uchiha Yama marched up and grabbed Iwa by the ear. You little punk! You hit him, didn't you? Iwa had never seen his uncle this furious. And the ANBU behind him didn't exactly calm his nerves. He panicked, voice cracking. I didn't. I swear, I didn't even hit him. He's faking it. Gekkō Hoshiyomi, stop pretending. I didn't touch you, I'm not that stupid. He tried to expose Hoshiyomi's act. But Hoshiyomi wasn't finished. Trembling, Hoshiyomi pointed a shaking finger at Iwa and said weakly but angrily. Uchiha Iwa, don't lie. You used chakra. You clearly tried to kill me and now you're pretending otherwise? Are you serious? With his uncle glaring daggers at him and the others looking at him like he was trash, even IWA realized the truth. He'd been played. His mind raced. He finally shouted. Fine. If I hit you, then you should have a bruise, right? Lift your shirt. Show us your stomach, prove it. Without hesitation, Hoshiyomi responded, fine. He pulled up his shirt, revealing a bright red bruise. IWA was speechless. That's impossible. Uncle, I swear. Slap. Yama smacked him across the face. Save it. You've humiliated yourself enough. Get your sorry ass home and reflect on what you've done. I'll deal with you later. Then, Yama quickly turned to his subordinates and gestured for them to take IWA away discreetly, while Lady Mito wasn't looking. They hustled the sniveling IWA out of the room. Once the scene had calmed, Yama turned to Lady Mito, bowed slightly, and said, Lady Mito, this is entirely my fault. I failed to keep an eye on my nephew, which led to this disgrace. These two boys are heroes. They uncovered and captured a spy from Iwagakure. I'll discipline IWA thoroughly. He won't be walking properly for the next 3 days. And any damage or injury this young hero suffered, consider it my responsibility. I'll compensate for everything. Does that sound acceptable? Uzumaki Mito didn't respond immediately. Instead, she walked over and gently helped Hoshiyomi to his feet. What do you think, Hoshiyomi? Is this resolution enough for you? Yama was shocked. Lady Mito, helping a child up herself? Who was this kid? Could it be that he had a powerful background? Or, was his talent simply that extraordinary? Either way, Yama made a mental note to never underestimate Hoshiyomi again. Hoshiyomi, of course, understood Mito's gesture. He decided to play along and give Yama a graceful way out. Well, if your nephew really didn't know what was going on, then it's not fair to blame you. As long as he doesn't mess with me again, I'm willing to let this go. Yama was deeply moved. What a sensible, kind-hearted child. Why can't he be an Uchiha? Author's note, in-world commentary. I wasn't fully satisfied with how this chapter turned out. Some readers might think I made the Uchiha clan look weak, so let me clarify. Uchiha Iwa's behavior reflects his own immaturity, not the clan's stance. At this point in the timeline, the Uchiha are still on good terms with Konoha, almost like a honeymoon phase. It's not realistic for them to go against Uzumaki Mito over a brat's tantrum. Plus, IWA was in the wrong, which is why Yama chose to de-escalate and apologize. The logic might be a little messy, but that's the gist. Please don't think I'm just writing characters as idiots. If you think it's off, chalk it up to my writing needing improvement. Chapter 29, Breakthrough to Beginner Swordsmanship. Uchiha Yama turned out to be a pretty decent guy. When he said he'd offer compensation, he didn't mean just lip service. Before Hoshiyomi left, Yama repeatedly promised him that Uchiha Iwa would never bother him again. As compensation, he handed both Hoshiyomi and Sakumo 5,000 Ry each. On top of that, Hoshiyomi received a special mental damages gift. It was a ninja tool sealing scroll. According to Yama, it contained 200 kunao, 200 senbon, and 200 shuriken. That scroll was no joke. Ninja tools weren't cheap. A high-quality kunao alone could cost 300 to 400 Ry. Selling the scroll could easily net over 100,000 Ry, roughly the reward for a mid to low B-rank mission. Just imagine one scroll worth 100,000 Ry, and some shinobi go through 2 per fight. No wonder Tenten was called the true rich girl of the ninja world. That's real ninja world purchasing power. After politely bidding farewell to the god of wealth Uchiha Yama, Hoshiyomi and the others left the police force building. On the way out, Sakumo nudged Hoshiyomi and asked curiously, Uchiha Iwa didn't even land a hit on you. How did you end up with that wound on your stomach? Hoshiyomi glanced at the confused Sakumo and whispered in his ear. Actually, I gave it to myself when I fell down. Sakumo's face froze into the classic old man, subway, phone meme. Nothing more to say. Hoshiyomi was truly a menace. While the two whispered in the back, Mito suddenly spoke up. Your two friends are still at the Senju compound. Want to go check on them? Hoshiyomi's eyes flickered. He knew Mito was about to begin her recruitment pitch. But he didn't mind. Knowing the original story, he understood that no matter what Mito's personal thoughts or calculations were, at heart, she only wanted what was best for Konoha and Tsunade. Thinking about how the original Sunin came together, Hoshiyomi suddenly wondered, was this all Mito's plan from the very start? After all, how else would three kids from such vastly different backgrounds end up on the same team, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's tutelage? At the Senju compound, things went exactly as Hoshiyomi expected. Mito gave each of the trio Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Sakumo a generous welcome gift and a bonus for defeating the spies. The moment they learned she was the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, they were already filled with reverence. And now that she was gifting them ninjutsu scrolls? They were so touched they nearly swore their loyalty on the spot. Even the usually composed Orochimaru and Sakumo were wide-eyed with excitement as they stared at the scrolls in their hands. For kids without clan backing, this was a godsend, no exaggeration. Mastering the techniques in those scrolls would let them close the gap between them and the elite clans. And with their talent? Only two words could sum it up. Take off. As they left the Senju compound, the boys were still in a daze. Toothless Jiraiya mumbled blankly. This gift is insane. Is this what clan power really looks like? Hoshiyomi couldn't help but smile to himself. Looking at their confused expressions, no one would ever guess that these kids would grow up to be three of Konoha's top-tier legends. The four parted ways at the crossroads. Back home, Hoshiyomi enjoyed a hearty dinner cooked by his mother, Ri. Then he grabbed his wooden sword and headed to the courtyard. Thanks to the chaos with the spies, he hadn't gotten any training in today. With the sun still up, he wanted to make the most of it. Sigh. Men who are this talented, hard-working, and handsome? Rare as moonlight on water. After about half an hour of sword practice, Hoshiyomi felt different. His movements felt smoother, more natural. He raised his sword and ran through a full sequence of Konoha-style kenjutsu. The stances and transitions that used to feel stiff now flowed like water. Finishing the full sequence in one go, Hoshiyomi's heart stirred. He quickly entered his system space, and just as he guessed, his swordsmanship had leveled up. He had now reached beginner swordsmanship, level 3/100. He had been expecting to level up sometime after the battle assessment, but hitting it on the very same day? That was a surprise. He had those two Iwagakure spies to thank. They had given him 8 experience points, and that was exactly what pushed him over the edge. He glanced at the new system evaluation. Your swordsmanship has finally crossed the threshold, but to a true master, it's still full of flaws. Don't get cocky, it could cost you your life. The system still had a way with words. But compared to the last two evaluations, this one was practically praise. Now came the exciting part. Hoshiyomi took a deep breath, headed to the bathroom, and splashed his face with water. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. Still good looking. Fair-skinned. Calm and ready. Let's go. Time to test my luck. Back in the system space, he activated the skill draw. After a flurry of spinning names, one finally settled. Skill, Crescent Moon Slash. Description, a sudden forward dash executed with a reverse grip on the sword. After activation, the user gains a 20% boost to attack speed. It didn't sound super flashy, but Hoshiyomi could tell it was practical. A dash skill could be incredibly useful, especially if the range was good. He exited the system space and decided to test it out immediately. Standing in the center of the courtyard, he gripped the wooden sword in a reverse grip and activated Crescent Moon Slash. The moment he triggered the skill, his body lowered instinctively. With a surge of force from his feet, he shot forward like an arrow. The wooden sword shimmered with a silver glow, dazzling in the moonlight. Feeling the sudden burst of power, Hoshiyomi was thrilled until he realized he'd forgotten something. He was still charging forward. Before he could stop himself, he slammed face first into the courtyard wall. The loud crash startled his mom, Ri, who was still doing the dishes. She rushed out in her apron to find her son collapsed against the wall, holding his nose and staring at the sky. She hurried over, helping him up and trying to stop the nosebleed. Hoshiyomi, what on earth are you doing out here at night? If something's wrong, just talk to Mom. Chapter 30 Crescent Moon Slash. It took Hoshiyomi quite a while to convince his mom that he wasn't trying to end his own life. Only after a long explanation did she finally return to the kitchen, though she kept glancing back every few steps. After that, Hoshiyomi didn't dare try out Crescent Moon Slash again at home. It wasn't until after school the next day that he finally had a chance to train freely on the wide practice grounds. This time, there was no need to worry about crashing into any walls. After wrapping up sparring with Sakumo, Hoshiyomi stayed behind to practice Crescent Moon Slash alone. The moment he activated the technique, the explosive speed boost launched him forward nearly 10 meters in an instant. His wooden sword, now glowing with a faint silver light, carved a brilliant arc through the air like a sliver of moonlight slicing down from the heavens. Elegant. Mysterious. Powerful. As his dash came to an end, Hoshiyomi fluidly swung the glowing blade, striking a nearby tree trunk about as thick as a bowl. To his astonishment, the wooden sword left a deep gash in the solid bark. "This move's actually legit," he muttered, eyes on the fading silver sheen of the blade. He swung again. This time, the strike didn't leave a mark, but he could clearly feel his swing was faster. That must have been the technique's attack speed boost at work. After 30 seconds, the silver glow fully vanished, and his speed returned to normal. Hoshiyomi paused to rest and regulate his chakra. For an adult shinobi, the chakra cost of this jutsu wouldn't be much, but for a 6-year-old like him, it was another story entirely. Compared to his peers, his chakra reserves were already impressive. 2 months of permeation training had put him well ahead of kids like Jiraiya or even Sakumo. In the future, he wouldn't be as crippled as Mr. 50-50, Kakashi, but for now, his young body still limited how much chakra he could draw on. By his estimation, he could probably use Crescent Moon Slash twice, maximum forcing a third use would likely land him in the hospital. After catching his breath, he activated the technique a second time. The first test was just to measure range and power. This time, he was after something more specific. Could it turn mid-dash? The ability to change direction was crucial. A dash that only went straight was useless in real combat. What if you were indoors and slammed head first into a wall like yesterday? That wouldn't just be embarrassing, it could be fatal. Hoshiyomi took a deep breath and activated the skill again. Midway through the dash, he willed his body to turn. And it worked beautifully. Yesterday's crash had been entirely due to his own carelessness. This time, with his focus locked in, he curved around smoothly. Crescent Moon Slash reminded him a bit of Chidori. It relied on the user's reflexes to control direction. But unlike Chidori, this move was silent, and didn't need a Sharingan to guide it. In a way, the system itself was his targeting mechanism. As long as he focused his intent, the movement adjusted automatically, no fear of losing control due to excessive speed. Just as he was about to sheath his blade with satisfaction, Hoshiyomi turned and nearly jumped out of his skin. Sakumo had returned. He must have doubled back, and now he stood a few feet away, staring wide-eyed. Hoshiyomi had never seen him look like this. Without a word, Sakumo grabbed his shoulders, eyes intense, breath quickened. That technique just now, what's it called? It's incredible. I've never seen such a brilliant sword skill before. Hoshiyomi, can you teach it to me? To someone as obsessed with swordsmanship as Sakumo, seeing such a refined technique that wasn't his own was practically torture. Still, he quickly realized he'd overstepped. Letting go, he stammered awkwardly. Wait, I didn't mean to pressure you. What I meant was if you are willing, I'd trade you anything from the Hotaki sword style. I really love that move. Hoshiyomi chuckled and patted his friend on the shoulder to calm him down. Relax, Sakumo. Let me explain. As Sakumo's excitement eased a little, Hoshiyomi racked his brain for a way to dodge the truth. After all, Crescent Moon Slash was a system skill he didn't even know how he'd learned it, let alone how to teach it. But if he told Sakumo outright that it was unteachable, his friend would definitely spiral into a sulk. Maybe not cut ties, but definitely go into emo mode for a while. And protecting a friend's mental health was important. So, with that in mind, Hoshiyomi carefully chose his words. That technique is actually a secret art passed down in the Gekkō Clan. It requires our clan's unique chakra trait to fully activate. Sure enough, Sakumo's face instantly fell, turning pale. Hoshiyomi swore he could almost see a tiny soul drifting in and out of Sakumo's mouth. Startled, he rushed to add, but that doesn't mean it's impossible to learn. I can explain the theory behind it, you'll just have to develop it yourself from there. Sakumo stared in silence for a second, then suddenly came back to life. Grabbing Hoshiyomi's shoulder again, he nodded fervently. Please. Tell me the theory, I'll figure the rest out on my own. With no other choice, Hoshiyomi dove into full-on nonsense mode. He couldn't explain how Crescent Moon Slash worked, but he could fake it with some half-truths borrowed from other jutsu. Take Chidori, for example, Kakashi's original jutsu. That'd do nicely. Clearing his throat, Hoshiyomi launched into the explanation. The technique's called Crescent Moon Slash. It's a high-speed dash paired with a sword strike. The silver glow you saw was chakra from my bloodline limit, coating the blade. It's actually pretty simple in concept. My clan's unique chakra stimulates rapid cell activation, giving me a short burst of speed. Pair that with a chakra-imbued strike, and that's basically it. If you can find a chakra attribute to replace my clan's special chakra, I'm sure you can replicate the jutsu. Sakumo's eyes lit up like 200-watt bulbs. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Hoshiyomi. For you to share something like this with me, you really are my best friend. If I ever develop a new jutsu, I'll make sure you're the first to know." P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Preparing for Graduation. Sakumo's eyes sparkled with such intensity that it made Hoshiyomi a little uneasy. He knew Sakumo's personality well, this guy was obsessive. Once he set his mind on something, not even 10 wild boars could pull him back. Hoshiyomi genuinely feared that Sakumo might go overboard trying to develop the technique, possibly driving himself to burnout or sustaining hidden internal injuries that could hinder his growth. That would make Hoshiyomi feel terribly guilty. With that in mind, he quickly straightened his face and gave Sakumo a firm pat on the shoulder, warning him. "Sakumo, our Gekkō Clan scrolls specifically warn that this technique must be trained gradually. Rushing it could leave you with permanent internal injuries. When you try to develop it in the future, keep that in mind. I recommend you wait until you've reached Chunin level before attempting it." Seeing the seriousness in Hoshiyomi's eyes, Sakumo hesitated, then nodded. "Don't worry, Hoshiyomi. I understand that much. I'll wait until I've reached Chunin before trying to develop it." Then, as if something had just occurred to him, Sakumo glanced around to make sure neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru were nearby before leaning in and whispering. "Don't you think we're progressing too slowly? I feel like there's nothing left to learn at the academy." Honestly, I get more out of sparring with you after school than I do sitting through a whole day of lessons. I've been thinking maybe we should just apply for early graduation. That struck a chord with Hoshiyomi. Truthfully, he hadn't come to the academy to learn the basics. His real goal was to befriend Tsunade, Sakumo, and the others. Now that those bonds had been formed, staying in school seemed less important. But on second thought, it didn't feel right to graduate just yet. Orochimaru had only recently been moved to Class A and had just begun warming up to them. If he and Sakumo suddenly left, what would become of Orochimaru? Hoshiyomi had always felt that Orochimaru's descent into darkness in the original timeline was largely because no one noticed or cared about the changes in his heart. He believed that if he could stay close and offer some guidance at the right moments, it might just be possible to steer Orochimaru down a better path. Now that he was in the world of Naruto, he felt a responsibility to change some of the tragedies that had unfolded in the original timeline, maybe even rewrite some fates. Looking up at Sakumo, Hoshiyomi said, "Honestly, I agree. There's not much left to learn here. But it's only been 2 months since the school year started. Even if we apply for early graduation, I doubt Mitsui-sensei would approve. He might consider it once we're well into the second half of the year, but not now." Sakumo thought about that and nodded. Hoshiyomi had a point. Knowing Mitsui-sensei's personality, he wouldn't allow something like early graduation so soon. "All right then, we'll stick around a little longer," Sakumo said. "That'll give Jiraiya and Orochimaru time to catch up. Their potential isn't any less than ours. Give them 2 or 3 months and they should reach the graduation standard too." Hoshiyomi smiled. "We should talk to them tomorrow, get them thinking about preparing for early graduation as well. And it's not just them we should prepare too. The graduation test might be easy, but real missions won't be. If we want to survive, we need to keep sharpening ourselves." With their conversation finished, the sky was already darkening. Sakumo didn't want to trouble Aunt Ri again, so they parted ways and each returned home. Back at the dinner table, Hoshiyomi decided to bring the topic up with his mother. At first, Ri was clearly against it. The Gekkō clan had only one heir left. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to face her late husband in the afterlife. Left with no choice, Hoshiyomi had to pull out his trump card. He brought up the incident where they'd taken down a Chunin-level enemy spy. That stunned her. "You're saying, you encountered an Iwagakure spy while training and killed him?" she asked, wide-eyed. Hoshiyomi nodded innocently, then ran back to his room and returned with the scroll gifted to him by Lady Mito, a set of advanced swordsmanship notes from the Hidden Leaf style. "Mom, look." This was Lady Mito's reward after she found out what happened. Ri unrolled the scroll, her hands trembling as she read the writing inside. Though she wasn't a swordswoman herself, years of living with her late husband had given her some familiarity with the art. This was no fake. The scroll was the real deal, inscribed with the swordsmanship insights of none other than the second Hokage himself. For the now diminished Gekkō clan, a scroll like this was nothing short of a treasured heirloom. Ri's gaze shifted from the scroll back to Hoshiyomi. She could no longer hold back. Tears welled up and streamed down her face. She set the scroll aside and walked over to her son. Without warning, she picked him up by the waist and delivered 2 firm smacks to his rear. Hoshiyomi was stunned, not because a near 30-year-old soul like his couldn't handle a spanking, but because, as far as he could remember, his mother had never hit him before. And today, after he presented her with what was practically a sacred relic, he got smacked? He dared not struggle, worried he might accidentally hurt his mother with his strength. All he could do was protest softly. "Mom, what was that for? You little brat! You went through something that dangerous and didn't even tell me? Were you planning to keep this from me forever if you weren't thinking of graduating early?" Hoshiyomi was left speechless. He just let her go on, nodding and admitting fault. After 2 more swats, Ri finally let him go and sat him down beside her. If you truly have the ability to protect yourself, then I'll support your decision, she said, voice still trembling slightly. But you must promise me one thing: whether you graduate early or not, you have to protect yourself on every mission that follows. You are the last heir of the Gekkō Clan. If something happens to you, the clan is finished. Never forget that. Hoshiyomi fell silent, listening carefully to her heartfelt words. His chest felt tight, and for a moment, he even felt the sting of tears threatening to surface. But then, re-wiped her tears and added seriously. So, Hoshiyomi, you'd better bring a girl home soon and let me meet her. I need some peace of mind. Once I've held my grandchild, you can do whatever you want. Hoshiyomi, _ You just ruined the whole mood. Give me back my tears. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, I think he has a crush on you. The next day at the academy, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo used the midday break to bring up the idea of early graduation with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked surprised at first, but neither rejected the idea. In fact, they seemed rather intrigued. They both had their own quiet pride. Despite never having received formal shinobi training before entering the academy, they had managed to surpass most of their classmates in just 2 months. It gave them a clear sense of their potential. Deep down, they were beginning to realize that spending too much time at the academy might actually hold back their growth. After discussing it briefly, the 4 of them decided they would apply for graduation in 6 months. Jiraiya and Orochimaru both believed they could master the academy's full curriculum by then and gain enough strength to pass the graduation exam. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo agreed. By that time, it wouldn't seem as abrupt to bring up the idea of graduating. With their plan in place, the 4 of them went off together to grab lunch. They picked a dango shop near the academy, filled their bellies, and returned to class earlier than most. At their age, few students liked staying cooped up in the classroom over lunch. Most preferred running around outdoors, even if it meant eating cold food in the wind. After waiting in the classroom for a little while, Tsunade walked in with Yako at her side. The 2 girls had just taken their seats and were getting ready to chat about the latest school gossip when Hoshiyomi suddenly turned to Tsunade and said, "Hey, I talked to Jiraiya and the others. We're planning to apply for graduation in about 6 months. Could you let Lady Mito know after school?" Tsunade nodded blankly at first, not really understanding why Hoshiyomi needed her to tell Mito about it. But when she turned and saw Yako's stunned expression like she'd been turned to stone, she finally processed what he meant. "Wait, what did you say? You're going to GRA?" Before she could finish, Hoshiyomi panicked and quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. "Don't yell. We're trying to keep this low-key. We don't want everyone knowing yet." Tsunade's outburst had already drawn the attention of the few remaining students in the classroom. Several heads turned in their direction, eyes widening when they saw Hoshiyomi covering Tsunade's mouth. Realizing the awkwardness of the scene, Hoshiyomi slowly removed his hand and gave the onlookers a sheepish smile. "Haha, don't mind us, we're just playing around, really." The students turned back, murmuring to themselves. Some were skeptical, some amused, and others looked like their hearts had just been shattered. The boys' reactions. Hoshiyomi's making a move on Tsunade again. "Man, I'm so jealous. TCH. He's all bark and no bite. No clue why Tsunade even likes a guy like him." Meanwhile, the girls whispered among themselves. "Did you see that? He touched her face. I knew something was going on between them. Totally. I'm telling XXX as soon as lunch is over. She didn't believe me before. Wah! Hoshiyomi-senpai is so handsome. Why'd he have to fall for a scary girl like Tsunade? What does she have that I don't? If he already likes someone, I guess I don't have a chance anymore. Maybe I should join Orochimaru's fan club instead." Plus 10,001 gossip points for Gekkō Hoshiyomi. 111 Fang Girls. All the chatter reached Tsunade's ears, making her face burn with embarrassment. Furious, she stomped on Hoshiyomi's foot, grabbed Gekkō by the arm, and stormed out of the classroom. Ow! The pain made Hoshiyomi suck in a sharp breath, nearly jumping from his seat. Gritting his teeth, he leaned toward Jiraiya and muttered. What's going on in her head? I just asked her to pass a message to Lady Mito. Why did she get so worked up? Jiraiya looked at Hoshiyomi, still wincing, and nodded sympathetically. The expression reminded him of all the times he'd been whacked by Tsunade. You're right. Girls are way too complicated. There's no figuring them out with logic. Meanwhile, out on the training field, Tsunade angrily snapped a branch off a tree and vented her frustration. Ugh! That jerk Hoshiyomi! So what if he's graduating? Why does he have to tell me? And then act like it's no big deal? And why should I have to tell Grandma Mito? It's so weird. Gekkō, who didn't know about Hoshiyomi's previous interactions with Mito, looked at the flustered Tsunade, hesitated for a moment, then said carefully. Princess. I think Gekkō Hoshiyomi might have a crush on you. Tsunade's face flushed red. She instinctively reached over and pinched Gekkō's cheek. It's bad enough when other people spout nonsense. Now you're joining in. But Gekkō didn't back down. Wincing from the pinch, she mumbled through squished cheeks. Ow! Princess. Once Tsunade let go, Gekkō rubbed her cheek and continued with all the dramatic insight of someone who'd read too many romance novels. Think about it, he didn't want to tell everyone, but he had to tell you. That means you're special to him. And the first thing he asked was for you to pass the message to Lady Mito. That means he wants your family to know about his talents, like he's trying to earn approval. Plus, have you seen how many girls in class like him? Any one of them would have jumped at the chance to be with him, but he's never said yes to any of them. If he wasn't into someone already, why would he turn them all down? Come on, princess, am I wrong? Tsunade stared at Gekkō, completely speechless, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. She opened her mouth several times to speak but couldn't form a rebuttal. No way. That can't be. That annoying guy. Why would he? Gekkō wasn't done. Her eyes sparkled with smug confidence, as if she were a seasoned matchmaker. You know, some boys show affection by teasing the girls they like. And isn't that exactly how Hoshiyomi treats you? Honestly, I think he's not that bad. He's handsome, strong, kind when he talks to others. He'd actually make a great boyfriend. Gekkō had clearly started imagining scenes of Hoshiyomi and Tsunade dating. A dreamy smile crept across her face. Tsunade, red-faced and exasperated, grabbed Gekkō's cheeks and squished them into an O shape. Sounds more like you're the one who likes him. Why else would you keep saying good things about him? Gekkō tried to protest but could only let out muffled MMPH. MMPH, sounds. Letting go, Tsunade turned away and declared. Enough. There's no way Hoshiyomi likes me. Even if he did, I wouldn't be interested. I, Tsunade, will live a long, single life. No boyfriends. No sappy romances. And definitely nothing romantic with Gekkō Hoshiyomi. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, Sarutobi's Concern, Part 1. After lunch break, Tsunade refused to give Hoshiyomi even a glance. Every time he so much as looked like he might turn in her direction, she would immediately look away and stare out the window with exaggerated focus. But when she realized that Hoshiyomi genuinely had no intention of speaking to her, she started grinding her teeth in frustration, feeling strangely ignored. After several rounds of this emotional whiplash, she gave up entirely. With a huff, she buried her face in her arms on the desk and pretended to sleep, trying not to think about it anymore. That afternoon dragged on like nails on stone. The moment the school bell rang, Tsunade threw on her backpack, grabbed Yako's hand, and stormed out of the classroom. Jiraiya watched her bolt and scratched his head. What's with her today? Hoshiyomi just shrugged. Beats me. I was good at flirting back in my old life, but I'm not some child psychology expert. If she were 16, maybe I could make sense of her moods. But 6? That's beyond my knowledge base. And with that, he chose the path of simplicity, dragging his best buds off to train, followed by a steaming bowl of ramen to end the day. Meanwhile, in one of the quiet courtyards of the Senju compound, Lady Mito sat calmly sipping tea, admiring the vibrant greenery around her as she listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen give his daily report. Sarutobi was meticulous in his update, explaining everything he'd overseen and how each issue had been addressed. He showed deep respect to Lady Mito. At times, gazing at her, he couldn't help but feel he had taken the Hokage seat that rightfully should have remained hers. When he finally finished, Mito's expression remained neutral. Her voice was soft but pointed. Hiruzen, how long have you been Hokage now? Just about a year. A year. Her gaze drifted off for a moment, eyes filled with some distant memory. When she came back to herself, her tone was still calm but a little colder. You've held this office for a year now. And yet you still feel the need to report every little detail to me. Ask yourself, does that seem right? Her words carried no direct criticism, no sarcasm. But they hit Hiruzen harder than a scolding. His face flushed red with embarrassment. He lowered his head and mumbled, almost ashamed. I wasn't thinking clearly. Seeing him bow like that sparked a rare flash of irritation in Mito's heart. Raise your head. The sharpness in her tone startled Hiruzen. He looked up quickly and met her eyes, finally understanding something unspoken in her gaze. Satisfied that the message had landed, Mito softened slightly. You're the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, chosen personally by Tobirama. You are the one entrusted with this village's future, not me. I'm just an old woman, my days are numbered. I can only offer guidance as an elder, but the decisions must be yours. You need to have your own conviction and presence. Trust your instincts, act decisively, and once you've made a choice, don't look back. As long as your actions are for the good of the village, time will judge whether you were right or wrong. But continuing to hesitate like this, that's the real betrayal of Tobirama's trust. Hiruzen felt deeply moved. He bent low in a formal bow. Thank you, Lady Mito, for your guidance. This time, unlike before, there was no trace of guilt in his movement, only sincerity and resolve. When he stood again, his posture was straighter, and his spirit felt lighter. Truth be told, Hiruzen had never truly seen himself as the third Hokage. His dream had always been to become a Hokage like his teacher, but when he finally assumed the mantle, he realized just how far he still had to go. The more he compared himself to Tobirama, the more cautious he became. That caution had led him to lean heavily on Mito's counsel. But her words today had stirred something in him, though how long this newfound clarity would last remained to be seen. Mito looked at the quiet determination returning to Hiruzen's eyes. She opened her mouth to speak again, but in the end, held her tongue. What she feared most wasn't his lack of ability, or even his reliance on her. It was the deep-rooted indecisiveness within his nature. In matters of policy and leadership, Hiruzen was sharp, but his overcautious nature kept him from being the Hokage he could be. Where Hashirama would act boldly and Tobirama would pre-plan everything to the last contingency, Hiruzen would weigh pros and cons until paralyzed by doubt, subconsciously seeking affirmation from others. That habit could, someday, be his downfall. Mito longed to spell all of this out clearly. But her wisdom told her that saying too much might shake his confidence, or worse, breed resentment. There would be time. The future was still long. One step at a time. Just then, the peaceful stillness of the courtyard was broken by the sound of light, hurried footsteps. Granny! I'm back! Tsunade burst into view and ran straight into Mito's arms. Mito laughed softly and ran her hand through Tsunade's blonde hair, her eyes full of love. Tsunade, how many times have I told you? Announce yourself properly. After a bit of snuggling, Tsunade finally noticed Hiruzen nearby. Realizing she'd been impolite, she stuck out her tongue, then offered a sweet "Hello, uncle." Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Seeing such an adorable version of the future slug princess, he reached out to gently pinch her cheek, but Tsunade darted behind Mito before he could. Hiruzen pulled back his hand with an awkward smile. Mito, meanwhile, was already lost in doting grandmother mode. She pulled Tsunade into her lap and began combing her fingers through her silky blonde hair. So? Anything fun happen at school today? At that, Tsunade immediately remembered that annoying boy, Hoshiyomi. She shook her head hard, trying to scrub his image out of her mind. And nothing really. Oh, right, Hoshiyomi said he and some others want to apply for graduation in 6 months. He told me to pass the message to you. Despite herself, she still relayed the message as Hoshiyomi had asked. Mito blinked, momentarily surprised. She hadn't expected those kids to get so restless so quickly. Hiruzen was equally taken aback. Tsunade's classmate wants to graduate. Already? It's only been 2 months since the term started. Chapter 34, Sarutobi's Concern, Part 2. Seeing how shocked Hiruzen was, Mito explained gently. Actually, I meant to bring this up with you today. But I got sidetracked and forgot. Getting old really is catching up with me. As she spoke, Mito took a file from a nearby ANBU agent and handed it to Sarutobi. He accepted it with both hands and began reading. The moment he skimmed the opening lines, his expression changed. 2 Uegakuer spies slipped into the village without anyone noticing? What have the patrol units been doing? Mito, however, seemed unconcerned. It's wartime. With people constantly moving in and out, it's inevitable a few will slip through. There's no need to blame the patrols too harshly, just have them be more vigilant moving forward. What really matters is what's in the second half of that report. Prompted by her words, Hiruzen continued reading and found himself unable to look away. The contents were so implausible, they bordered on fantastical. If this hadn't come directly from Mito, he might have dismissed it as fiction. 4 6-year-old academy students had managed to defeat an Uegakuerchnin and a genin together. No storyteller would dare fabricate something that outrageous. Hnin was considered standard combat strength in most shinobi villages, and yet these children first-year academy students had eliminated one? Was Uegakuer really this weak now? He couldn't make sense of it. Looking up, Sarutobi gave Mito a questioning glance. The report's focus was vague, and the bulk of it detailed the intel the village's intelligence unit had extracted from the 2 enemy corpses. There wasn't much on how the battle had actually played out. Mito took a sip of her tea, then said casually. Truth be told, it was a fortunate set of circumstances. One of the children, Hoshiyomi, awakened his clan's Kekkei Genkai during the encounter. It was thanks to that bloodline ability that they were able to win a battle they otherwise shouldn't have. A Kekkei Genkai. Hiruzen muttered, his lips tightening. For a moment, he felt the urge to light a cigarette, but with Mito present, he restrained himself. As the future professor of ninjutsu, Sarutobi's knowledge was extensive. It didn't take him long to recall the Gekkō Clan. Ah, yes, the Gekkō Clan has a rare Kekkei Genkai known as Transparent Release. They specialize in stealth and assassination techniques. But I remember their clan head, Gekkeiichi, was killed during a mission a few years ago. I didn't know the clan had a surviving heir. With that bloodline, it makes sense he could land a critical strike on a Chunin. That child must be quite talented. Mito nodded. And it's not just him. The other 3 are remarkable as well. These 4 are rare talents, and the village should make a point of nurturing them. As she spoke, she reached down and gave Tsunade's cheek a playful pinch, making the girl squirm and giggle. Hiruzen's gaze instinctively followed hers, landing on Tsunade. In that moment, he understood. Offering Mito a respectful bow, he said, "Don't worry, Lady Mito. I'll personally look into these 4 children. I'll do everything in my power to help them reach their full potential. With them around, Konoha's future looks bright. In fact, I'd like to meet them myself, ask about the battle in detail and get a sense of their individual strengths. It would help when planning their team placements after graduation. And they should definitely be rewarded for taking down enemy spies. What do you think would be appropriate?" Mito was pleased to hear this. Compared to his earlier hesitancy over government affairs, this version of Sarutobi showed noticeable improvement. At least some of her words had taken root. She thought for a moment, then answered. "I've already given them each a ninjutsu scroll as a private reward. Giving them more techniques at this point might overwhelm them, better to provide practical support. Aside from Gekkō Hoshiyomi, whose mother is still around, the other 3 are orphans. Improving their living conditions would probably do more to help their development." Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. "Understood. I'll start working on it in the next few days." With that, he respectfully took his leave. After Hiruzen left, the courtyard returned to its calm state. Mito gently woke Tsunade, who had started dozing off in her lap. "Tsunade, when you heard your classmates are thinking of graduating early, how did that make you feel? Would you want to graduate with them?" Tsunade tilted her head, thinking hard before replying. "Yes and no. I think school's kind of boring now, most of it is stuff you already taught me. I want to become a real ninja like Hoshiyomi and the others. But if I graduate, Yako will be left behind, and we promised we'd go to school together." Mito chuckled softly. "If your skills are already at graduation level, then Yako would want you to move forward and keep learning, because that way, you'd be strong enough to protect her. Don't you think that makes sense?" Tsunade furrowed her brow, giving it serious thought. After a long pause, she nodded firmly. "You're right, Granny. In that case, I want to graduate early too." Mito smiled, then asked gently. "If you do graduate early and join a team, who would you want to be paired with?" That one stumped Tsunade. She bit her thumb and mentally cycled through the faces of her classmates. After a while, she realized the one that stood out the most was Hoshiyomi. And right on cue, Yako's voice echoed in her mind. "Princess, I think Hoshiyomi has a crush on you." Tsunade shook her head furiously, trying to dispel the thought. Puffing out her cheeks in frustration, she muttered. "As long as it's not that jerk Hoshiyomi, I don't care who I'm teamed with." Mito observed the way Tsunade's cheeks puffed up like little buns and raised an eyebrow, sensing she might have stumbled onto something. But no matter how she pried, Tsunade refused to elaborate. Days passed as usual. Life at the academy followed its familiar rhythm. The only thing worth gossiping about was the sudden reappearance of Uchiha Iwa, who had mysteriously vanished for a while and now returned reassigned to Class B. Students buzzed with speculation. Why would someone as proud as Uchiha Iwa willingly switch to a lower class? No one could make sense of it. Of course, the 4 who actually knew the truth weren't interested in sharing. In fact, they hadn't paid much attention to Uchiha Iwa to begin with. As usual, the school bell rang to mark the end of the day, and Hoshiyomi and the others prepared to head for their daily training session. But just as they stepped out of the academy gates, a masked ANBU appeared before them. His voice was polite, but firm. "The Hokage would like to see you. If you have no urgent business, please come with me to the Hokage's office. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Meeting the Third Hokage. Outside the Hokage's office. The ANBU who had brought Hoshiyomi and his team there disappeared in a flash the moment they arrived, vanishing so quickly that the 4 young students could only look on in awe and envy. Turning their attention from the vanishing ANBU to the massive door before them, Jiraiya and the others exchanged glances, all feeling a mixture of excitement and nervous tension. They knew this meeting likely had something to do with the Uegakure spy incident, but still children always felt a strange kind of fear when facing unfamiliar authority figures. And behind this door was no ordinary figure. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, the leader of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Even Sakumo's palms were sweating, and that alone said a lot. Hoshiyomi, seeing the unease in his friends, grinned inwardly. Then, without warning and without asking if the others were ready, he mischievously knocked on the door. "Come in," called a calm voice from inside. Without hesitation, Hoshiyomi pushed the door open and stepped in. Behind him, the other 3 stood frozen for a moment, stunned by his boldness, before scrambling to catch up. It was the first time any of them had entered the Hokage's office. Though they were still a little intimidated by the legendary figure waiting inside, curiosity bloomed in their young hearts, leading them to quietly observe their surroundings. The room was almost exactly like how it would one day be depicted in stories and scrolls, a broad wooden desk at the center, flanked by large filing cabinets and portraits of the past Hokage. Through the wide window behind the desk, you could see both the bustling main street of Konoha and, farther off, the rocky cliff face of the Hokage monument. At this point in time, only 3 faces had been carved into the stone. The craftsmanship wasn't particularly impressive, you could kind of tell who was who, but the details were rough at best. Behind the desk, a young-looking man sat amidst towering stacks of paperwork. His eyes lifted from the scrolls to study the 4 children who had just entered. Internally, Hoshiyomi still found it strange seeing such a youthful 3rd Hokage, nothing like the elderly, pipe-smoking figure from his past life's memories. But he masked his thoughts with proper manners and said politely, "Good afternoon, Lord Third." The others quickly followed suit, bowing their heads in greeting. "Good afternoon," Sarutobi replied with a nod, then glanced at each of them as he continued. "Hoshiyomi, Jiraiya, Sakumo, Orochimaru. I've got your names right, haven't I? No need to be nervous, I only brought you here to hear your side of a story." That one line instantly lowered the tension in the room. Hearing the Hokage speak their names so naturally gave each child a subtle sense of pride, as if they mattered. Sarutobi smiled warmly and asked, "The incident with the Uegakure spies, was it really the 4 of you who dealt with them? Did anyone else help you?" Jiraiya, being his usual boisterous self, was just about to respond when Sakumo discreetly tugged on his sleeve. He glanced toward Hoshiyomi, who gave a small nod, and only then did Jiraiya begin recounting the story in full. That subtle exchange didn't escape Sarutobi's notice. "As I suspected," he thought, "this team naturally centers around Gekkō Hoshiyomi." After listening carefully to the account, Sarutobi began to understand why. Hoshiyomi's intelligence and strength far exceeded his age, enough to draw the respect and trust of 3 highly talented peers. The entire encounter with the IWA spies had hinged on Hoshiyomi's intervention. Of course, the others had contributed to Sakumo's swordplay, Orochimaru's prototype shadow thread technique, and, well, Jiraiya's headbutt. But the battle had turned in their favor only because of Hoshiyomi's stunning assassination maneuver using his clan's transparent release. The IWA spies weren't novices, they were agile, trained, and dangerous. That Hoshiyomi had been able to find a critical opening and strike so decisively showed that, in terms of raw burst speed, he already surpassed most Chunin. Sarutobi subconsciously took a long drag from his pipe. 6 years old, and he already exceeds Chunin in burst speed? That's terrifying, even more than we were at his age. Lady Mito was right, this child needed to be nurtured carefully. No, all 4 of them did. Each had a clear specialty. Sakumo with his elite kenjutsu, Jiraiya with his raw physicality and combat instincts. Hoshiyomi's stealth and speed bordered on prodigious. Orochimaru, already crafting his own jutsu at 6, was clearly destined for advanced ninjutsu. And then, with Tsunade's precise chakra control, especially with Mito planning to guide her toward medical ninjutsu, they would form a complete, perfectly balanced unit. A battlefield unit. A force. Sarutobi could already picture it, the 5 of them grown up, charging across battlefields, their enemies trembling at the mere mention of their names. He set his pipe aside and smiled again. Very good. You've all done exceptionally well. Just as you mentioned to Tsunade, the 4 of you do seem to have the skill to graduate early, and I approve of your plan to apply in 6 months' time. Their eyes lit up. That said, he added with a chuckle, don't get complacent. You must not waste your talent. And about the spy incident, while I consider you heroes, such events can't be publicly announced. Fame like that, at your age, might attract unwanted attention. So your rewards will be given privately. The 4 students nodded eagerly. I've reviewed your backgrounds, Sarutobi went on, and I know that all of you aside from Hoshiyomi are orphans. Even so, your families have limited means. So here's what I'll do, starting this month, each of you will receive a personal training stipend of 10,000 RY per month. The room fell silent, then their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Even Hoshiyomi was stunned. 10,000 RY. In the original timeline, Naruto had eaten his way across the Fire Country for just 300 RY. A whole 10,000 RY per month was almost unimaginable. Sarutobi continued, kindly but firm. That amount should cover your meals, basic needs, and allow you to purchase training gear or tools. Use it wisely, put it toward your growth. The 4 of them practically floated out of the Hokage's office, buzzing with excitement and gratitude. Jiraiya was already twirling with joy, clutching the money like a child on a festival day. Ramen. We're getting ramen tonight. Lots of ramen. But Hoshiyomi patted him on the shoulder with a grin. Come on, Jiraiya. Let's aim higher today. No ramen. We're celebrating, we're eating barbecue. I'm talking meat until we can't walk straight. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Half a Year of Training. Half a year later, on the border of the Land of Fire. Inside a temporary command post, a one-eyed man sat cross-legged on a floor cushion, studying a letter laid out on a low table in front of him. His face was partially concealed by bandages, but the X-shaped scar across his chin and his tightly wrapped right eye gave him a distinct, recognizable look. Yet more striking than his appearance was the aura he exuded, cold, oppressive, like a predator hidden in tall grass, waiting to pounce the moment its prey made a wrong move. Had Hoshiyomi been present, he would have instantly recognized the man. If this wasn't Chimera Dan's, Hoshiyomi would have gladly chew his wooden training sword into splinters and swallow it. Eventually, Dan's opened the letter. One hand held the page as his eyes scanned each line meticulously, while the other tapped rhythmically against the table's edge. It wasn't a long message, but he took his time, scrutinizing every word as if it held some hidden meaning. After 10 minutes of silence, the tapping ceased. Folding the letter carefully, Dan's rose to his feet, lightly touching the bandaged area over his right eye. So, this long, drawn-out war is finally coming to an end. His teacher, Tobirama Senju, and his comrade, Uchiha Kagami, had both fallen during this brutal conflict. Dan's himself had lost an eye on the battlefield. And now finally there were signs the war might be drawing to a close. In truth, the main front had already settled down after Kumo's internal rebellion was suppressed. But the newly appointed Third Reikage was not someone who could be reasoned with. Yes, the instigation had clearly been on Kumo's side. But since when had Kumogakure ever played fair with outsiders? So, although full-scale battle had ceased, low-level ambushes, raids, and skirmishes persisted. Both sides hoped to wear the other down and squeeze out a more favorable end to the conflict. But in the end, Konoha's greater resources and organization gave it the edge. Yesterday, the Third Reikage had finally sent an envoy to deliver a ceasefire proposal to Dan's at the front. Even a man like Dan's perpetually grim felt his mood lift slightly as he read the document. Still, just because Kumo wanted peace didn't mean he would accept it easily. He resealed the letter, then pulled out a fresh scroll and brush, swiftly drafting a reply of his own. Once it was complete, he summoned a shinobi and handed over both scrolls for immediate delivery back to the village. Back in the hidden leaf at the team's private training ground. By a small stream, 4 figures were engaged in pairs of sparring matches. Sakumo and Hoshiyomi clashed in an intense duel, blades ringing as White Fang and a standard shinobi sword collided over and over. The fight had become fierce. Sakumo's forehead glistened with sweat. Hoshiyomi's progress had been terrifying. Half a year ago, their kenjutsu had been evenly matched, but now? Hoshiyomi had taken a leap forward. Where Sakumo once had the edge in close quarters, especially when Hoshiyomi didn't use his Kekkei Genkai or his Crescent Moon Slash technique, now even that advantage was gone. In the last 2 months, Hoshiyomi had developed a dual-style sword technique, combining a short blade with his standard katana. The addition covered his close-range weaknesses, and now Sakumo was on the defensive more often than not. But Sakumo wasn't the type to roll over. Gritting his teeth, he decided it was time to show the results of his half-year of growth. With a shout, he knocked Hoshiyomi's blade aside and leapt backward. For a moment, he stood still, and then the White Fang lit up with flickering lightning chakra. Sparks danced along the blade, and Sakumo exploded into motion, his speed doubling in an instant as he dashed toward Hoshiyomi. Hoshiyomi's eyes widened. He hadn't seen this move before. His instincts screamed at him. Don't block this! It wasn't that he couldn't stop it, his skill was high enough, but his blade wasn't. Sakumo's White Fang was forged from chakra-conductive metal. Enhanced with lightning release, it could slice through steel. If he blocked with his standard sword, it would shatter and he'd be wide open. Without hesitation, Hoshiyomi activated Crescent Moon Slash. A silver streak tore across the field as he vanished, reappearing 10 meters to the left. Sakumo's thunderous slash struck only air. As Sakumo came to a halt, Hoshiyomi raised his hand. All right, you win this round. Are you insane? If I'd hesitated even a second, I might have lost a limb. Sakumo scratched the back of his head sheepishly, though his tone was still a little defensive. Come on, I knew you'd use Crescent Moon Slash. You weren't in danger. Hoshiyomi rolled his eyes. That technique of yours isn't fully stabilized. It's obviously putting a strain on your body. Until it's complete, save it for emergencies, all right. Sakumo felt a twinge of guilt. Hoshiyomi's scolding stung, but it was the kind of thing a real friend would say. Yeah. You're right. Hoshiyomi clapped him on the shoulder. Don't sweat it. It's just a spar, we all lose sometimes. Trust me, I've had my share. Come on, let's go see how Jiraiya and Orochimaru are doing. Compared to the clang and clatter from their own fight, Jiraiya and Orochimaru's sparring match was quiet. Mostly. Except when Jiraiya yelled. Neither of them had mastered many jutsu yet, so their fights were primarily taijutsu based. On the surface, Jiraiya looked like the dominant fighter, his raw strength and stamina were unmatched. You couldn't close the physical gap with just 6 months of improved nutrition. Jiraiya was a natural powerhouse. But that didn't mean Orochimaru was losing. Far from it. His tactical mind was razor sharp. He consistently slipped out of Jiraiya's attacks and managed to land subtle, precise hits at blind angles. After just a few minutes of exchanging blows, Orochimaru was barely scratched, while Jiraiya looked like he'd been through a windstorm. Frustrated, Jiraiya jumped back and began forming hand signs. All right, you sneaky snake. You asked for it. From the hand seals, it looked like he was about to use wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru, unfazed, quickly responded. As Jiraiya built up chakra, Orochimaru unleashed his own move Shadow Thread technique, a fine wire laced with tiny backward-facing barbs. The threads lashed out and wrapped around Jiraiya's arm, pulling tight and disrupting his signs. Before Jiraiya could react, Orochimaru closed the distance and launched a flurry of close-range attacks. A well-timed trip sent Jiraiya crashing to the ground, and a kunai was suddenly at his throat. "You idiot," Orochimaru sneered. "Yelling while you're weaving hand signs? Even a civilian could figure out how to interrupt that. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, Application for Graduation. Over the past 6 months, Hoshiyomi and his team had made remarkable progress. The most obvious improvements were in their mastery of the 3 basic academy techniques and their physical conditioning. After months of training and careful chakra management, all 4 had completely mastered the clone, substitution, and transformation techniques. In terms of physique, their bodies had reached genin-level standards. Though their raw strength still lagged behind full-grown adults, their speed and agility far surpassed that of average genin. More impressively, each of them had developed their own personal combat style, aligned with their natural talents. Inspired by Hoshiyomi's Crescent Moon Slash, Sakumo had developed a prototype Kenjutsu technique of his own, Void Severance. Under Hoshiyomi's guidance, the core principle mirrored that of the Lightning Blade, Chidori, using lightning release chakra to stimulate cell activity and dramatically increase speed. Combined with White Fang, his chakra-conductive blade, it became a devastating high-speed strike. Sakumo had just begun tapping into the mechanics of cellular activation. The technique still caused strain on his body, but with enough dedication, it was clear it would evolve into something powerful and polished. Jiraiya's improvements were most notable in Taijutsu. Using what Hoshiyomi remembered from the original timeline, he taught him the general mechanics of techniques like Lion Combo and Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. After intensive training, Jiraiya had fully mastered them. While he still had a tendency to fight a bit recklessly in one-on-one scenarios, with proper backup, he could already unleash formidable battle strength. Orochimaru had begun to display his prodigious talent for jutsu development. His signature hidden shadow snake hands had been fully refined. He could now use it to silently bind opponents without alerting them, thanks to precise chakra control and endless hours of practice. In addition, he had evolved a basic C-rank jutsu, Earth Release, Earth-style wall, into a B-rank variant he called Earth Release, Rising Earth Spear. Although his chakra reserves were still too small to use it often, even a single cast in battle could turn the tide and potentially save his life. As for Gekkō Hoshiyomi himself, it was impossible not to mention the Swordheart System. Unfortunately, the system had determined that Hoshiyomi had already surpassed Sakumo, and thus began reducing the experience gain from sparring with him. That, combined with the inherently steeper progression curve for beginner swordsmanship, meant that even after 6 months of non-stop effort, Hoshiyomi had gained only around 40 experience points. But that didn't mean he'd stagnated. On the contrary, he'd developed an entirely new combat style. Originally, this was just to handle Sakumo. Because Hoshiyomi couldn't fully dominate him in swordplay, especially without relying on skills like Crescent Moon Slash or Silent Fang, he often found himself outmaneuvered in close quarters combat. So Hoshiyomi began experimenting with a dual-wielding style, holding a short dagger in his left hand and his standard ninja blade in his right. He discovered that this approach was surprisingly effective for day-to-day sparring without relying on special abilities. It gave him better control over mid-range parrying and close-range retaliation, and eventually became a staple of his regular fighting style. There was another major advantage, too: it reduced the startup time on Crescent Moon Slash. That technique required a reverse grip to initiate. In the past, Hoshiyomi had to spin his blade into position before activating it. But with his left hand already holding a dagger in reverse grip, the wind-up vanished entirely and both blades could benefit from the signature silver chakra glow during the dash. This led to a natural evolution. When using both weapons during Crescent Moon Slash, he could chain an immediate downward cleave after the initial sweep, turning the single attack into a two-hit combo. Even the system acknowledged this refinement, awarding him plus 10 bonus EXP and unlocking a new passive skill under Beginner Swordsmanship. Skill unlocked, Silver Moon Cross Slash. When Hoshiyomi saw that, his eyes lit up. It was like discovering a new cheat code. That said, he understood this dual-wielding style would remain a secondary path. Many advanced sword techniques, especially Iaido-style ones like Silent Fang, required a clean, single-blade draw. If he relied too heavily on two blades, he might lose access to future techniques in that category. So, for now, dual-wielding was an auxiliary tactic, not his main focus. After a round of sparring, the four of them did what they always did, headed to their usual ramen stall near the training grounds for a big, celebratory bowl of noodles. Midway through slurping his extra-large order, Jiraiya couldn't hold it in any longer. So it's been half a year. We're pretty much genin level now, right? Why not just go apply for graduation tomorrow? Sakumo immediately chimed in with a nod. He'd had more than enough of academy life. He was eager to move on to real missions. Orochimaru gave a quiet nod of agreement. Seeing all three of them staring at him expectantly, Hoshiyomi chuckled. Why are you all looking at me? Of course I'm ready to graduate. The next morning, the four of them skipped their usual route to class and instead made a beeline for the staff office. What they didn't expect, though, was that someone else had beaten them there. Alongside instructor Mitsui and a few other teachers, a familiar blonde-haired girl stood with her arms crossed, wearing a smug grin. When she noticed them enter, she turned and stuck out her tongue in a cheeky gesture. I got here first. That means I'm the first early graduate in the entire academy. Of course it was Tsunade. Hoshiyomi, Sakumo, and Orochimaru didn't particularly care. But Jiraiya was crushed. He'd taken pride in the idea of being the first student to graduate early, and now that honor had been stolen from him at the last second. Instructor Mitsui, for his part, looked like he was experiencing an existential crisis. It was already enough of a shock when Tsunade applied for early graduation. But now 4 more of his most promising students were following suit, all on the same day. He felt like the sky was falling. Do you even understand what graduating early means? Mitsui said, voice sharp. This isn't a game. You're taking on real risks. You could die. And it's not even up to me. You need explicit approval from the Hokage himself. If you don't have a signed recommendation from the Hokage, I'm not letting any of you do something this reckless. Before he could finish, Tsunade calmly pulled out a folded letter and handed it over. Mitsui opened it automatically, still mid-round, only to freeze as his eyes scanned the page. Having observed their abilities personally, I affirm that all 5 students have reached early graduation standards. Permission granted to participate in the upcoming graduation exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mitsui. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, The Graduation Exam. After his initial shock, Instructor Mitsui finally came back to his senses. Swallowing hard, he opened his mouth and said, "All right then, follow me." Without another word, Mitsui suddenly flipped out the window, leaping deftly across the rooftops. His intention was to show the kids just how serious and demanding a real ninja's path was, but the moment he glanced back, he locked eyes with an overly casual Jiraiya. Whoa! Sensei, why'd you turn around so suddenly? You scared the crap out of me! Jiraiya shouted, nearly losing his footing on the tiles. Mitsui's face twitched in exasperation as he watched the 5 kids trail behind him like it was nothing. He sighed inwardly. Maybe this is what real genius looks like. I really can't use my own standards to judge kids like them. Letting go of his initial pride, Mitsui turned his full attention to leading them toward the Hokage's office. When they arrived, Hiruzen Sarutobi happened to be free and greeted them with a warm smile. After all, having 5 young prodigies emerge at once was something worth celebrating. He motioned for them to wait a moment, then personally led them to the newly constructed Training Ground 6. By the time Hoshiyomi and the others arrived, Koharu Udaten, Homura Mito Kato, and Uzumaki Mito were already present. Hoshiyomi scanned the surroundings but didn't see Dan's anywhere. He chose not to ask, but couldn't help imagining that Dan's had probably annoyed Mito and gotten himself exiled to some remote post. Homura and Koharu were still in their 20s, full of energy, completely unlike the rigid, conservative figures they'd become in the future. Hoshiyomi silently marveled. Time really does change people. Who would have guessed that the ones pushing for progress now would become everything they once opposed in a few decades? Homura looked over the kids and spoke to Hiruzen. These are the prodigies you mentioned? They definitely look sharp and full of spirit. Koharu gave them a warm smile. Do your best, I have high hopes for you. Sarutobi clapped his hands to end the small talk and turned to Mitsui. The instructor nodded and stepped forward. As per the rules laid down by the second Hokage, students applying for early graduation must first demonstrate proficiency in the 3 basic techniques. Then, they must last 3 minutes in combat against a genin-level opponent without being defeated. If any of you feel like you can't meet those requirements, you can withdraw now. Unsurprisingly, none of the 5 backed out. Mitsui frowned slightly but continued. Very well, then proceed with your demonstration of the 3 basic techniques. The 3 techniques, Transformation Jutsu, Substitution Jutsu, and Clone Jutsu, posed no challenge for them. Each of the 5 stepped forward and performed them flawlessly. Homura and Koharu nodded silently. While basic, these jutsu were a good indicator of fundamental skill. Those who couldn't master them had little chance of succeeding in more advanced ninjutsu. From their performance, it was clear these 5 already had excellent chakra control. Now it was time to test their real combat capability. Following Hiruzen's signal, 5 young genin around 11 or 12 years old stepped into the training field. While this graduation exam was stricter than the standard one, they weren't pitting these 6-year-olds against full-grown adults. That said, these genin had graduated 2 or 3 years prior, and the gap between them and academy students was still significant. Age alone was a factor. These genin were already hitting their growth spurts, with strength and speed far beyond that of 6-year-old children. More importantly, they'd all tasted real combat, some even having killed before versus kids who'd barely seen blood. The genin eyed Hoshiyomi and the others with visible disdain. In their minds, applying for early graduation at 6 was idiotic. Even prodigies wouldn't stand a chance against veterans of blood and fire. Mitsui looked between the genin and his 5 students. Oddly, he found himself a little pleased. Maybe a good thrashing would get these kids to take their studies more seriously. Unfortunately for Mitsui, he was destined to be disappointed. What unfolded next stunned not just Mitsui, but even Homura and Koharu. Because none of the genin lasted the required 3 minutes. Not one. Every single one of them was decisively defeated. In the first match, Jiraiya led the charge. After a quick flurry of kunao, he dashed in with a leaf whirlwind, knocking his opponent into the air, then finished with a lion combo. Orochimaru opened with a barrage of kunao to obscure vision, then used hidden shadow snake hands for a swift and silent bind. By the time his opponent realized what was happening, they were already disarmed and pinned. Tsunade showed everyone what it meant to come from a prestigious clan. She started with Earth Release, Earth-style wall to block projectiles, then chained it into Water Release, Water Trumpet and Lightning Release, Current Surge behind the cover, giving her opponent a full suite of pain. The watching genin on the sidelines were speechless. They'd been out of the academy for 2 years and still didn't know 3 jutsu. Meanwhile, Tsunade just hit them with triple elemental ninjutsu. So this is what pay to win looks like? Someone murmured. Sakumo went straight for the throat figuratively. He rushed his opponent, dodged incoming jutsu, deflected thrown weapons with his chakra blade White Fang, and had his sword at their throat before they could react. No tricks. Just raw speed, precision, and terrifying intent. Good luck winning when the dragon lands on your face. Last to go was Gekkō Hoshiyomi. He was more courteous. He exchanged a few probing blows with his opponent before drawing his wooden sword for close quarters combat. Unfortunately, his opponent's taijutsu was full of holes. Despite wielding a kunai, they couldn't land a clean strike. Hoshiyomi disarmed them with a single slash to the wrist, casually caught the falling kunai mid-air, and pressed it gently against their neck. His movements were smooth, precise, effortless. His face was calm, almost bored. The defeated genin wanted to cry. "Mom, he's already handsome. Why'd he have to fight so damn stylishly too?" P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Gekkō Clan's Heirloom. With the complete defeat of the 5 genin opponents, Konoha's first ever early graduation exam concluded in a dramatic and decisive fashion. Gekkō Hoshiyomi and his companions officially became full-fledged shinobi. Their teacher, Mitsui, watched the 5 students now proudly wearing their forehead protectors and felt a complex mix of emotions. He had once assumed that these 5 were simply overestimating themselves, unaware of the true heights of the shinobi world. But now it seemed he had been the one with the limited view. Still, rather than feeling disheartened, Mitsui felt nothing but pride as he looked at his students. No matter what, these 5 prodigies were his students, his legacy. Their names would be a shining mark on his teaching career, and that was something worth celebrating. Mitsui had originally planned to have them return to the academy and give a motivational speech to inspire the rest of their class. But the 3rd Hokage personally vetoed the idea. If word got out that 5-6-year-old prodigies had graduated early, it could attract the attention of rival villages. That kind of exposure would be dangerous for them. For now, the news of their graduation would be kept tightly under wraps. Only when they had enough strength to protect themselves would their achievements be made public. With the speech plan scrapped, Mitsui chose to celebrate with them over a meal instead, a quiet but meaningful way to mark the occasion. After dinner, Mitsui excused himself to return to the academy. He still had classes to teach in the afternoon. That left the 5 graduates sitting around the table, glancing at one another awkwardly until Tsunade was the first to break the silence. "Grandma Mito's waiting for me at home," she said as she stood. "I'm heading back. See you all at the team assignment meeting in 3 days." Once Tsunade left, only Hoshiyomi and the other 3 remained at the table, unsure of what to say. Jiraiya and the others were orphans. Joys and sorrows alike had always been shared only among the 4 of them. There was no one in particular they needed to run home and report to. After exchanging a few looks, the 4 decided to head straight to the training grounds. They spent the afternoon playing and practicing, making noise and enjoying themselves. That evening, when Hoshiyomi returned home, he finally let his childlike side show. As soon as Ri walked into the courtyard, he proudly rushed up to show off his new forehead protector. When Ri found out her son had passed the graduation exam and officially become a genin, she was torn between scolding him for keeping it from her and tearing up from joy. After taking a moment to calm herself, Ri took Hoshiyomi's hand and spoke solemnly. "Come with me, Hoshiyomi. There's something I want to show you." She didn't even bother to make dinner. Still holding her confused son by the hand, she led him into her room. Since Hoshiyomi had his own room, he rarely entered what was essentially the Gekkō household's master bedroom, Ri's private space. But this was his home, after all, so he should have been familiar with it, or so he thought. Since when did Mom's room have secret compartments? Ri moved like a shinobi herself, pressing and turning a small ornamental carving on the side of her vanity mirror. With a soft mechanical click, the entire vanity began to rotate 90 degrees, revealing a narrow hidden compartment carved into the wall. Hoshiyomi stood there stunned as Ri reached into the hidden space and gently retrieved a long wooden box. She brushed the dust from it with the tenderness of someone caressing a lover. Then she turned to her still bewildered son and said softly, "This is the true heirloom of the Gekkō clan. Today, I'm passing it on to you. From this day forward, you are the new head of the Gekkō clan. Hoshiyomi almost wanted to retort that there were only 2 people in the clan. Did it really matter who the head was? But the gravity in his mother's voice made him take the box with solemn care. It was long and narrow, shaped like it held a blade. Hoshiyomi glanced at Ri with a questioning look, and she gave him a warm smile. Go on, open it. With her encouragement, he opened the box without hesitation. Inside lay a sword, a ninja blade of such elegance and beauty that it took his breath away. His late father had collected many fine ninja blades, but compared to this one, they all paled in comparison. Hoshiyomi instinctively handled it with extreme care, afraid that even a careless touch might mar its flawless surface. The sheath and hilt were a blend of deep blue and gold, and the moment he held it, he could feel its exceptional craftsmanship. Eagerly, he unsheathed it, holding it under the light to examine the blade more closely. The blade was about 80 centimeters long, a bit large for his current size, but it would be a perfect fit when he grew older. Near the hilt, the blade had a slight curve. Its base was broad, narrowing dramatically near the tip. Even a single glance could sense the strange and captivating beauty of its shape, as if the eye were drawn to it involuntarily. What made it even more striking were the 3 crescent-shaped patterns etched along the blade's edge. They echoed the Gekkō clan's emblem, 3 crescents growing larger in sequence. As Hoshiyomi admired the blade, Ri spoke, her voice gentle yet proud. This sword is called Mikazuki Munchika. It's our clan's heirloom. According to legend, your ancestor Gekkōma forged it using remnants of weapons left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths, blended with chakra-infused metals and rare materials, refining it repeatedly. It's said to be one of the sharpest ninja blades in the entire shinobi world. That sparked Hoshiyomi's curiosity. He recalled tales from his past life of blades so sharp they could slice iron like tofu or cut a falling hair midair. Without thinking, he plucked a hair from his head and gently blew it toward the blade. The hair fell, and was instantly sliced in 2 the moment it touched the edge. No exaggeration, this sword truly could cut a hair with a breeze. Seeing her son's excitement, Ri smiled and patted his head, continuing. Since the Warring States era, this blade has always been the personal weapon of the Gekkō clan head. Your father once wielded it on the battlefield as well. But after you were born, he sealed it away. He said that no matter what happened, this sword must be passed on to you as a gift for when you became a shinobi. I didn't expect his wish would be fulfilled so soon. Hoshiyomi, your talent far exceeds your father's. I know you'll make a name for yourself with this sword, one that will lead the Gekkō clan back to greatness. Hearing his mother's words, Hoshiyomi suddenly felt the weight of the blade double. In that moment, it seemed to carry the hopes of every Gekkō clan leader who came before him. He had never thought much of his family's legacy before. But now, he held the sword with reverence, and made a solemn promise to his mother. Author's note: the sword Mikazuki Munchika and its link to Hoshiyomi are loosely inspired by the sword of the same name in Tuken-Ranbu, even though I've never played it. If you're curious, give it a look. It might also help you visualize just how ridiculously handsome our main character is. Chapter 40, Midnight Council. Just as Hoshiyomi was admiring his new blade, Mikazuki Munchika, with great fondness, deep within the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi received 2 letters from the front lines. After reading the letter detailing Kumigakure's intent to negotiate a ceasefire, Hiruzen couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. This was truly a double blessing. Only this morning had Hoshiyomi and the others officially graduated, and now, by nightfall, a peace proposal had arrived. The old Hokage's already narrow eyes nearly disappeared into slits from his joyous smile. He happily lit his beloved pipe, an old habit he had developed after becoming Hokage. Whether elated or burdened, he always took a deep puff, as though the pipe helped balance his heart. After leisurely puffing clouds of smoke for a while, Hiruzen turned to the second letter. The moment he read it, his face scrunched into a deep frown. It was a handwritten letter from Danzo. Its core message: if the enemy wants to surrender, fine, but the reparations must be significant. Too many of our villagers have died already, we cannot allow their sacrifices to be in vain. Danzo's stance clearly clashed with Hiruzen's own. In Hiruzen's view, as long as peace could be restored, Konoha taking a minor loss was acceptable, anything to stop more shinobi from dying. But Danzo's argument sowed doubt. He had a point. This war had dragged on for 3 years. Who knew how many Konoha shinobi had fallen? Was Hiruzen rushing into peace negotiations too hastily? Would the villagers feel let down? Would they see him, the third Hokage, as weak? What would Tobirama-sensei have done? Hiruzen thought grimly, pulling on his pipe once more. He sat silently for a long while, clouds of smoke curling around his troubled face. Eventually, he let out a long sigh, clapped his hands, and summoned a member of the ANBU. Bring Lady Mito, Koharu, Homura, and the other advisors. I have an urgent matter to discuss with them. Not long after, the same group who had observed Hoshiyomi and the others' graduation exam that morning gathered once again in the Hokage's office. Mito Uzumaki clearly looked weary from age. Fatigue was written all over her face. I apologize, Lady Mito, Hiruzen said sincerely, for disturbing you at this hour, but tonight's matter is of grave importance and I find myself at a crossroads. According to the letter from the front lines sent by Danzo, Kumigakure is showing signs of wanting to end the war. They've even sent a formal ceasefire proposal. Please, take a look at both letters first. He handed the 2 documents to his advisors. Mito perked up slightly at the mention of peace talks, but at the name Danzo, her brow twitched subtly. She had a strong impression of that man. When Tobirama was still alive, he had privately assessed Danzo as competent in ability, but lacking in character. Beyond that, her own keen perception of good and evil had long marked Danzo as the one among the younger generation most likely to walk down a dark path. As such, she had always kept her distance from him. In fact, Danzo being posted to the front lines had been at Mito's subtle urging. Her aim was to have him out of the village while internal problems were handled, keeping him from meddling where he shouldn't. By the time he returned, with most issues resolved, even if Danzo tried to stir up trouble, he wouldn't have the opportunity. Hearing his name again now put Mito on alert. She even reached first for Danzo's letter. With just a few glances, a cold smile formed on her lips. To someone like her, who had weathered decades of turmoil, Danzo's intentions were painfully transparent. On the surface, Danzo's letter was all righteous fury, speaking of fallen villagers, saying their deaths must not be in vain. He also argued that Kumigakure's forces were stretched thin, and a continued offensive could completely break them. The Third Reikage might even be forced to surrender publicly. But Mito saw through him instantly. Danzo simply couldn't accept peace, not without extracting his own gains. For one, he was greedy. He wanted Konoha to squeeze Kumigakure for every possible advantage. Second, Hiruzen and the others had stabilized the village in Danzo's absence. Danzo had achieved nothing, and feared that when it came time to distribute credit, he'd be left out. So, he wanted Hiruzen to keep up the pressure on Kumigakure. If the enemy buckled under the strain, Danzo could claim the victory was thanks to his threats. And if Kumigakure refused and the fighting continued, he hoped to break through their lines and earn accolades on the battlefield. Even if he lost, he'd just return to where he started, perhaps with a bit of criticism, but the final orders hadn't come from him, after all. No matter the outcome, Danzo stood to gain. Mito glanced at Hiruzen's troubled expression and sneered inwardly. If I weren't still in the village, these young ones would never see through such schemes. But with her, Uzumaki Mito, still watching over Konoha, Danzo's petty calculations were doomed to fail. She waited patiently as the others finished reading the letters, then leaned back as if too tired to speak, silently listening to the younger generation's opinions. Once everyone was done reading, Hiruzen spoke. What are your thoughts? I originally felt that if peace could be restored, a few concessions wouldn't matter, but after reading Danzo's letter, I've begun to doubt myself. Koharu Yudatan thought for a moment, then said, I still believe that peace is what matters most. There's already growing war fatigue in the village. Prolonging the conflict will only deepen it. Our top priority should be restoring normal production. With Konoha's resources and manpower, any minor losses can be made up in 3 to 5 years. There's no need to waste more lives. Homura Mito-Kato, however, seemed to agree with Danzo. But I think we can push for more. The damage we've suffered in this war is real. And we are the victors, why should we be the ones to lose out? Mito could only shake her head. Too young, she thought. Their reasoning was too shallow. Not a single one had grasped the hidden agenda in Danzo's letter. She gently clapped her hands, drawing their attention, then spoke calmly. Danzo's letter isn't the key issue. What matters is that Kumigakure has already asked for peace. Our immediate task is to end the war and soothe the hearts of the people. As for negotiating terms, we have plenty of time. We may offer some benefits, but that doesn't mean we'll be taken advantage of. Let Kumigakure try to bargain. If they're not sincere, we can always resume the fight. If it comes to that, do you really think the villagers won't support us? Hiruzen, Koharu, and Homura looked at one another, faces flushed. Suddenly, their earlier debate seemed terribly naive. Author's note. This chapter sets the stage and provides some critical background. The decisions here will impact the main character's future and mark the beginning of a major story arc. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 41, Chapter 41 Team Assignment. At the end of the meeting, the third Hokage and the others ultimately decided to follow Mito's recommendation. By the next morning, all the major clans in the village had received the news. Kumigakure had requested a ceasefire. The internal message spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the hidden leaf within just 3 days. Joy and laughter filled the village. Families with loved ones on the front lines eagerly awaited the arrival of the envoy from the hidden cloud. After all, the envoy's appearance meant the war was truly ending and their family members would be coming home soon. Even Danzo on the front lines received Hiruzen's reply. After reading it, his face darkened as if cast in shadow. In a fit of rage, he flipped the table, but he could do nothing about it. Deep down, he knew this outcome had everything to do with Uzumaki Mito. And yet, he was powerless against her. He wasn't even in a position to challenge her. Mito could destroy him with a few well-placed words. Still, he didn't despair. That old crone with one foot in the grave wouldn't be able to hold power for much longer. He could wait. He would endure. And when she was finally in the ground, who could stop him then? Everything that should have been his he would take, down to the last scrap. He would prove through his actions that the Hokage had chosen wrong. He was the one most like their teacher. He should have been the heir to Konoha. Have you ever seen the hidden leaf at 4 in the morning? Hoshiyomi had. Right now, he was rubbing the sleep from his eyes, utterly deadpan as he stared at Jiraiya's grinning face. Honestly, he wanted to strangle him. Jiraiya didn't seem to notice Hoshiyomi's murderous gaze. He continued shaking him excitedly and said, Hoshiyomi, how are you still asleep? Today's the big day, team assignments. It's our first time meeting our squad leader. We've gotta make a good first impression. Hoshiyomi forced a smile and asked flatly. Do you know what time it is? Jiraiya scratched his head. Isn't it 6 in the morning? Why? Hoshiyomi grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the clock in his room, then pointed at the time and growled through clenched teeth. Look closely. It's 4. 4 in the freaking morning. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and gave a sheepish laugh. Hee, sorry. I was just too excited, I woke up super early. I didn't even realize it was 4 yet. I was wondering why it was still dark out, honestly. Wanna go back to sleep? I'll nap with you. Hoshiyomi gave him a long-suffering look, said nothing, and collapsed back into bed. Jiraiya very naturally followed him in and lay down beside him. Hey, Hoshiyomi, you think we'll be on the same team? Do you think our squad leader'll be a man or a woman? What if she's a total bombshell? He. Hey, Hoshiyomi, can I borrow half your blanket? Kinda chilly over here. Arg. Hoshiyomi snapped. He kicked the blanket off, grabbed Jiraiya by the back of the neck, and hoisted him up like a stray dog. Jiraiya blinked in confusion. Hey? Why'd you get up? I changed my mind, Hoshiyomi said coldly. Let's start morning training. You don't want to sleep a bit more? Less talking. 5 laps around the entire village. If you run slower than me, I swear I'll beat you to death. 9 AM. Training Ground 6. Sakumo, Tsunade, and Orochimaru arrived after breakfast, only to find a thoroughly exhausted Hoshiyomi and a bruised, swollen Jiraiya. Tsunade blinked. What happened to you two? Jiraiya, what's with your face? Hoshiyomi forced a smile. Jiraiya just said you're flat as a board. But don't worry, I've already taught him a lesson. Hey? Flat as a wait, what? Tsunade stared blankly, glanced down at her chest. And then proceeded to unleash a 500-word beatdown on Jiraiya. When Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived and found Tsunade pummeling Jiraiya into the ground, he was taken aback. Just a few days ago, during the graduation trials, they'd seemed to get along so well. Had they really fallen out this fast? His appearance ended up saving Jiraiya's life. Tsunade huffed one last threat, call me flat again and I'll kill you. And finally let him go. At that moment, Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage as if he were his long-lost father. He didn't care about big-chested Kunoichi anymore. As long as the third was his sensei, he'd be happy. Clearing his throat, Hiruzen addressed them. Due to recent reforms in the ninja organizational structure, all genin teams now follow the same format across the shinobi world, 3 genin led by 1 jonin. So I'm no exception. I'll be taking on 3 of you as my personal students. As for the other 2, don't be disappointed, the village has arranged exceptional squad leaders for you as well. At that, Hoshiyomi already had a pretty good idea of how the teams would be split. If this followed canon, then Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade would be grouped together. He and Sakumo would be placed with someone else. Sure enough, the third smiled and announced. My students will be Jiraiya, Orochimaru. At that moment, Jiraiya felt like the sage of 6 paths himself had descended to bless him. The third Hokage really was his sensei. And Orochimaru was on his team, too. If Hoshiyomi joined as well, his future would be set. Even if it wasn't Hoshiyomi, he could live with Sakumo. As long as it wasn't Tsunade, that violent she-devil. And the final member is Tsunade. Crack! It was as if a thunderbolt struck Jiraiya from the crown of his head straight to his heels. He turned to stone on the spot. The heavens have no eyes, he cried inwardly. Why her? How am I supposed to survive this? On the other side, Tsunade wasn't exactly thrilled either. For some reason, she found herself wishing that Sakumo had been assigned to Jiraiya and Orochimaru's team instead. She glanced at Hoshiyomi, who was still quietly chatting with Sakumo, and subconsciously pouted. When she turned back around, she was met with Jiraiya's look of pure disgust. A throbbing vein appeared on her forehead. I don't even mind being on your team, and you have the nerve to look at me like that. Insert another 500 words of Tsunade wrecking Jiraiya. The third Hokage left with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and a pig-headed Jiraiya. Before leaving, he turned to Hoshiyomi and Sakumo with a warm smile. No need to worry. Your squad leader is also incredibly strong, no weaker than I am. He's just a little, well, you'll see when he arrives. Don't worry, though. He's easy to get along with, After the Hokage departed, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo waited for a while. Their jonin still hadn't shown up. Having been up since 4 am, Hoshiyomi was starting to feel drowsy again. He told Sakumo to wake him when their sensei arrived, then lay back on the grass and happily drifted into a nap. It was a solid nap, comfortable, even. Until the moment he opened his eyes, and nearly had a heart attack. Towering above him was a tall figure, casting a long shadow as he stared down. "Oh? You're finally awake." Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Hoshiyomi's Jonin Instructor. Hoshiyomi stared at the towering figure before him, instinctively swallowing hard. This guy looked downright intimidating. By Hoshiyomi's estimation, the man stood at least 190 centimeters tall and weighed over 240 pounds. He was both tall and broad just one look, and it was obvious he wasn't someone to mess with. That massive build paired with his fierce expression made him the kind of person that, in Hoshiyomi's past life, you'd absolutely avoid on the street. The man wore a headscarf, so it was impossible to tell what his hair looked like, but even with it wrapped tightly, two sharp horn-like tufts jutted from either side of his head almost like miniature bull horns. His brow seemed to be perpetually furrowed beneath the scarf, and his small eyes were set unusually high, with heavy dark circles under them. The moment you laid eyes on him, you got the sense that if you looked too long, he'd punch your face in. Honestly, even Hoshiyomi in his current state couldn't help wanting to take a step back. Why did such a scary-looking guy suddenly appear? Wasn't he supposed to be meeting with Sakumo and the other Jonin instructors? Could it be? No way. Was this giant of a man whose arm looked thicker than both of Hoshiyomi's legs put together his Jonin instructor? The moment the thought struck him, Hoshiyomi, who had been about to stand, wobbled in place and nearly dropped back into his seat. This guy looked like serious trouble. If he really was his instructor, wasn't Hoshiyomi's future as a shinobi doomed from the start? It had to be because he was too casual in front of the third Hokage and Lady Mito, so now they were punishing him by assigning him this terrifying man as a teacher. Just as Hoshiyomi's mind spiraled into panic, Sakumo reached out and caught him before he fell. "Don't worry, Hoshiyomi," Sakumo said with a smile. "When I first met Master Torifu, I had the same reaction. But trust me, he's a great guy. You'll see once you get to know him." "Wait, what did you say?" Hoshiyomi snapped out of his thoughts, suddenly alert. That name sounded really familiar. Sakumo looked puzzled at how quickly Hoshiyomi had perked up. "I said, he's a really good person." "No, I mean what's his name?" Before Sakumo could answer, the man squatted down in front of Hoshiyomi and extended a hand the size of a fan. A rare, warm smile spread across his face as he said, "My name is Akimichi Torifu. I'll be your Jonin instructor from now on. I know I might look a bit scary, but I'm a great teacher to my students." The introduction left Hoshiyomi frozen, not just from the man's deep, resonant voice, but from his identity. Akimichi Torifu's voice was low and smooth, what people in his past life would have called suave. It had the warm tone of a friendly older man, which completely clashed with his fierce appearance. If you played only his voice to someone without showing his face, plenty of girls would probably fall for it instantly. But more than that, this burly man was the Akimichi Torifu? The same one who, in the original series, was a personal student of the second Hokage, just like Hiruzen, Dan's, Homura, and Koharu? That left Hoshiyomi speechless. He remembered that in the original series, the younger Torifu had been a chubby, cute kid. How the heck did he end up like this before even hitting 30? "Sensei, has anyone told you you really didn't age well?" No wonder the third Hokage had said his strength was on par with his own, and that he was a good person too. Now that Hoshiyomi thought about it, the Akimichi clan didn't really have any bad people. They were a family of food-loving, happy-go-lucky shinobi. In fact, when it came down to it, Torifu might have been the best possible instructor for both Hoshiyomi and Sakumo. A regular Jonin wouldn't be able to handle the two of them for more than a few years before being completely drained and wouldn't carry any political weight either. Their teacher had to be someone from among the second Hokage's direct disciples. Out of the remaining 5, besides the third Hokage himself, Koharu, Homura, and Dans were all ninjutsu specialists. Assigning one of them as an instructor would just be a waste of talent. Uchiha Kagami, with his Sharingan and Kenjutsu, would have been a great fit, but he'd died young, during the first Great Ninja War a few years ago. That left only one candidate, Akimichi Torifu, a taijutsu-focused shinobi who fought using the Akimichi clan's signature multi-size techniques. And anyone who thought the Akimichi were slow just because they were big clearly hadn't seen a human bullet tank in action. Most Jonin couldn't even dodge it. Now that Hoshiyomi had confirmed this intimidating man really was Akimichi Torifu, his initial fear vanished completely. He quickly warmed up to the instructor and was soon chatting with him comfortably. Torifu took notice. He was very self-aware when it came to his appearance. It wasn't just villagers, even some of the younger Akimichi clan members trembled when they first met him. A few had even burst into tears on sight. But this kid had adjusted quickly and seen through the scary exterior to his gentle heart. Now that was the kind of adaptability a shinobi should have. Thinking back to his third student who still barely dared speak around him, Torifu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The difference between people could be really staggering. He gave both Hoshiyomi and Sakumo a firm pat on the shoulder and said, "Well, now that we've met, it's time to go meet your teammate. Follow me." At the word teammate, both Sakumo and Hoshiyomi perked up. They had assumed Torifu was only taking the two of them as disciples, so there was someone else? Sakumo asked, intrigued, "Sensei, who's our teammate? Are they our age too?" Hoshiyomi added, "Why didn't they come with you?" Torifu shook his head. "Your teammate's name is Yui Shinku. He's a few years older than you, maybe 2 or 3. He was in this year's graduating class at the academy. Unfortunately, he had some bad luck. Last month, while the war was still ongoing, his team was on a mission that required them to cross the border. They ran into a Kumo patrol squad, and he was the only survivor. Since he needs a new team, and you two happen to be short one member, the higher UPS decided to put you together. He's just been discharged from the hospital today. We're heading there now to pick him up." The name Yui Shinku rang a bell for Hoshiyomi. Of course it did. The man would eventually become the father of Yui Kurane, one of the most beautiful kunoichi in Konoha. In early fanfiction, Yui Shinku was often grouped with a few other original characters from prominent clans as one of Konoha's 8 shades, known by the moniker the Crimson Sunset of Konoha. Talk about prestige! Side note, it's 2020 and I still don't know who the 8 shades of Konoha are supposed to be. Anyone out there want to enlighten me? Akimichi Torifu as the instructor and Yui Shinku as the teammate, probably not what most readers were expecting. Originally, this role was supposed to go to an OC named Kurama Genshin. But when I realized Yui's background and personality perfectly matched what I had in mind for Genshin and he was the right age too, well, poor Genshin got replaced before he even made his debut. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Withdrawn Shinku. Gekkō Hoshiyomi and Sakumo followed Akimichi Torifu through the halls of Konoha Hospital. Since the ceasefire had already been declared, things weren't particularly busy at the hospital. It didn't take Hoshiyomi long to find his mother. He greeted her, as he always did, and casually mentioned that his new team leader was none other than Akimichi Torifu. Because Hoshiyomi had given her a heads up, Ri wasn't too startled when she met the man in person, though she was clearly still surprised. She was well aware of Torifu's reputation. The fact that her son would be apprenticed to someone so prestigious made her more happy than shocked. After the brief exchange, Ri personally led them to Shinkawi's hospital room. As soon as they stepped inside, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo saw Shinko lying on the bed. He was alarmingly thin, his cheeks sunken in, his entire frame looking fragile to the point of worrying whether someone in his condition could really handle the physical demands of being a ninja. Though Shinku appeared physically fine, it was obvious he hadn't mentally recovered from the trauma of watching his team die. His eyes were still dull and lifeless. All three of his teammates, including his sensei, had perished right in front of him. He alone survived, barely escaping with his life thanks to a well-timed genjutsu. For a fresh graduate who hadn't even been on the job for long, that kind of nightmare was far too cruel. Torifo walked over and gently patted Shinku's shoulder. "Come on now, no more zoning out," he said kindly. "Let me introduce your new teammates. This is Hoshiyomi, and this is Sakumo. From now on, you'll be working together." Shinku flinched at the touch and let out a startled yelp. But when he saw that it was only Torifu, he muttered an apology, "Sorry, sensei. I just..." Torifu waved it off with a casual smile. "It's fine. You'll get used to things in time. Why don't you get to know your new teammates first? You'll be going on missions together, after all." At the word mission, Shinku's brow immediately furrowed. He was clearly still traumatized. As he looked toward Hoshiyomi and Sakumo, his eyes suddenly widened. He pointed at them and exclaimed sharply, "Them? My teammates? They look like they haven't even finished their second year at the academy. Are you kidding me? You expect me to go on missions with these brats and expect to live? I just barely made it out alive last time. I'm not throwing my life away all over again." Clearly, Shinku hadn't recovered from the psychological damage of that failed mission. It was as if his entire worldview had been shattered. The first mission he ever went on had ended in utter disaster, and the trauma had left him afraid of dying, afraid of missions, afraid of trusting anyone. To be fair, his words weren't meant to insult Hoshiyomi or Sakumo personally. He simply believed that peers his age like his former teammates were weak and fragile, and assigning him to even younger kids felt like a death sentence. Sakumo's face tightened in frustration. He leaned toward Hoshiyomi and whispered, "Did he just underestimate us? What's that supposed to mean? We don't even need him to finish missions." Hoshiyomi patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. He actually understood Shinku better than most would. Back in his previous life, after losing 5 or 6 rounds in a row in a competitive game, he'd felt something similar, doubting his abilities, blaming teammates, and thinking the whole world was out to get him. It was a familiar condition known as tilt. Shinku was tilted hard. But Hoshiyomi knew this state of mind wasn't permanent. As long as someone could restore his confidence and give him a few wins under his belt, he could recover. With that in mind, Hoshiyomi smiled and said, "Don't worry. Teaming up with us doesn't mean you're going to die. We'll protect you." Shinku let out a bitter chuckle. "Protect me? You? You two look like you'd go down in 5 seconds the moment a real fight starts." Rather than respond directly, Hoshiyomi slowly walked over to the fruit basket beside the bed. He picked up an apple, tossed it up and down a couple times, and then without warning threw it high into the air. Before Shinku could guess what he was up to, Hoshiyomi unsheathed the kunai strapped to his thigh and, in one fluid motion, slashed the air. There was only a brief flash. In that blink, Hoshiyomi had already returned the kunai to its sheath, spinning it lazily around his fingers before clicking it back into place. Torifu, clearly in on the act, reached out and effortlessly caught the falling apple with both hands. Then Hoshiyomi looked up, gave a cocky smirk, and said, "That's why." Shinku scoffed. "What, cutting fruit midair? That's nothing special. I could probably..." He froze mid-sentence. Torifu turned the apple in his hands and held it out for Shinku to see. The apple had been sliced into 8 near-perfect wedges. In the instant the apple had flown upward and begun to fall, Hoshiyomi had struck it 4 times with pinpoint accuracy, clean, even, and flawlessly symmetrical. And the most terrifying part wasn't that he cut it was how straight and smooth each cut was, like it had been measured with a ruler. Okay, maybe I can't do that. Shinku stared in disbelief. Even if he'd been holding the apple in his hand, he doubted he could have sliced it so cleanly. What kind of freak is this guy? Has he been training in swordsmanship since he was in the womb? Not gonna eat it? Torifu asked cheerfully. Then I will. He tossed a wedge into his mouth and gave an exaggerated mmm, before chuckling. Shinku quickly snatched the remaining pieces away, stuffing 2 of them into his mouth like a child afraid someone else would eat them first. Then, finally, he turned toward Hoshiyomi and Sakumo, eyes sparkling. That look said everything. Senpai, please carry me. With that, Shinku Yi officially joined the team. Outside the hospital, a breeze rustled the trees as Torifu watched his 3 students with a warm smile. Well, now that our team's finally assembled, we should. We're doing survival training next, right? Hoshiyomi interjected smoothly. Survival training? Torifu blinked. No, I meant we should go get some barbecue to celebrate. Hoshiyomi, my bad. Carry on. Author's note. An apple sliced once horizontally and once vertically gives 8 segments, right? I think my math checks out, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Also, I just remembered that last book where someone mastered throwing shuriken with perfect accuracy in a 5 square meter cell. Chapter 44, The First Mission. When the trio went out for barbecue with their new Jonin sensei, Akimichi Torifu, they were utterly stunned by the man's appetite. While Hoshiyomi, Sakumo, and Shinku were ordering meat tray by tray like normal people, Torifu was ordering by the basin. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Let's start with 5 bowls." Shinku stared blankly. "Sensei, are you sure this restaurant even has that much meat in stock?" Torifu burst out laughing. "Relax. This place always has enough meat because it's owned by the Akimichi clan." Hoshiyomi's mouth twitched. No wonder he eats like a bottomless pit. This is literally his family's business. In truth, the 3 of them were full after just half an hour. The rest of the time, they sat and watched Torifu eat. His appetite would put even Hinata's infamous 46 rice bowls to shame. Honestly, maybe only that glutton from One Piece could keep up. 2 hours later, Torifu finally patted his stomach and set down the last platter of grilled meat. After wiping his mouth, he turned to his 3 students and said, "All right, now that we're all full, it's time to start your first mission." At the word mission, both Hoshiyomi and Sakumo's eyes lit up. They had been eagerly waiting for this day. Even Shinku, who had flinched earlier, felt a flicker of courage as he glanced at his teammates and their towering, iron-bodied Jonin sensei. Maybe, just maybe, we'll be okay. Konoha in this era was nothing like the peaceful village during Naruto Uzumaki's time. This was still an age of turbulence. There were no cushy D-rank tasks like finding cats or picking up litter. Even the lowest ranked D-rank missions involved real bloodshed like hunting down bandits. The war had just ended, and the borders of the Land of Fire were teeming with missing nin and rogue brigands. During the war, while the great nations were too preoccupied to care, these parasites had ravaged the surrounding villages. Now that peace was being restored, the Hidden Leaf had to mobilize shinobi to clean them out. Hoshiyomi's team's first mission was exactly that, eliminating a gang of bandits that had been terrorizing a place called Hanabi Village. Their client was a deeply tanned middle-aged man, with the plain, sturdy look of someone who had worked the land all his life. At first, the man was overjoyed that someone had taken his request until he laid eyes on Akimichi Torifu. His smile froze. "Dear heavens, are you sure that man's a shinobi?" Compared to him, the bandit leader sounded like a cuddly sheep. Watching the man almost collapse in fear, Torifu sighed. He was used to this sort of thing by now. Rather than explain, he gave Hoshiyomi a pat on the shoulder. This kind-faced kid would be a much better spokesperson. Catching the hint, Hoshiyomi stepped forward with a warm smile. Don't worry, sir. We're shinobi from the Hidden Leaf. We're not here to hurt you. The man looked into Hoshiyomi's innocent, sincere face, and gradually relaxed. Hearing the explanation, he seemed to snap out of it. Right. This is the Hidden Leaf. I hired them to get rid of the bandits. I'm paying for this. What was I so scared of? Seeing his shift in expression, Hoshiyomi leaned in for the finisher, and you're in luck, too. Our teacher, Torifu-sensei, is a jonin. He could wipe out 1,000 bandits all on his own if he wanted. The man instinctively craned his neck to take another look at the towering, mountain-like Torifu. After one glance, he hurriedly lowered his eyes, heart pounding. This kid isn't wrong. With that body alone, the man could crush those bandits with a flick of his finger. The man's anxiety turned to relief. Gripping Hoshiyomi's hands tightly, he said, "You're right, son, I believe you. Please, you've got to help our village. If you don't, we're doomed." The mission itself was a classic, a gang of bandits demanding tribute from the village, threatening to slaughter everyone if they didn't pay up in 3 days. They didn't waste time listening to the man's tearful begging. After filing their departure papers, they followed him straight to Hanabi village. Shinku remained jittery the whole way, constantly glancing around as if expecting a rogue ninja ambush at any moment. But the war was over. Those days were gone. Given the urgency, they didn't bother with comfort. Torifu simply grabbed the man by the collar and, following his directions, made a beeline to the village. With ninja-level speed, they arrived at Hanabi village in less than 2 hours. The man, worried for his village, didn't even enter. Instead, he pointed toward the nearby mountain and said, "The bandits are holed up over there. They don't know I went to the Leaf for help. If we strike now, we'll catch them completely off guard." Torifu nodded. "Then let's go. If we're quick about it, we can still make it back in time for a good night's sleep." No one had objections. They headed straight for the bandit hideout. There were some sentries, but nothing that could escape trained shinobi eyes. These weren't ninja, they were common thugs. Their traps and hiding techniques were laughably basic. The scouts were dispatched easily. Sakumo dropped them with swift, precise chops to the neck. But after knocking out a few of them, he hesitated. Looking down at the unconscious men, weak and defenseless, he wasn't sure whether or not to kill. Torifu noticed. In a deep voice, he said, "People who choose to become bandits are already halfway to the grave. Even if you spare their lives and just cripple them, they won't survive long." Sakumo hesitated, then slowly nodded. Raising his chakra blade, White Fang, he brought it down without further hesitation. Soon, they reached the bandits' main camp. The criminals were gathered together, drinking, laughing, boasting about which villages they'd looted, how much they'd stolen, or how many girls they'd assaulted. Listening to their crude laughter, Hoshiyomi and the others frowned. Whatever doubts they had disappeared, Torifu was right. These people deserved to die. Torifu glanced at them and said in a hushed voice, "This is your first real mission. I want you to handle it yourselves. Unless it becomes a life-or-death situation, I won't step in. Be careful and go." Author's note. Regarding pacing, I know many readers feel the early chapters are too focused on childhood scenes. I agree. So, upcoming chapters will accelerate the plot. There might be time skips between arcs, with transitions covered in just a sentence or two. I hope everyone is okay with that. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Bandit Extermination. Torifu signaled for them to begin the operation, but Hoshiyomi didn't charge in recklessly. He held back the eager Sakumo and turned to the hesitant Shinku. I'll take point with Sakumo. You stay hidden here and don't move. If we get overwhelmed, use genjutsu or throwing tools to distract them. Keep your seals quiet, most of these thugs won't even notice. Still struggling with the trauma of his last mission, Shinku felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was exactly what he had hoped for. First, he wasn't skilled in close combat. Second, he was still fearful of fighting something no quick pep talk could fix. But he didn't want to seem weak in front of his new teammates, which had left him torn. Now that Hoshiyomi had given him a role he could handle, he relaxed. Then Hoshiyomi turned to Sakumo. They've got numbers on their side. When we go in, don't get carried away. Most of them are just civilians, but if they surround us, it'll still be trouble. Stay close to me. Sakumo, who'd been on the verge of rushing in, calmed down. He exchanged a look with Hoshiyomi, and the two silently drew their blades and surged forward. This was the first time Hoshiyomi had drawn Mikazuki Munchika in battle. The thought alone filled him with anticipation. The two boys gripped their weapons tightly and burst from the trilene like leopards on the hunt, heading straight for the nearest two bandits. The sudden ambush caught the bandits completely off guard. Before they could react, the two targets were already dead. Their movements were fluid: dash, strike, execute. Their blades swept clean across two exposed necks. The bandits didn't even get a glimpse of their attackers before they dropped lifeless to the ground. The others froze in shock. Two of their comrades had been killed by what looked like a pair of children. Their movements were so swift, so effortless, as if it had been easier than killing chickens. The camp immediately descended into chaos. Some shouted orders, others scrambled to draw weapons, and a few screamed and ran the moment they noticed the leaf headbands on their attackers. But Hoshiyomi didn't give them the time to regroup. With Mikazuki Munchika in hand, he dove headfirst into the disorganized crowd. His refined physique, paired with the razor-sharp heirloom blade of the Gekkō Clan, made him utterly unstoppable. Anyone who tried to run was cut down in an instant. Those who fought back had their weapons shattered, their defenses sliced through as if they weren't even there. It was a one-sided massacre. This blade really lives up to its name, Hoshiyomi thought, cleaving through an axe and its wielder in a single stroke. No wonder it's our clan's treasured heirloom. A mere flick of the wrist was enough to slice through poorly forged iron and bone alike. With each swing, more bodies dropped. In just a few heartbeats, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo had already slain over a dozen. But these weren't ordinary villagers, they were seasoned killers who'd long grown used to living with blood on their hands. After a moment of panic, several sub-leaders managed to regain order. When they saw their attackers were just children, rage replaced fear. They're just a couple of brats. I don't care if they're ninja, let's carve them up. Kill them. Avenge our brothers. A mob of bandits surrounded them. Crude weapons raised, they closed in from all sides. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo didn't panic. Instead of trying to break out, they shifted into formation, slowly backing toward each other until they stood back to back. Just this one action calmed their nerves, they could trust each other to watch their blind spots. They shared a glance and came to a wordless understanding. Rather than retreat toward their sensei, they charged forward into the thickest part of the enemy ranks. This time, they infused chakra into their blades. Their strength surged, and with weapons already sharp enough to cut steel, they turned into walking storms of death. Any stragglers who got past them were quietly dealt with by Shinku, who used throwing knives and genjutsu to support from afar. White Fang and Mikazuki Munchika became twin reapers, carving bloody arcs through the mob. The slaughter broke whatever morale the bandits had left. This wasn't a massive bandit army, they barely numbered 80 or 90. Almost all were civilians. A handful could muster a flicker of chakra, but not enough to perform any ninjutsu barely worthy of being called shinobi. With their numbers halved in just minutes, panic began to rise again. Where the hell is the boss? Why hasn't he shown up yet? If he doesn't come out now, we're all dead. You don't think he ran off, do you? Left us here to die while he slipped away to enjoy the spoils. The whispering spread like wildfire. The fragile formation began to crack again. Just as the mob started to collapse, a sudden shout echoed from behind. Hoshiyomi, help me! Hoshiyomi turned at the cry and saw Shinku suspended in the air, hair clenched tightly in the hand of a scar-faced man. A kunai gleamed at Shinku's throat, drawing a thin line of blood. Shinku had made a mistake. Concerned that Hoshiyomi and Sakumo were surrounded, he had stepped out of cover to help, revealing his position in the process. The scar-faced man, the bandit leader, had been circling the outskirts of the battle, searching for the third shinobi. He waited patiently for his moment, and when Shinku exposed himself, he struck without hesitation. Now he had leverage. He held Shinku up and shouted to the others. So this squad did have a third member, hey? Listen up, you little punks. If you want your friend to live, drop your weapons. Otherwise. He pressed the kunai a little deeper, drawing another thread of blood from Shinku's neck. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, Naruto's Gaze Technique. The scar-faced man's shout instantly reignited the mountain bandits' morale. They no longer thought of fleeing one by one, they raised their weapons and resumed their furious, frenzied howls. Gekkō Hoshiyomi and Sakumo's expressions darkened. They hadn't expected the bandit leader to be such a slippery bastard circling around for a surprise attack. Seeing Shinku being held hostage, Sakumo was momentarily at a loss. He fended off the encroaching bandits with his blade, while casting a sidelong glance toward Hoshiyomi. Somehow, this guy always came up with an unexpected solution when things looked hopeless. What Sakumo didn't know was that Hoshiyomi himself didn't have a solid plan just yet. His first instinct was actually to call for their Jonin sensei, Akimichi Torifu. Hoshiyomi glanced toward Torifu, silently pleading for help, but the burly man simply smiled at him, as if to say, "Go ahead, little brother. The stage is yours." It was clear this situation still didn't meet Torifu's definition of a life-or-death crisis. In other words, he wasn't planning to step in yet. This isn't a crisis? Hoshiyomi thought. But seeing Torifu's calm expression, his own tension eased somewhat. He had a great deal of faith in this elite Jonin, a disciple of the second Hokage and a shinobi with near cage-level strength. If Torifu wasn't worried, that meant he believed Hoshiyomi could handle it. So, Hoshiyomi just had to figure something out. With Torifu there as a safety net, Shinku's life wasn't in immediate danger. That thought alone gave him the mental space he needed. The moment he relaxed, ideas started flowing. How do I get Shinku out of this? If it were a straight-up one-on-one, Hoshiyomi was confident he could end it in a flash using his technique, Crescent Moon Slash. But with Shinku still in the enemy's grasp, using that kind of speed-based attack would risk him getting killed if the leader tried to take him down with him. Unless I can distract him for just a second. Wait. Distraction? Shinku was a genjutsu user. Distraction was his forte. As long as Shinku could cast a genjutsu and disrupt the enemy for even a moment, Hoshiyomi could rush in and end it in one clean stroke. Hoshiyomi instinctively looked toward Shinku, but saw he was still frozen in fear, soul nearly half scared out of his body. Hoshiyomi couldn't help but sigh. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. But it was worth a try. And if it failed, Torifu would intervene, Shinku wouldn't die. So he could afford to gamble a little. Shinku, with that in mind, Hoshiyomi's confidence returned. He feigned panic and turned toward the scar-faced leader, voice trembling. "Wait, don't. We'll do what you say, just don't hurt Shinku. We grew up together. He's the only friend I've got. If he dies, I don't want to live either." Shinku and Sakumo both turned to him with baffled expressions. "Since when were you childhood friends?" But Sakumo, who had been with Hoshiyomi for over half a year, quickly caught on. He's up to something. So he played along immediately. You're insane, Hoshiyomi. You're gonna abandon the mission for a friend. Ding! Your friend, Hitaki Oscar-worthy Sakumo, has logged in. Hoshiyomi smiled inwardly. He gets me. He dove deeper into character. I don't care about the mission. If I can't even save Shinku, what's the point of being a shinobi? You've forgotten the shinobi code, Hoshiyomi. You're hopeless. What code? Is that more important than a life? When Shinku saved you before, abandoning the mission didn't seem to bother you. Or do I need to cast a genjutsu to refresh your memory? Their sudden shouting match completely stunned everyone present. Even the bandits paused, dumbfounded by this dramatic betrayal. The scar-faced leader, rather than forcing them to drop their weapons, became engrossed in the spectacle, thinking to himself. Kids! So immature! Fighting amongst themselves at a time like this? Works for me. The less I have to do, the better. I wasn't even confident I could beat those two in a real fight. But now? This is perfect. What he didn't realize was that Shinku had snapped out of his panic. Hoshiyomi's confession had caught his attention, grounding him, and the deliberate mention of genjutsu, a technique Hoshiyomi didn't even use, made the intention clear. Even a pig could have figured it out from such a blatant hint. Shinku glanced up carefully. The leader's eyes were glued to Hoshiyomi and Sakumo. Now was his chance. He quickly began forming hand signs in secret. The moment his jutsu was complete, Shinku slapped the leader's forearm. The scar-faced man instinctively glanced down and locked eyes with Shinku. Illusion technique, Nariku's gaze. The moment their eyes met, the bandit leader knew he'd messed up. Damn it, this is a setup. But it was already too late. He plummeted into the genjutsu world. Before him appeared the mutilated corpses of his former comrades, those he had abandoned long ago. Except now, they were rising to their feet, eyes blood-red and accusing. Why did you abandon us? Why did you run and leave us to die? Where's your shinobi honor? He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He knew it was an illusion, but it still made his blood run cold. Luckily, his suffering didn't last long. Before he could even try to break free, a silver flash sliced clean across his neck. His severed head arced into the air, bringing his torment to an end and reuniting him with the comrades he had left behind. Naturally, the one who ended him was Hoshiyomi. The argument between him and Sakumo had been pure performance, one carefully crafted to bait the enemy. They had never taken their eyes off Shinku for even a second. The moment Shinku cast the genjutsu, Hoshiyomi launched Crescent Moon Slash, severing the bandit leader's head in a single, elegant strike. The head thudded to the ground and rolled some distance, leaving the remaining bandits paralyzed with fear. Because they all understood next, it would be their turn. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, You've Passed. Under the pale light of the moon, the mountain bandit stronghold was a ruin, blood and dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. Amid the crimson carnage, Gekkō Hoshiyomi and Hitaki Sakumo sat back to back atop a relatively clean boulder, both gasping for air. The two of them looked like walking blood gourds, covered in sticky, half-dried gore from head to toe. But they were too exhausted to even care. No wonder between the two of them, they had cut down more than 80% of the mountain bandits, whose numbers had been close to 90. Slaughtering that many pigs would take a toll, let alone actual people. Although the battle had never truly endangered their lives, it had still drained them to their limits. After all, they were only 7 or 8 years old. Swinging blades non-stop for over an hour without rest was a feat of extraordinary stamina. At this point, even lifting a finger felt like a chore. Cleaning off their blood-soaked clothes? Not a chance. As the two of them tried to recover their strength, their Jainin instructor, Akimichi Torifu, stretched lazily and stepped out from the forest. Unbothered by the blood, he walked up and ruffled both their heads and didn't forget Shinko-yi either. "Well done. I'm very satisfied with all three of you," he said warmly. "Hoshiyomi and Sakumo, your capabilities exceeded my expectations. And Shinko, being able to overcome your psychological trauma and act decisively at a critical moment, that's excellent. You've all passed my assessment." Hoshiyomi blinked. "Assessment?" He tilted his head and looked at Torifu suspiciously. "Didn't you say there wasn't going to be any of that?" Torifu gave him a mischievous wink, an expression that looked absolutely terrifying on his fierce-looking face, making Hoshiyomi shudder. "I said there wouldn't be a survival exercise. I never said there wasn't going to be a test." Seeing the trio give him the classic "I call BS" look, Torifu awkwardly cleared his throat. "Well, it's not like I wouldn't have trained you if you didn't pass. But here's the thing, if you had begged me to step in during the mission, I wouldn't have taught you anything serious from then on. That would have been a disgrace to the Akimichi name." He gave a rare smile. "But since you all completed the mission better than expected, I'll be sure to train you seriously from here on out. No holding back." Still met with three skeptical stares, Torifu gave a sheepish wave. "Fine, fine. Maybe I went too far. Here, take this as an apology." He tossed each of them a small pill bottle. Sakumo caught his and asked curiously, "What's this?" "Special issue Akimichi combat rations," Torifu explained. "Not the usual market-grade stuff. These are less effective for chakra recovery, but they're fantastic at restoring stamina. Just take a nibble, no more than half the size of your thumbnail. That should be enough to get you back to Konoha. But remember," he added with a wag of his finger, "these are emergency only. They taste awful, have zero nutritional value, and will mess with your digestion if you eat too many." That was all the convincing the three of them needed. If someone who could eat roasted meat for 2 hours straight said they were bad for your stomach, you'd better believe it. With a shared glance, Hoshiyomi and Sakumo each broke off a small piece and tossed it into their mouths. A moment later, their expressions twisted in horror. It tasted awful. Absolutely vile. But flavor aside, the effects were real. After a few minutes of rest, the hunger pangs faded, and while their limbs were still sore, they at least felt like they could walk again. Supporting each other, they found a nearby stream to wash off most of the blood. In their current state, if they walked into a village looking like that, the patrol squads might have arrested them on sight. Once clean enough to pass for human again, the four of them returned to Hanabi village to report back to their client, then promptly headed back toward Konoha. What Hoshiyomi and the others didn't know was that, shortly after they left the village, another squad quietly returned to Konoha. This team didn't make a fuss, they moved silently, heading straight to the Hokage's office. "Knock knock knock. Come in." Hearing the voice inside, the man at the door hesitated for a moment. He took a deep breath, gripped the handle, and pushed the door open. Inside, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, reviewing documents. The man's eyes flashed with jealousy and resentment when he saw him, but the expression vanished in an instant. He lowered his gaze, then looked back up wearing a forced smile. He walked in slowly, pointing at Hiruzen with exaggerated cheer. "Didn't take you long to start looking the part, huh, Hiruzen? Already acting like a real Hokage?" Hiruzen looked up at the sound of that familiar voice and was stunned. "Dans," he said in disbelief. "Didn't you say you'd return in 2 weeks with the main force? Why are you back already, and what happened to your eye?" At the mention of his eye, Dans flinched. He instinctively lowered his head and raised a hand to cover the bandage over his right eye. Only after a deep breath did he reply in a hoarse voice. "It's nothing. Just bad luck on the front lines. Lost an eye, that's all." Hiruzen frowned with concern. "Is there any chance of recovery? Koharu is leading research into ocular transplants at the hospital. If you..." "I said it's fine." Dans snapped. He suddenly raised his voice, like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Realizing he'd lost his temper, Dans lowered his head slightly. Sorry. I lost control for a moment. Hiruzen was a little startled, but chalked it up to Dan's frustration over the injury. He waved it off with a smile. It's fine. Remember how we used to argue every day when we were under Sensei's command? That was different, Dans muttered after a long silence. You're the Hokage now. Hiruzen's smile froze. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. But Dans quickly changed the subject. Enough small talk. I came back early for 2 reasons. 1. The front's gone quiet. I wasn't needed anymore. The other. His tone turned cold. I wanted to ask you without the interference of the others, what were you really thinking, agreeing to that ceasefire with Kumagakure so easily? Hiruzen hesitated. His eyes flicked toward the group of shinobi behind Dans. Noticing the glance, Dans turned and said flatly to his subordinates, "You're dismissed. I have something to discuss with the Hokage alone." What Hiruzen didn't notice was that Danzo never once referred to him as Hokage in front of his subordinates. Chapter 48, Konoha's Sword Saint 48. In the now empty office, only Hiruzen Sarutobi and Dans Shimura remained. Seated across from each other at the desk, Hiruzen instinctively took a few puffs from his pipe before recounting the details of their earlier meeting to Dans. Dans listened, a cold sneer forming in his heart. As he had suspected, his plans had been thwarted by Mito Uzumaki. Of course, he kept this to himself, instead furrowing his brow and adopting a disappointed expression. Shifting the focus away from the war, Dans redirected his criticism toward Mito. Tobirama-sensei entrusted you with the title of Hokage, yet you continue to heed the words of that old Lady Mito. People might say you're spineless, merely a rubber stamp. Hiruzen chuckled, that's unlikely. Lady Mito herself has expressed no desire for the Hokage position. Her only wish is for young Tsunade to grow strong and protect the village. Besides, her guidance is invaluable. The villagers hold her in high esteem. Why would anyone criticize me for seeking her counsel? Dans felt a surge of frustration. Where was the assertiveness befitting a Hokage? Such weakness was unworthy of the title. Yet, maintaining his concerned facade, he pressed on. You believe her just like that? She claims disinterest in the Hokage role, but in reality, how much autonomy do you truly have in major decisions? Hiruzen sighed, Dans, after all these years, you remain so suspicious. Consider this, Lady Mito is the first Hokage's wife. With her reputation and strength, if she wanted to be Hokage, who would oppose her? If she had expressed such a desire, I would have gladly stepped aside. Her capabilities surpass mine. Sometimes, I feel unworthy of this position. Internally, Dans cursed Hiruzen's naivety. Outwardly, he continued earnestly. It's not about suspicion, it's about clarity. Think about it, we're still young. With Lady Mito's presence in the village, why did Tobirama-sensei choose you as Hokage? You've admitted her abilities surpass yours. If she were truly suitable, why didn't Tobirama-sensei appoint her directly? Hiruzen hesitated, what issues could Lady Mito possibly have? Dans smirked internally, channeling chakra into his bandaged eye. Beneath the wrappings, his Sharingan rotated slowly, consuming significant chakra. He continued. You're too trusting. Remember, Lady Mito is from the Uzumaki clan of the Land of Whirlpools. She already possesses immense power, superior tactics, and the Nine Tails' strength. The Senju clan has largely dispersed. If she became Hokage, transforming Konoha into an Uzumaki village, who could stop her? I see, Hiruzen murmured, a sense of unease creeping in. Though something felt off, he couldn't help but consider Dan's perspective. His naturally indecisive nature made him susceptible to Dan's manipulations. Combined with the subtle influence of the Sharingan, his once clear image of the graceful and wise Lady Mito began to blur. Seizing the moment, Dans pressed further. Tobirama-sensei must have foreseen this, which is why he entrusted the village to us to balance Lady Mito's power and prevent any single clan from dominating. But by constantly deferring to her, you're undermining his final arrangements. Dan's words, like a devil's whisper, chipped away at Hiruzen's resolve. For a moment, he nearly succumbed to the deceit. Suddenly, Dans winced, clutching his eye in pain. The strain of the Sharingan's chakra consumption had taken its toll. Hiruzen, feeling a sudden clarity, stood up and firmly interrupted. Enough, Dans. These are baseless speculations without evidence. Discussing them here is one thing, but if such rumors spread, you might find yourself unwelcome in Konoha. I refuse to believe Lady Mito harbors such malicious intentions. The Uzumaki and Senju clans are closely related, betrayal is unthinkable. Moreover, with her current influence, if she wanted to be Hokage, a mere word to the daime would suffice. There's no need for elaborate schemes. She even entrusted me with Tsunade's tutelage. If she had ulterior motives, why place her granddaughter under my guidance? Even if she intended harm to Konoha, I would stake my life to protect the village. Not just me, Koharu, Homura, and you would stand with me, wouldn't you? What's wrong with your eye? Dans, overwhelmed by the Sharingan's backlash and Hiruzen's rebuttal, nearly coughed up blood. Fearing Hiruzen might notice his eye's condition, he forced a strained smile and changed the subject. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Perhaps some inflammation from improper treatment. I'll change the bandages and take some medicine. I admit, my earlier comments were rash. Still, it's wise to remain cautious. Perhaps don't rely solely on her advice. By the way, you mentioned she entrusted Tsunade to you? Isn't she only 7? How did she become your student? Relieved that Dan seemed fine, Hiruzen relaxed and replied. Glad to hear it's nothing serious. Still, you should get it checked. These things shouldn't be taken lightly. I've been preoccupied with the ceasefire negotiations and forgot to mention Tsunade's cohort is exceptionally talented. Despite only 6 months of enrollment, 5 students have already reached genin level and passed the graduation assessment ahead of schedule. Dan's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting his discomfort. He leaned forward, asking. Such prodigies? Besides Tsunade, which clans are they from? Have instructors been assigned? P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 49, Konoha's Sword Saint 49. Not from any prominent clan, which is precisely why I find it so surprising. Can you believe it? Aside from Tsunade, the other 4 children are all civilian-born shinobi. Upon hearing the term civilian shinobi, Danzo's eyes sparkled with excitement. During the 2 years he was dispatched to the front lines by Mito, Danzo didn't return empty-handed. He learned 2 crucial things. First, the intoxicating allure of power. Second, the remarkable utility of civilian shinobi. As the saying goes, when a general is on the field, he need not follow orders from the capital. Similarly, during his tenure as a frontline commander, Danzo experienced the exhilaration of commanding hundreds of shinobi for the first time. With a single command, those shinobi would obediently follow his directives, even if it meant undertaking suicide missions. It was during this period of issuing orders that he discovered the advantages of civilian shinobi. Clan-affiliated shinobi often relied on their family's backing, frequently responding to his orders with superficial compliance or delegating tasks to others. The young Uchiha were even more audacious. Before Uchiha Kagami's death, they wouldn't even spare Danzo a glance, treating his orders as mere background noise. In contrast, the civilian shinobi were diligent, uncomplaining, and easily swayed. The few around Danzo exemplified this. After completing missions, Danzo would casually reward them with a basic jutsu or two, and they would be so moved that they'd be willing to face any peril for him. After several such instances, they became his trusted subordinates, unwaveringly loyal. Under Danzo's guidance, they came to believe that he was the true leader Konoha needed, while Hiruzen was merely a despicable schemer. Having savored this power, Danzo couldn't help but harbor ambitions of cultivating his own loyal faction within Konoha. Ironically, Mito had sent Danzo away from Konoha to prevent him from succumbing to jealousy and falling under the influence of conspirators. Yet, those 2 years on the front lines only intensified Danzo's envy and greed. It's hard to say whether this was fate's design or if Danzo was simply destined to play the role of an antagonist. At this moment, Danzo was unaware that Hoshiyomi and the others were talents Mito had personally discovered and reserved for Tsunade's future team. Clueless, he fantasized about recruiting these civilian prodigies to bolster his own path to becoming Hokage. With these young geniuses as his support, once Mito passed away in a decade, he wouldn't have to worry about ascending to the Hokage position. The mere thought thrilled Danzo, prompting a smile as he inquired. "What are those children's names, and where have you assigned them?" Seeing Danzo's curiosity, Hiruzen explained. "Among the 5, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are under my tutelage. I've entrusted Hoshiyomi and Sakumo to Torifu's care." "Why are you so interested?" Danzo waved his hand dismissively. "I've never had the experience of being a teacher. I'd like to know what it's like." "You're the Hokage and undoubtedly busy. Perhaps it's better to transfer them to me. I promise to teach them everything I know." Hiruzen quickly declined. "That's not possible. Do you think I don't want to be their teacher? Besides, I've already established a mentor-student relationship with them. Transferring them to you wouldn't make sense. However, it's rare to see you so enthusiastic. It seems you're genuinely interested in teaching. How about this? In a month, this year's graduating class will be ready. I'll let you choose 3 students to take under your wing. How does that sound?" Danzo readily agreed. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. Additionally, he considered approaching Torifu to get closer to those 2 prodigies. Perhaps he could even recruit one of them to become his trusted subordinate. Thinking of Hoshiyomi and Sakumo, whom Hiruzen had praised, Danzo felt a surge of excitement. Given that his previous attempts at sowing discord had failed, lingering here was pointless. He decided to take his leave. Exiting the Hokage building, he headed straight home to prepare a suitable gift to foster a connection with Torifu's 2 disciples. Early the next morning, Danzo visited Akimichi Torifu. Torifu was surprised by the unexpected visit from his usually reserved teammate. Upon hearing Danzo's request to meet his disciples, Torifu didn't hesitate and led him to Training Ground 6. As Danzo entered the training ground, he immediately encountered Hoshiyomi. Torifu promptly introduced Danzo to him. Upon seeing Danzo, Hoshiyomi internally sensed trouble. However, with Torifu present, he couldn't react overtly. Subsequently, Torifu introduced Danzo to Sakumo and Shinku. Danzo was exceedingly cordial, speaking more amiably than Torifu himself. For a moment, Hoshiyomi doubted whether this was truly Danzo. In his memory, Danzo always wore a stern expression and would have summoned root members to deliver a curt message like, "Lord Danzo requests your presence." But the Danzo before him did no such thing. After chatting with them for a while, he smiled and presented 3 scrolls. "Torifu and I were both disciples of the second Hokage. Since you're his students, you should address me as senior. Consider these 3 jutsu scrolls as my gift to you. If you ever have questions about training or life, feel free to approach me. I'll be more than willing to help." Had the gift come from Mito or Koharu, Hoshiyomi wouldn't have hesitated. But accepting something from Danzo? That was a different matter. He couldn't believe that someone notorious for his misdeeds in the original storyline would be so generous. Nor did he think his charm was enough to reform Danzo. Moreover, accepting a favor from the Pot King was no trivial matter. Today, it might be a scroll, tomorrow, he might be coerced into receiving a cursed seal. With this in mind, Hoshiyomi forced a grateful smile and said, "Thank you, Lord Danzo, but this is too generous. Besides, with Torifu-sensei's guidance, we have all we need. As a disciple of the second Hokage, you're undoubtedly busy. We wouldn't want to trouble you." Torifu, pleased by Hoshiyomi's words, patted Danzo's shoulder. "See? My students are content with their excellent teacher. They don't need another senior." Danzo's smile faltered slightly. Hoshiyomi's polite refusal irked him, but he maintained his composure. "It's all right. There will come times when Torifu can't attend to you. When that happens, don't hesitate to seek me out. Please, accept these scrolls as a token of my goodwill." Without giving Hoshiyomi a chance to respond, Danzo turned and left. Chapter 50, Konoha's Sword Saint 50. Watching Danzo walk away without saying a word, Torifu could only shrug helplessly and turn back to Hoshiyomi and the others. "He's always had a bit of a temper," Torifu said with a wry smile. "Don't take it personally. As for those scrolls, go ahead and keep them." Danzo meant well. "Next time you see him, just flatter him a little and everything will be fine. He may look gruff, but he's a softa deep down." Hoshiyomi glanced at the scrolls left on the ground. Torifu's explanation didn't ease his mind much. Compared to Danzo's friendly facade, he was far more inclined to trust the version he knew from his past life, the one who ordered the assassination of comrades he'd fought beside for decades. He'd been worried he'd be assigned under Danzo's command. Now that he was safely placed in Torifu's team, he had no intention of drawing attention to himself. Playing it safe and keeping a low profile, that was the smart move. So in the end, Danzo's visit was just a brief interruption for Team Torifu. The three of them accepted the scrolls and politely moved on. Strength was still their top priority. Torifu's teaching style differed greatly from Hiruzen's. While Hiruzen favored steady daily training and gradual accumulation of knowledge, Torifu preferred to throw his students into real missions, identifying problems as they arose and correcting them through combat experience. This distinction in teaching philosophy began shaping the development of Hoshiyomi and his teammates. In just 3 months, the trio had completed over 10 D-rank missions similar to the bandit clearing job in Hanabi village. In contrast, Tsunade's team had only completed 1 mission during that same period. Still, the two squads remained close friends. Whenever they had downtime, they'd gather for a meal to catch up and share updates about their respective teams. Shinko had quickly blended into the group. After completing more than 10 missions, he'd finally shaken off his old fear of leaving the village. With his psychological burden gone, he returned to his usual self, gentle, talkative, and easy to get along with. That afternoon, the 6 of them met up at a local fried chicken shop. As they dug into their meals, the complaints began. "Ugh, Hoshiyomi, I'm dying here," Jiraiya groaned, mouth full. "Hiruzen-sensei is so boring. He won't take us on missions, and he won't let us take our own. All we ever do is train, train, train. I'm gonna explode." "Same," Tsunade chimed in, pouting. "I really wanna get out of the village and do something exciting." "What's wrong with training in the village?" Orochimaru said coolly, sipping his drink. "It gives us more time to develop new jutsu." "What, you want to run off and get killed like an idiot?" "Preach," Shinku nodded. "You guys don't know how lucky you are. I'd love to just train at home. Instead, I keep getting dragged into bloody skirmishes with bandits. I'm a genjutsu specialist, why do I have to keep brawling with filthy thugs?" "Easy for you to say, Orochimaru," Jiraiya snapped. "Sensei actually likes you. You've learned, like, 10 jutsu in the last 3 months. If I could learn that many, I'd be happy to stay in the village too." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Could it be because someone's still struggling to master fire style, dragon flame jutsu after 2 whole months? Jiraiya flinched like he'd taken a direct hit. Wah! It's not like I didn't learn it. You didn't, Tsunade cut in mercilessly. I saw you fail the hand signs 2 days ago. Jiraiya's face turned red as a tomato, veins popping on his forehead. That's only because Sensei talks too fast. How am I supposed to memorize all that in one go? More bold declarations followed: how he'd definitely surpass Orochimaru one day, how he'd become the greatest ninja ever. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. The shop filled with an easy camaraderie and lively chatter. This was usually when Hoshiyomi would jump in with some motivational words, feeding Jiraiya a bit of confidence and encouragement. And to be fair, Hoshiyomi wasn't wrong. At this point in time, Jiraiya was clearly lagging behind his teammates. It wouldn't be until he failed his summoning training and stumbled into Mount Maiboku that his legendary rise would truly begin. What Hoshiyomi didn't know was that his pep talk wasn't just inspiring Jiraiya. It was also touching someone else not far away. Crash! The sound of a shattering cup drew everyone's attention. The shopkeeper's voice rang out, harsh and angry. Can't even wipe a table properly. What use are you? I must have been out of my mind taking in a clumsy brat like you. The culprit was a boy in a green bodysuit, around the same age as Hoshiyomi and the others. He bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely as the shopkeeper stormed into the kitchen. Now that he turned around, the group got a good look at his face and his outfit. Shinka fell silent. Tsunade looked like she was about to cry. Green tights, orange leg warmers, a faded yellow scarf, thick eyebrows, and a bowl cut. The whole ensemble could only be described as visually traumatizing. The shopkeeper, despite his temper, clearly had a soft spot. After a few grumbles, he disappeared back into the kitchen, leaving the boy to sweep up the mess. The boy quickly cleaned up, then turned and beamed at Hoshiyomi's group, flashing a smile bright enough to blind a Byakugan user. Hoshiyomi and Orochimaru exchanged a look. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and asked, what are you doing here? Hoshiyomi's suspicions were confirmed. This oddball kid, with his awkward smile and overwhelming optimism, was none other than Might-Do, the man who would one day define the meaning of youth, and use the 8 gates to beat the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into a retreating mess. Of course, right now he didn't look like a future legend. The cheap clothes and scrawny frame made it clear life hadn't been easy for him. Do scratched his head awkwardly. I'm saving up to buy weighted training gear, so I picked up a part-time job here. Then his eyes lit up. He looked over to Hoshiyomi, eyes sparkling with hope. Were you the one saying those things earlier? About how hard work leads to success. That even someone like me can become a ninja if I never give up. Hoshiyomi saw the boy's trembling excitement and smiled warmly. He placed a hand on Dai's shoulder and said sincerely, "Yes. As long as you're willing to work hard, you will succeed. I believe in you. One day, I know you'll become a truly great ninja." P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 51, Konoha's Sword Saint 51. Gekkō Hoshiyomi wasn't someone who could throw himself into tireless training all day long. Even with a system that allowed him to steadily grow stronger through swordsmanship training alone, he couldn't bring himself to grind 24/7. That was why he had so much respect for Might-Do's unwavering determination. When Do looked at him with eyes full of hope, Hoshiyomi responded without hesitation. Not only did he offer encouragement Do had likely never received before, but he also pulled out a set of weighted training gear from his storage scroll gear he had once used himself. Do was taken aback. Though his gaze was fixed on the gear, he still waved his hands frantically, declining. "This is way too valuable. We only just met today, how could I accept something like this?" "Take it," Hoshiyomi said. "It's something I've already outgrown." Leaving it with me would just be a waste. Better to let it shine again in your hands. Seeing how firm Hoshiyomi was, Do was moved to tears. He took the weights with both hands and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Thank you so much. If there's ever anything I can do for you, please let me. I'll burn all of my youth for you, Hoshiyomi-kun. That line made Hoshiyomi break into a cold sweat. Something about it felt a bit too enthusiastic. But still, he clapped Do on the shoulder and said seriously. Keep pushing forward. I'm looking forward to seeing you graduate. Oh, and remember, train smart. Don't push yourself to the point of injury. Once you damage your body, it's hard to recover. Don't joke around with your own health. Do, eyes brimming with gratitude, took his leave. After he was gone, Tsunade turned to Hoshiyomi and asked softly. Why are you being so kind to that guy Do? Do you really think he can become a ninja? I heard from Yako that he doesn't have any talent for ninjutsu at all. Hoshiyomi looked at her with calm conviction and replied. In this world, there are two kinds of people I respect most, those who hold fast to their dreams, and those who work so hard that it's almost reckless. Might Do is both. Tsunade murmured those words under her breath, repeating them twice. She didn't say anything else, but when she looked at Hoshiyomi again, her eyes seemed to glimmer just a little. After the meal, everyone went their separate ways. Tsunade returned to the Senju compound. Instead of heading straight to training, she went to find her grandmother, Mito, who was quietly resting with her eyes closed. Grandma, Tsunade asked softly, do you think someone with no talent for ninjutsu, but who works really, really hard, can still become a powerful ninja? That question immediately piqued Mito's interest. She thought for a moment, then said. It's not impossible, though extremely rare. Back in the Warring States era, there was a secret technique passed around, a forbidden art that involved unlocking 8 chakra limiters within the body to unleash bursts of incredible power. It's called the 8 Gates technique. The training is brutal. Only those with bodies many times stronger than average, and willpower like iron, can survive opening even a few gates. Legend has it that opening the 8th gate grants power surpassing even a tailed beast, but the user's life will burn away entirely as the cost. No one knows for sure if anyone has ever opened all 8 gates, but the technique is real. It's recorded in Konoha's archives, and your great-uncle Tobirama even tried to master it once. As talented as he was, he only managed to open up to the 4th gate before the strain on his body forced him to stop. He personally labeled it a forbidden technique, and the scroll is still in his study today. Why do you ask? Tsunade's eyes lit up, but she tried to sound casual. Oh, it's nothing. Hoshiyomi just mentioned it earlier during lunch and I thought it was interesting. Time to train now, see you later, Grandma. And just like that, she dashed off. Mito could only shake her head at her granddaughter's poor lying skills. After Tsunade had left, Mito spoke aloud to the seemingly empty room. Bring me Might Do's file. And keep an eye on Tsunade. Help her if necessary. That same evening, after a long day of training, Do returned home and was preparing dinner when he discovered a scroll tucked in the back of his cupboard. The words 8 Gates Technique were scrawled across its cover. Curious, Do unrolled it. As he read the terrifying descriptions within, his eyes grew wide, shining as though a door to a brand new world had just opened before him. The 6th training field had become the go-to meeting spot for Team Torifu. After everyone had arrived, Hoshiyomi yawned and lazily asked. So, where are we off to for bandit hunting today, sensei? Even Shinkawai had grown tired of it. After 3 straight months of hunting bandits, even Hoshiyomi, who had gained plenty of combat experience, was starting to feel worn down. After all, he wasn't some bloodthirsty killer. Taking too many lives weighed on him. Not to mention, his swordsmanship system's XP gain was painfully slow these days. After all those months, his progress had only inched forward a few points. To his surprise, Torifo wasn't sending them after bandits today. Munching on a strip of jerky, he said around his chewing. No bandits this time. We've got something a little more interesting. Go home, pack up, bring everything you'll need, especially ninja gear. This one's a long-distance mission. We're heading out to the land of rice fields. Round trip, it'll take at least a month, and they don't have ninja support out there. If you forget anything, you won't find replacements. Hoshiyomi, be sure to say goodbye to your mom, too. It's a long trip, don't make her worry. We'll meet at the village gate at 3 p.m. sharp. You're dismissed. The three young ninja looked at each other, excitement gleaming in their eyes. No more bandits. That alone made any mission worthwhile. But what exactly was this new assignment? With curiosity burning in their hearts, they quickly split up to prepare. Hoshiyomi made several trips back and forth, packing tools, food, and clothing. Once satisfied, he headed to the Konoha hospital to say farewell to his mother. After their goodbye, he vaulted onto the rooftops and sprinted through the village, making his way straight to the gate. Once the four of them had gathered and submitted their departure paperwork, Team Torifo officially set off. Destination: the land of rice fields. Author's note: there's no official explanation for who invented the 8 gates technique. But based on Madara's dialogue during his fight with Might Guy, it's clear he knew about it in advance, so I think it's unlikely Tobirama or Do created it. That's why I set it up this way. Chapter 52, Konoha's Sword Saint 52. On the road to the land of rice fields, Gekkō Hoshiyomi and the others could no longer suppress their curiosity. The three of them kept pestering their sensei, Akimichi Torifo, over and over about the nature of their mission. Just as the old saying goes, human nature is inquisitive. Torifo was nearly driven mad by the three little parrots repeating the same question. Finally, with no other choice, he surrendered. All right. Stop asking already. My head's spinning. I'll be honest, truth is, I haven't told you because I'm not entirely sure what the mission is myself. Hearing this only made the team even more curious, urging him to explain. Torifo paused mid-search through his backpack for jerky, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly dropped his voice into a deep, ominous tone. Have you ever heard of ghost stories? They had set out in the afternoon, and now after a long march, the full moon hung high in the sky. Torifo's rugged face, illuminated by moonlight and paired with that deliberately low voice, made for an unexpectedly spooky effect. Sakumo shook his head, feigning disinterest. I'm not into silly legends. But the cold sweat on his brow gave away his nerves. Shinku, on the other hand, was thrilled. He eagerly urged Torifo to continue. These sorts of ghost stories fascinated him. As an aspiring genjutsu master, Shinku saw ghost tales as perfect creative material. His imagination was far richer than most, and with it, he could take a vague story and mentally turn it into a full-blown, high-fidelity VR horror movie. He even had an ambitious idea, to create a massive, multi-layered genjutsu technique inspired by all known ghost stories. If successful, it could make his dream come true. Hoshiyomi was also intrigued, but not by the stories. He was far more interested in the subtle tremble in Sakumo's demeanor. Who would have thought the fearless Sakumo was afraid of ghosts? That gap in personality, quite charming, really. And come to think of it, in the original timeline, Sakumo did appear in spirit form. One had to wonder how he'd feel about that now. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Hoshiyomi now had a golden opportunity to mess with Sakumo. He exchanged a glance with Torifo and Shinku, then lowered his voice and said eerily, "Teacher, are you talking about things like the Yuki-onna, Rokurokyubi, or the slit-mouthed woman?" Torifo and Shinku blinked. Slit-mouthed woman? Never heard of that. Tell us. Only then did Hoshiyomi realize the story was from modern folklore. But hey, when there's no story, make one. And so, he began weaving a version of the urban legend. They say the slit-mouthed woman was once a vain beauty. She hated her small lips and asked a doctor to enlarge them. But during the surgery, she couldn't stand the doctor's greasy hair, moved mid-operation, and well, the scissors slipped. Her mouth was cut all the way to her ears. After being disfigured, she wore a scarf to hide it. But one day, a kid yanked it off as a prank. Seeing her terrifying face, the villagers called her a demon and killed her. Filled with rage, she became a vengeful spirit who hates children. He didn't bother finishing padding the word count wasn't his goal. Torifo and Shinku were captivated. Wow, can't believe I've never heard of that one. This is perfect. I'm totally turning this into a genjutsu. While those three were having a blast, Sakumo was anything but. Slit-mouthed woman, operates at night, hates kids, he felt personally targeted. Even though he kept telling himself it was all made up, his mind kept conjuring the image of a ghost woman with giant scissors. The future White Fang of Konoha, a man known for his deadly efficiency on the battlefield, was now pale and clutching Hoshiyomi's arm tightly, trying to sound calm. Can we stop? This is pointless. Time to rest. Maybe sharpen our blades or whatever. It's late. Let's stop for the night. Hoshiyomi, seeing Sakumo like that, knew it was enough. Any further and he might actually crack. So he gave a subtle nod and let the topic drop. But of course, the chaos didn't end there because Hoshiyomi wasn't the only mischievous one in the group. Torifo raised an eyebrow and smirked. Oh? Turning in already? Aren't you curious about the mission details? It is related to ghost stories, after all. Hoshiyomi made a show of washing his hands of it. Hey, I gave up the topic. Shinku, however, was practically bouncing in excitement. Sensei, tell us more. What's the ghost story mission? Before Torifo could respond, there was a loud thud from the side. Sakumo had already laid down, eyes shut, muttering. So tired. It's late. Let's all just sleep. Talk in the morning. The others tried to keep straight faces but failed. They all knew better than to push further. It really was getting late. So they laid down to rest, letting the fire crackle peacefully. A few minutes later, from the darkness, came Sakumo's awkward whisper. Hoshiyomi, you awake? What is it? Come with me, to the bathroom. The only reply he got was the uncontrollable laughter of three very heartless teammates. The next morning, the team continued their journey under the rising sun. Maybe it was the daylight, but Sakumo, though still a bit red in the face, had returned to his usual cool self. Looking at Torifo, he asked. Sensei, can you finally tell us what the mission actually is? Torifo, now done teasing, finally got to the point. Honestly, the exact details are unclear. Several villages near the border of the land of rice fields have reported strange sounds at night. Livestock disappearing. The rumors kept spreading. Then last month, someone went missing entirely. Locals are convinced it's the work of a demon. They say both animals and people are being taken. The situation's gotten so bad, the daimyo requested Konoha's help. That's why we're here. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 53, Konoha's Sword Saint 53. The land of rice fields was a small but extraordinarily fertile country. By all logic, a nation this rich in resources and without its own shinobi forces should have been swallowed up by one of the larger powers long ago. And yet, it remained standing, stable as a mountain. Why? Because its neighbors were none other than the land of iron and the land of fire, the two most peace-loving nations in the entire shinobi world. Sandwiched between those two giants, the land of rice fields was practically treated like a cherished little sibling. All it had to do was pay a modest share of its harvest, and in return, it received full-time protection. The land of rain and the land of grass scrappier, less fortunate countries could only look on in bitter envy. But even in paradise, trouble brews. Lately, the land of rice fields had been plagued by something new, rumors of a monster. Its economy relied heavily on agriculture and tourism. Farming provided the foundation, but tourism was what kept the daimyo's coffers full. Now, though, thanks to the rumors, tourists had stopped visiting. Locals lived in fear, terrified they'd be the next to vanish. Farmlands were going to waste. The country's economy was in free fall. The daimyo was so stressed his hairline had receded to the back of his skull. He'd tried hiring so-called spirit mediums to cleanse the land, but the very next day, even the medium had vanished without a trace, leaving only a trashed courtyard behind. That was the final straw. The daimyo gave up on mystics and turned instead to his powerful neighbor for help, the Hidden Leaf Village. When Gekkō Hoshiyomi and his team arrived, the land of rice fields was eerily quiet. Even in broad daylight, there were barely any people on the streets. The place looked more like an abandoned city than a bustling village. Even the normally carefree Torifu, their squad leader, frowned at the scene. Inside the daimyo's residence, the balding lord nearly leapt out of his seat when he saw Torifu's burly, intimidating face, not in fear, but in joy, like a starving man seeing a feast. He rushed forward in quick, shuffling steps and grabbed Torifu's hand in both of his. "Konoha's shinobi! You're finally here. If you'd taken any longer, our whole nation might have collapsed. Tell me, brave warrior, what's your rank?" Torifu knew how to play the diplomatic game. The most important thing now was to calm this desperate noble down. So he went straight for the flex. "I am Akimichi Torifu, a Genin of Konohagakure and direct disciple of the second Hokage. These three are my students, rising stars among the next generation of Leaf Shinobi. Rest assured, Daimyo-sama, we will resolve this issue." The daimyo's jaw practically hit the floor. "A Genin? Oh, we're saved. Absolutely saved. If you can take down this monster, I'll even double your mission reward." Hoshiyomi and the others, naturally pleased by this generosity, didn't waste any time. They immediately set to work, fanning out across the villages to gather intel on the so-called monster. The four of them spent the entire afternoon going door to door. By the time they regrouped that evening and compiled their findings, well, the monster they'd heard described would have looked something like this. 3 heads. 6 arms. Blue skin. Fangs. Covered in white fur. Eyes glowing green. Moves without a sound. Strength beyond belief. Only comes out at night. Feeds on human blood and flesh. And because why not always appears accompanied by the wails of a woman crying in the distance. If Hoshiyomi hadn't been wearing his authentic leaf headband, he would have thought he'd been Isekai'd into Demon Slayer, not Naruto. Actually, no, this thing sounded too ridiculous even for Demon Slayer. Of the 4, Sakumo was the most ghost-averse. After hearing the description, he was convinced this monster was pure rumor. If a creature like that actually existed, getting eaten by it would be an honorable way to go. Sometimes, that's just how rumors work. A tiny incident gets twisted into full-blown urban legend after enough retellings. Just like those old investigative mysteries specials. After realizing they'd wasted their afternoon on second-hand ghost stories, the team decided not to waste more time on hearsay. They would take the initiative. If this creature was real, they'd flush it out themselves. Torifu clapped his hands. "It's 7 o'clock now. Get some rest for 4 hours. At 11 sharp, we head out to hunt whatever's out there." At 11 p.m., the 4 moved light and quiet, bringing only their essential ninja gear, and headed for the countryside. As every shinobi knows, setting traps is a vital skill. And this one was simple: bait the beast with the scent of food. Since the creature, real or not, seemed to be attacking livestock and humans, it probably needed to eat. So the squad picked a wide, open clearing, lit a fire, and started grilling meat. To make the scent carry farther, they seasoned the meat heavily. Hoshiyomi, of course, was nowhere to be seen. He had already used his transparent release technique to disappear. With weeks of practice and chakra control training under Torifu's guidance, he had fully mastered it. Even without activating his secret art, Hoshiyomi could now maintain an almost flawless cloaking technique. Torifu had taught him various tricks for staying hidden, too. At this point, even Torifu himself would struggle to detect him without focusing his chakra senses. And if this monster was stronger than Torifu, then the land of rice fields would have been wiped off the map already. As the scent of grilled meat drifted on the wind, pairs of glowing green eyes began to appear in the nearby fields, just animals, hungry and mesmerized by the smell. Torifu, Shinku, and Sakumo kept eating by the fire like nothing was wrong. Torifu was just starting to worry the wildlife might ruin their trap when a distant sound echoed through the trees. A woman sobbing. Soft at first, then closer. Louder. The green eyes vanished in an instant. The animals, sensing danger, scattered. Sakumo, however, had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He knew this monster probably wasn't real. But hearing that cry made sweat break out all over his body. He steeled himself. No matter what came next, he was going to open with his void severance technique. One clean strike. No hesitation. Chapter 54, Konoha's Sword Saint 54. Things didn't go quite as smoothly as Hoshiyomi and the others had expected. The three of them waited in place for nearly 10 minutes, but there was still no sign of the creature approaching. The eerie crying sound had vanished as suddenly as it began. Just as the group exchanged puzzled looks, Hoshiyomi dropped from a tree and casually swiped a skewer of grilled meat from Sakumo's hand. "Don't bother waiting," he said. "That thing's smart. It's already gone." Shinku's eyes lit up. "Did you see what it was?" "Not clearly," Hoshiyomi replied, chewing as he spoke. "But I can say for sure it's no monster. More like an animal. A pretty big one, probably 3 or 4 meters long. Covered in white fur, looked like a wolf. But it was fast, too fast for me to get a good look." Sakumo frowned. "A wolf? Wolves usually move in packs. And if it's just an animal, why would it run away after smelling food?" Before Hoshiyomi could answer, their teacher, Akimichi Torifu, chimed in with a grunt. "Because that thing probably isn't an ordinary animal, it's a nin beast. If that's the case, the villagers mistaking it for a monster would make sense." The group nodded in understanding. They'd learned about nin beasts in the academy. Certain animals with high natural aptitude could, by chance, awaken chakra. Once they did, their intelligence grew significantly. Some could even rival humans in cunning. Low-tier nin beasts were mostly just bigger and faster than normal animals like the giant spiders and tigers of the Forest of Death. But those with truly exceptional talent could learn to use basic ninjutsu. The most gifted could even understand and speak human language, eventually forming summoning contracts with ninja as familiars. Torifu continued, "This one seems to have decent sensory abilities and higher level cognition. It probably detected that we weren't easy targets and backed off. And since I was there, well, it might have sensed my presence and decided not to risk it." He stretched and sighed. "So once again, it looks like I don't need to step in. If I get too close, it'll probably flee again. Unless one of you pins it down, but if you're capable of doing that, then there's no need for me anyway." Hoshiyomi and the others exchanged glances, then all gave their teacher the exact same look of thinly veiled contempt. "He's doing that again," their eyes said. "The whole 'if I appear, the enemy will run away' excuse was classic Torifu code for 'I'm too lazy to get involved unless it's absolutely necessary.'" Still, even as they mentally roasted their teacher, they didn't disagree. The three young ninja huddled up and began crafting a second plan of attack. This time, they'd try without Torifu at all. The strategy was similar to before minus the looming presence of their Jainin sensei. Sakumo and Shinku packed up the grilled meat and headed off in the direction the nin beast had fled. Hoshiyomi, naturally, activated his transparent escape technique and followed from a distance, silently scanning the terrain. Torifu? He just stayed behind. They had signal flares if they needed him. No rush. Sakumo and Shinku strolled casually down a narrow forest path, chewing on skewers of roasted meat and occasionally laughing and joking like a pair of mischievous kids on a field trip. But behind the light-hearted chatter, their sharp eyes were constantly scanning the woods. In their shadow, Hoshiyomi crept silently, his presence hidden by his mastery of the transparent escape technique now refined under Torifu's chakra control training. He no longer needed to activate his special move to cloak himself. He'd reached the level of subtlety where even a seasoned shinobi like Torifu couldn't detect him without concentrating. After 10 minutes of silent tracking, Hoshiyomi's senses finally flared. He felt it. The nin beast had returned. It had crept up silently, tailing Sakumo and Shinku without making a sound. Hoshiyomi moved in, eyes adjusting to the moonlight. It was just as he'd seen before, a massive white wolf with a silver-grey pelt that shimmered coldly beneath the moon. The beast's green eyes glinted with hunger, its body crouched low as it stalked behind the two unsuspecting boys. It remembered the scent of grilled meat, so strong, so maddening, but it didn't rush. No, it watched. Observed. The wolf's instincts screamed caution. Back on the open plain, it had felt the oppressive presence of the large man with the terrifying aura Torifu. It hadn't dared make a move back then. Not when its life and the lives of its pups were at stake. But now? It had followed long enough to be sure, the threat was no longer nearby. It could sense no chakra, no scent, no presence. Its instincts told it the time to strike had come. It lowered its body even further, paws scratching softly at the dirt, ready to pounce. Hoshiyomi's breath caught. He wasn't sure if the others were ready. He hadn't signaled them yet. His chakra wavered for a split second, and that was all it took. The white wolf froze. Its ears twitched toward the sound, its posture suddenly rigid. It tilted its head, sniffing the air, eyes narrowing in suspicion. It held still for a long moment, then let out a soft huff and turned away. It was leaving. Its caution exceeded even Hoshiyomi's expectations. And Hoshiyomi knew, if he let this chance slip, they might never find it again. No time to think. He stepped out of hiding and unleashed his jutsu. Crescent Moon Slash. A streak of silver light arced silently through the air like a blade of pure moonlight. The wolf's eyes widened in alarm. It twisted mid-leap, contorting its body to evade the blow, but it underestimated the reach of Hoshiyomi's blade, Mikazuki Munchika. The sword missed its vital points, but a deep gash tore across its hind leg. The wolf let out a sharp cry of pain, then turned and bolted into the shadows without hesitation. Sakumo and Shinku heard the commotion and came running. "You got it?" Sakumo asked. "No," Hoshiyomi replied, landing beside them. "It got away, but I wounded it. We can follow the trail of blood. It'll lead us straight to its den." P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin. Chapter 55, Konoha's Sword Saint 55. The three of them sprinted in the direction the white wolf had fled. Normally, there was no way they could catch up with a creature as swift as that. But now, with a wounded hind leg, the wolf's speed had dropped significantly, giving Hoshiyomi's team a fighting chance. Trailing the scattered drops of blood on the ground, they pursued it deep into the forest. The white wolf had no time to tend to its wounds. The constant motion only worsened the bleeding, and its strength was clearly waning. As Hoshiyomi closed the distance, the wolf turned to glare at them and let out a low, warning howl. But the trio didn't flinch. They halted just outside the wolf's striking range, drawing their weapons as the standoff began. Yuki Shinku knew his genjutsu wouldn't work on a high-level ninja beast, so he hung back, ready to provide long-range support. His throwing skills weren't to be underestimated. He'd pulled Hoshiyomi and Hotaki Sakumo out of tight spots with his precise aim more than once. Hoshiyomi and Sakumo exchanged a glance, then advanced in unison to engage the wolf in close combat. This was their first battle against a ninja beast, and they quickly realized it was nothing like fighting humans. The wolf's enormous size, sharp claws, and fang-filled maw made for a chaotic, brutal fight. Despite its injuries, the beast had at least Chunin-level strength. Without Sakumo and Shinku backing him up, Hoshiyomi wouldn't have stood a chance. Thankfully, with the three of them working in tandem and the wolf already wounded, the balance quickly tipped in their favor. On the surface, the white wolf appeared to be getting overwhelmed. In truth, it was biding its time, calculating its next move. Blood loss was catching up to it fast, dizziness clouded its vision. It couldn't afford to let the three wear it down any further. It had to take one of them out. Suddenly, it roared and swiped at Hoshiyomi's head with a wind-splitting strike of its paw. Those deadly claws sent chills down Hoshiyomi's spine. One solid hit would split his skull open. He wouldn't even have time to scream. But retreating now would be suicide. He knew the wolf would pounce on a fleeing target. Gritting his teeth, he countered with his blade, Crescent Moon Slash. SHHHK. The sacred Gekkō Clan blade tore a bloody gash across the wolf's foreleg. Blood sprayed, but the beast's massive strength reverberated through Hoshiyomi's arm, sending a painful jolt through his palm. Even with a superior weapon, Hoshiyomi's hand throbbed and bled, his grip faltering. Sakumo saw the wolf stagger and instinctively moved in to finish it off, thrusting his white fang forward. But the wolf's eyes flashed with cunning. Hoshiyomi's instincts screamed. "Sakumo, watch out!" Too late. The wolf's tail, which had been hanging limp, suddenly lashed out like a whip, curling around Sakumo's guard and smashing into his chest. The blow sent him flying, slamming him against a nearby tree. He gasped and coughed up blood. As the wolf turned to follow up the attack, jaws wide open to finish Sakumo off, two perfectly aimed shuriken cut through the air, forcing it to halt. Shinku's intervention had come just in time. "Check on Sakumo!" Hoshiyomi shouted, eyes burning with fury. "Leave this bastard to me!" Shinku nodded and sprinted toward Sakumo. The wolf wasn't done yet. It turned again, intent on lunging at both of them until Hoshiyomi stepped in with another slash, despite the torn flesh in his hand. The strike wasn't lethal, but it left a red gash across the wolf's cheek. Infuriated, the beast howled and lunged again, swiping with its remaining foreleg. This time, Hoshiyomi didn't risk taking the hit. Poof! A burst of smoke revealed a wooden log in his place. Substitution jutsu. Hoshiyomi had prepared the hand signs earlier, just in case. The wolf stopped short, puzzled, sniffing at the ground. But Hoshiyomi's blood still lingered in the air. The beast followed the scent. Hoshiyomi, hidden in a patch of shrubbery, held his breath. The wolf crept closer, inch by inch. Then silver light flashed. Crescent Moon Slash. The wolf rolled aside, narrowly evading the crescent slash. But in the same moment, it counterattacked. Its razor-sharp claw came crashing down and hit Hoshiyomi square in the chest. P.S. Read advanced chapters at https://www.patreon.com/c/readjin.